What's up, y'all? Shout out to everybody. Just got back from a concert. Let's talk about what's going on. So I'm hearing some things, right? So I seen some clips of the rally that went down. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody. I seen like I don't know. It's a lot. We're gonna end up getting into the video. But first, let's look at what Devory Dawkins got to say. Shout out to Devory Dawkins. So it looks like JD Vance ended up being set up by the CNN media. So they're trying to, I mean, you know, that lefties, you know, they trying to just sway, you know, the demographic as much as they can, trying to attack the Republican Party as much as they can, fake news. But let's see what they end up talking about with JD Vance.
Absolutely.
It's not like these are conservative.
Absolutely, that's my
These
argument.
are not conservative
Jake,
Republicans. These aren't conservative Republicans who are concerned about Donald Trump. They're not. That's not right.
All of these people, Jake, they came into office thinking that they could control Donald Trump.
All right, so what you're about to witness is a debate between Trump deranged CNN Jake Tapper and JD Vance, okay? I say debate because this wasn't an interview, all right? Clearly, Jake Tapper had an axe to grind himself. Clearly, he wanted to push the narrative, and the reason why is because no matter how many times CNN says...
Well, you guys don't see that yet? Like, people out there, you don't see that CNN. Shout out to Sugar Black in the chat. Shout out to off the top in the chat. Y'all don't see that, like, CNN is like extremely left and they will do and say anything to try to sway the audience. That's pretty ridiculous. What's up, Mafioso? Shout out to you. That's really ridiculous.
Well, we are fair to both parties. They're not. They lean left considerably. So let's start with probably the biggest story currently right now is why are there so many people from the last Trump administration coming out against him? Here's what JD Vance had to say about that.
I'm talking about people who worked for Donald Trump in his first administration. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about not just John Kelly, but Mark Milley, who was the Trump-appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Who disobeyed Trump's direct orders on troop redeployments in Syria.
And I'm talking about the guy that had your job.
A massive violation of his constitutional oath, by the way.
I'm talking about the guy that had your job before Donald Trump's supportive crowd wanted to hang him, Vice President Mike.
And one thing I do want to say also, shout out to JD Vance. Like, he's willing to go out there and, you know, do an interview with somebody that's obviously left, is going to try to jam him up as best as they can. You know, we'll see. You know, JD Vance is pretty smart. He can pretty much get his way out of almost any situation. So we'll see how he handles this. But, you know, Kamala Harris or let's just say Tim Walz. Tim Walz would never be able to do this. Like, he's trying to stay as safe as he possibly can in his little echo chamber bubble. He will not, like, when will he step out and do like a serious Fox News interview? I'm wondering. I'm waiting.
Mike Pence, who said, as you know, that Trump put himself before the Constitution. I'm talking about General Mattis, also Secretary of Defense in Trump's administration. I'm talking about Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, who told me that Trump does have fascistic tendencies. John Bolton, H.R. McMaster, Alyssa Farah Griffin.
Okay, Jake,
these are Trump administration officials.
Listen to every Trump administration official? You know, one reason why Kamala Harris doesn't have as many people criticizing her is because she doesn't fire people who fail. That's why we have
Exactly. She's just going to be nice, laugh with people that are not, you know what I mean, doing their job. Like, that's not leadership. You got to fire people that are not doing their job, bro. And so, yeah, like, Trump is not going to have people that's happy with him. If they're not performing like they should, he's going to get rid of them. Obviously, he knew what he was doing, right? He got rid of ISIS. So he put the proper people in place to do that. But all these other people, like, going to the Democratic Party and crying and whining is ridiculous. Like, literally ridiculous.
Had a real audit of the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal is because Kamala Harris protects failures in government. Donald Trump fires them. And I'd much rather have the president who fires people who screw up. Now, Jake, no, this is an important.
Yeah, no, bro. That's a very good point, bro. Like, we're not going to let people just sit in office and just collect taxpayer money. Like, we're not about to do that. Like, you need to get out of, like, if you're in the military and you're not doing what you need to do, you need to get out. We're not going to have, like, a lame duck presidency like Obama. We're not doing that. Like, so I mean, I don't care that these people are going to Kamala Harris crying and whining about Trump. Like, I really don't. I don't. Anybody that gets fired from a job is going to have an issue. They're going to write a review. They're going to complain. They're going to, you know what I'm saying? They're going to talk about if they do something wrong. They're going to talk about it. You know what I mean? And blame the other people. And that's what I think is going on, bro. So we don't care that they're over there whining to Kamala Harris. Like, that doesn't give them any, like, she doesn't get any more clout because of that.
Audit of the disastrous Afghanistan.
They get no validity because of that.
Withdrawal is because Kamala Harris protects failures in government.
Exactly. Aaron Sold said $250,000 salary and you're slipping. Like, no, we ain't doing that, bro.
Donald Trump fires them. And I'd much rather have the president who fires people who screw up. Now, Jake, no, this is an important point. Kamala Harris.
You did not fire Mike Pence.
Kamala Harris.
He did not fire Mark Milley.
Kamala Harris.
He did not fire John.
He fired a lot of those people, Jake, and he did because they weren't doing their job. But this is the thing, Jake. We've
see, you see what he tried to do, the CNN person? He tried to just say a few people that he didn't fire, but he fired a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? He tried to like throw that out there, but I like that JD Vance was like, no, he fired a lot of people. Like, so yeah, you could name those like 3 people, whatever that you name in, like, but there's a lot of people that he fired that's like upset right now.
Now spent 5 minutes talking about people in Donald Trump's staff
who think he's not fit for office.
He fired.
Who think he's not fit for office.
Oh, they didn't think he was unfit for office until they had a falling out with him because he fired them. And we're not talking about the public policy.
I love that he said that. You didn't have a falling out with him. You didn't like have an issue with him until you got fired. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like these people, like these blue people, they will just allow their friends to sit in office, have cushy jobs off of the taxpayers, not do anything about this. Left-wing media is ridiculous. This is a joke. This is a serious joke. Like, I don't know how anybody can like listen to these dudes and like, this is ridiculous.
Minutes. Talking about people in Donald Trump's staff
who think he's not fit for office.
He fired.
Who think he's not fit for office.
Oh, they didn't think he was unfit for office until they had a falling out with him because he fired them. And we're not talking about the public policy.
Trump is not a politician. He is not from Washington, D.C. He is not a part of the establishment.
Right.
So, of course, there are going to be people who do not take Donald Trump seriously. They don't even care that he.
Yo, this dude got 54,000 subscribers in 2 days. Like, we literally been like reacting to some of his videos. Like, this dude, his channel is growing like crazy, bro. I think he be dropping videos like mad videos a day. Like him and Anton Daniels, they drop mad videos every day. Like, I'm gonna start doing that, bro. The problem with doing that, and like if you don't have a channel that's this big and you do that, like it's not really, you know what I'm saying? Like I might get some videos with like 500 views or something like that because my channel is not that big to care. Because once you use 3 notifications, that's it. It's just, you know what I mean? After that, it's just people looking for you. So, but I want to try that one day, you know, and see what happens. Just drop like 5 or 6 videos like in one day to see what's happening. But this, yo, he is cooking. You got to understand, like, DeVore probably made this month from, like, his videos. He probably, like, up in the $60,000, $70,000 a month. That's crazy. Shout out to him, bro. Like, he been cooking.
He was the president. This is all reported, that there were people in his cabinet that would undermine his orders. Just think about that. The commander-in-chief issues an order, and the general refuses to execute.
Then you got to be fired. I'm with Trump on that. Like, you ain't about to, you say your channel is growing fast. Don't overdo it. I mean, people think I'm overdoing it right now, like going 2-3 hours live, you know what I mean? Like, so I think I should just do what I want to do, right? Because I'm doing what I want to do and it's working. And I'm getting closer to 100,000 subscribers. So, I mean, I could try, but you know, like not like this and you and not like that, but you know, I hear what you're saying, but maybe I should just try something different. And you know, we got like, you know, like less than 2 weeks before the election. Like, man, this is coming up fast. So yeah, somebody said the numbers only go up and it helps your algorithm. That's what G said. I don't know, man. Should we try that? Should we just like me do a bunch of reactions, throw them out, and like do live and see what it do? Because these people, let me show you this, right? Hold on, like Anton Daniels, right? Shout out to him. He been like going crazy on YouTube. Like he'll do. Look at how many videos he drops in a day. Like in one day, he's dropping one, two. Let's just say to start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos in a day. Like that's how he's been running. Look at that. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in one day. Like I might need to try that, bro. Like just doing like 2 lives. Like I mean, I might need to try that. I got like 4 days off a week at work. Like might as well try it, see what happens. You ain't nothing wrong with trying something different. Feel me?
I would fire that general too. So at the end.
And then Brandon Johnson said, keep applying the pressure. Academics be live for. Yeah, man. He been like, shout out to Academics. I did like look at his channel. I've been looking at like a lot of, like the faster my channel grows, not to like digress from what's going on. Like the faster my channel grows, I kind of look around at like different people's channels, and I stumbled across like Academics, right? I think it was like his Twitch. This dude be live like mad long. You know what I'm saying? So he deserves where he's at, like his position. You see what I'm saying? Because not only that, he's, tweeting and doing all this stuff and just keeping a level of entertainment up. He's got a lot of subscribers and members and stuff like that. So, I mean, they putting in mad work, bro. Like, I remember, like, I used to drop, hold on, Mafioso with the $5 donation. Screw that. You need to go on overdrive. Piperboy, 100,000 subscribers on the way. Exactly, man. I don't need to be slowing down, bro, like, at all. Like, I don't need to be slowing down, bro. I took a quick break. And I went to the Lotto concert. My girl mad at me. She's like, yo, you going to, like, what you going to see Lotto for? Like, we supposed to hang out? Like, nah, she just don't want me to see Lotto. I went to the Lotto concert. Ain't nobody stopping me. Concert was lit. You know what I'm saying? But the concert was mad lit. But, but that Lotto took forever to come out. Like, it started at, I think, 8 o'clock. And then, like, it didn't get done till, like, close to 12. Like she had us in there forever, bro. But shout out to Lotto. She did a good job. Shout out to Lotto. It was Lotto and then Mariah the scientist. I don't know who she. I think that's like Young Thug's girl. But yeah, it was lit, bro. It was lit. But yeah, I just I took a break and just went to a concert. I was gonna like try to meet her or whatever, but I because she had like an after party that was gonna happen. I normally like when artists and stuff come to Nashville, like I normally go to the after party. That's where you meet them at. Some people, they pay for like meet and greets, and then like other people just like go to the after party. You just go in a VIP and then you take videos and pictures with them, whatever. I was gonna do that, but I just got tired, bro. I don't know if I'm getting like old. I don't know what it is, but it's like after like 12 hit, I'm like, ain't no way, bro. Because we had to wait for her to do. She was about to do like meet and greets, and she had like a crazy line of like people, and then she's gonna go to the after party. So she probably wouldn't even get to the after party until probably like 1:30 in the morning. And I'm like, I'm going home, bro. Let me go home and knock some videos out and then get right back to it.
End of the day, my opinion about all this.
Shout out to Matt. He said hit the like button. Yeah, hit the like button if you can. Hit the hearts. I don't see nobody like hitting the hearts. If y'all can, hit the confetti, the hearts, the emojis, the 100s. Y'all do all of that because we got to get this channel back into the algorithm. And then Josh said, I was around when she was Miss Mulatto. Shout out to Lotto, man. I talked to her once. It was and it was like on Instagram or whatever. You know how like you be trolling people? I was like trolling her or whatever, and then she started like responding, and so I messaged her again. She responded. That was it. She was real nice, but her concerts is really good. Like, not to be talking about Lotto, you know what I mean? We about to get back into the politics, but she did a really good job, bro. It was like crazy good. Like, it looked like she may be filming like some sort of documentary, like how it looked. Like, it looked really good. Like something you would see on like the old MTV or like how BET used to look. Like, it looked crazy good. And then what she was doing up there, Like she took a while to come out. She said she was late for whatever reason. I don't know why she was late, because her, like, the bus and everything was there. Like, her bus and everything was there. So I don't know how she was late. You know what I mean? Unless she had left out and then tried to come back or something. I don't know what it was. But she was, like, pouring everybody drinks. She was, like, bringing people up on stage. And she had, like, this, what is it? It's like a see-through, like, it looks like a phone booth. And she was just bringing people up, and then you can just go in there and, like, take as much money as you can. People, like, bruh, like, she was cooking. Her concert was fire, bro. She was real nice, and she was, like, talking to everybody she could talk to. That's how she is, bro. She appreciates her position, but shout out to her. All right, let's get back to Devore.
Is these individuals have no credibility, and if what they say about Trump is so true, why did they not resign? Why do they wait until a couple of weeks from the election, right? Why did they wait when they found out that he was going to run again? If he is as bad as they say he is, wouldn't you drop your resignation papers immediately? Now, speaking of that whole Russia hoax, of course.
Shout out to Devore. Devore is bad. I get it, Devore, man. I was seeing clips of what was going on, bruh. I'm like, nah, bruh. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, y'all can't be trying to do JD Vance like that, bro. That's ridiculous.
JD Vance had to check Jake Tapper on this. Check it out.
Well, ask yourself a basic question about network integrity. You guys talked about the Russia hoax nonstop.
The FBI was investigating it. The FBI was investigating it, and so we covered them.
And so you took the words of unnamed FBI agents and put them on your network as if they were the gospel truth. You did it again and again. A viewer of your network would have believed that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin conspired in 2016.
No.
That was totally and preposterously false.
No.
Well, that's
what you just said is false. We covered an FBI.
What kind of interview is this? Like, literally, like, JD Vance, I know, like, I probably wouldn't. I think you're handling this pretty well. Well, maybe he was just like, yo, I'm cooking this dude low key. Let me just let this interview go out. But I would be like, man, like, since you being like this, like, I'm not signing off on this interview. Like, me and my people, we not signing off on the interview. But then, you know, they'll be like, oh, JD Vance doesn't want to sign off on the interview because he didn't do good. You know, they'll do anything. Next thing you know, Don Lemon will be going live. Like, I don't know, man. But I would, yeah, this is a straight up, Sugar Black, shout out to you. This is a straight up attack, bro. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, no, I would not clear this interview. No, I would get up and be like, but then they could probably have the clip of him getting up and walking away and trying to say, oh, JD Vance was scared to interview. You know, these people, man, they'll do anything to spin the narrative.
FBI investigation. I don't know why you want to talk about the FBI investigation.
You covered it in a way that gave credence to anonymous sources' accusations. You did it yourself. Your network did it, Jake. But again, can we talk about the issues that Americans care most about?
I'm talking about things that Donald Trump has said.
Yes.
If you have an issue
Kamala
with whether or
Harris,
not he's talking about the economy enough, that's between you and your running mate. I'm talking about things he has said this week.
Every single rally that he does, he talks about how he wants to unleash American energy so we can lower the cost of groceries. He talks about the fact that housing has become unaffordable. He talks about the wide open border, Jake. Kamala Harris and her allies, you know, it's interesting. Kamala Harris and her media allies, and I would put CNN in this category. You guys seem to care.
I'll tell you that. They wouldn't.
Well, they should watch your network more because you guys seem to care more about Donald Trump's past
Shout out to
than the
Elizabeth.
future of the American people. We're running this campaign on making the American dream.
I'm specifically asking about how Donald Trump is going to be president in the future should he win, and then we're being told
he's going to pursue economic policies that lower the cost of groceries and make life more affordable again. He talks about it every single day on the campaign trail.
Yeah, so I would say 90% of this interview is all about what these prior generals who are all fired, who clearly are disgruntled and clearly disagree with Trump on probably a lot of things.
Right.
And it wasn't even about what America cares to hear. No one cares to hear about all this. All right. I don't care about John Kelly. Independents don't care about John Kelly. Undecided voters don't care about John Kelly. What we care about is what is he going to do? What are his policies? Right. And here's the other thing. It's easy to judge someone based off what they've said, right? I think we all are guilty at doing that.
Right.
But the ultimate judgment comes when you look at what people do. And what Trump did when he was the president is nothing near what they are accusing him of being or doing, especially when we go down that whole Hitler road, which is highly disrespectful too, by the way, to everybody on both sides and people who were a part of that era.
Facts.
So, of course, J.D. Vance does something that Tim Walz, I think, is terrible at doing, defending Trump, but in a responsible, common sense way. Listen to this.
This is not a guy, John Kelly, going to brag to Jeffrey Goldberg, who is interested in the American truth or who is interested in telling an honest account of Donald Trump. He's a guy with an axe to grind because Donald Trump fired him and disagreed with him on policy.
So all those 10 people, including the former vice president, Mike Pence, all of these people have this horribly damaged worldview, and they're all just going after Donald Trump because they want to send people into war? That's really your argument?
Absolutely.
It's not like these are conservative.
Absolutely, that's my
These
argument.
are not conservative
Jake,
Republicans.
These aren't.
Let's go on that.
Common sense way. Listen to this.
This is not a guy, John Kelly, going to brag to Jeffrey Goldberg, who is interested in the American truth or who is interested in telling an honest account of Donald Trump. He's a guy with an axe to grind because Donald Trump fired him and disagreed with him on policy.
So all those 10 people, including the former vice president, Mike Pence, all of these people have this horribly damaged worldview, and they're all just going after Donald Trump because they want to send people into war? That's really your argument?
Absolutely.
It's not like these.
You don't think politicians want to send people to war, bro? You don't think that?
Absolutely, that's my
These
argument.
are not
Jake,
conservative
all of
Republicans.
people,
These aren't
all
conservative
of these
Republicans
people,
who are
Jake,
concerned about Donald Trump.
They're
not. That's not right.
All of these people, Jake, they came into office thinking that they could control Donald Trump. That when he said he wanted peace in the
Mike
world,
Pence thought he could control Donald Trump?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he
and
did.
when he found out that
Really?
he found out that he couldn't, they all turned on Donald Trump, and a lot of them got fired. And we're running, and we're trying to staff the government with people who are going to govern according to principles of peace and prosperity.
Let me ask you.
They're pissed off about it.
Now, Jake Tapper laughs because obviously he knows it's true.
Yeah.
He knows that Donald Trump was an outsider at that time. So as soon as Donald Trump challenges the status quo, you got people on both sides of the aisle coordinating against Trump. Can we remember what just happened this year? You think the Republican Party wanted Trump to be the nominee? No, they didn't. It was people like me and people around this country who were American citizens, the people who wanted Trump to be the nominee. If they had it their way, they'd have Nikki Haley, right? Because she's a part of the establishment, okay? The status quo. And that's why they don't like Trump, because he's not one of them. You may hate his personality. You may think he's too vulgar. You may think he sends mean tweets, all of that. And it could be true. But the results show that Trump is by far the only person who had the balls to go to Washington and put the middle finger up to everyone. Now, this was definitely a heated interview, but don't get it twisted. J.D. Vance.
That's why they don't like Trump. He's just not the status quo. That's what it is. They can't control this guy. You know, and that's, you got to think, man, you're the establishment. You've been playing by the rules of the establishment. You're getting all these people like donating to you, you know what I mean, for your campaigns, and you used to like paying people back like all kind of money. You know what I mean, like different people. They just scared of this dude. Like they know he's not playing by the same set of rules. Like he's taking this country, like he's looking at the United States as a business. It is a business. You know, like he not like looking at it like, okay, let's pay a bunch of favors back to like people, you know what I mean? Like the people that are pulling the strings, like, no, let's get the country back in order. This is what I'm here for. I'm going to do the job that I need to do to fix it. And he did a really good job when he was in. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's the craziest part is like you literally have to tell people that they had a better 4 years under Trump than Biden. And when you talk to them, they like, yeah, I do remember. Yeah, it was a lot easier. Oh, groceries was cheaper. Yeah, homes were more affordable. So why do you want to vote for Kamala Harris? She's running from serious interviews. She's running from the Joe Rogan podcast. Now she's about to do a sit down with Shannon Sharp. Of course, Shannon Sharp. You think Shannon Sharp is going to ask her a serious question, and then black people are like, oh, well, it's good for her to give the interview to a black guy. I see what y'all saying on Twitter. Oh, it's good for her to give the interview to a black guy over a white guy. It's not about that right now. It's about like a big platform. Shannon Sharp's got a big platform. Joe Rogan's got a big platform. Joe Rogan's got like the biggest platform right now. The thing is, like, he did an interview with Donald Trump, 3-hour interview, phenomenal interview. I want to see if she can stand in front of Joe Rogan, answer questions, and give a, something that's close to what Donald Trump did. I want to see what her acumen is. If she's doing an interview with Shannon Sharp, is going to be controlled. They're probably going to give him the questions to ask, like all of that, bro. Shannon Sharp is going to play by the rules. I don't care what nobody say he is. That's why she's comfortable doing it. And he's going to be like, what do you think about all these people talking about you? And like super softball questions. I know, I don't even know if shout out to Shannon Sharp. I ain't got no problem with you, but I don't even know if I'm going to watch that one. Shout out to you, though. This is ridiculous, bro.
It's very professional, button up, and tactful. Watch the way he ends this.
Let me ask you, because we're being told that we're over.
Yeah. One more question, because you have to go to this rally.
You are running to be vice president of the United States. Of
course.
And there is a 50-50 chance, maybe better, I don't know, that you're going to succeed. Are you running to be...
Maybe better, he knows. There's a high chance that they can succeed. This is like, bro, they're one of the most popular GOP. They may actually win the popular vote. That's like almost unheard of with the Republican Party winning the popular vote. They may actually do that. So I don't know, man. I don't know. You might actually win. Like, let's see what this CNN dude's got to say.
Be vice president of the United States, or are you running to be vice president of the red states? Because if you win, and there's a decent chance you will, you're going to be vice president of childless cat ladies. You're going to be vice president of legal Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. You're going to be their vice president too. Are you running to do that?
Jake, of course I'm running to be the vice president of all Americans. I'm running because I want people to be able to afford a good life in this country. You know how I grew up. You know that I grew up in a family where things were often tough.
Please, if y'all can, if you watching this on the replay, anybody, shout out to Elizabeth Turner. I see you in here. Like, watch on Netflix. They got a story of his life. It's a movie on his life. Amazing movie and story of this dude's life. Like, please watch that if y'all can. And you will understand, like, he came from nothing. Literally, and he went through some of the toughest things you can go through as a child, and for him to be in this position is remarkable, so I don't know, man. Like, that CNN dude, like, you're not talking to some silver spoon guy. Like, he understands, like, yo, we need to bring this back to the American people and make sure they're living good.
I want, whether you're in a blue state or a red state, whether you're going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Harris, I want you to be able to have a good life in this country. But what's not going to happen with the broken leadership in Washington, D.C.
He said, what's the movie called? It's called Hillbilly Elegy, Elegy. It's really good. Like, it breaks everything down. Like, his mom was just, I don't want to say nothing bad about her, but she put him through some stuff. You know what I mean? So just watch it. I don't want to ruin it, but it's actually like a really good movie. Like, and I first watched it, I'm like, man, this movie is good. And then somebody was like, yo, this is JD Vance's story. I'm like, what? Like, it's really good.
Give you a statistic, Jake, because here is what the leadership of people like Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi, and yes, Mike Pence, over 30 years in this country has led to. A person with a bachelor's degree lives 7 years longer than a person without a bachelor's degree. There are a lot of people who have gotten rich and powerful off of American decline. Some of them have had R's next to their name. Some of them have had D's next to their name. And the first person who I believe is really putting the interests of the American people first is Donald J. Trump. So yes, we're going to be the president and the vice president for all people. The only way to do that is to reject the failed consensus.
All right.
Thanks, Jake.
Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Have a good time out there.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people say that JD Vance is the future of politics, especially the Republican Party. You could put Vivek
I think he is. I think they need him right now. Like, I mean, they don't need, I mean, they got Donald Trump, but they need like a strong like leader, like a great debater, like somebody that's got a very good vernacular and can handle themselves in any situation and is not afraid of conflict. They needed a JD Vance. You know, in the future, maybe he can potentially run for president, depending on how they do when he's vice president and they end up winning. I don't care what these polls are saying. Kamala Harris is winning. I don't believe like none of this crap. I see a lot of influencers are coming forward on TikTok, different social media platforms, saying that they're being reached out by the Democratic Party to show favor to Kamala Harris and willing to pay them, all that. Like, hit the like button. It's just like, you don't know what to believe when it comes to them. And a lot of these news companies are straight left leaning. And they always say, when they read the polls, they say, oh, well, you know, there could be a small margin of error with this and that. And, you know, but, you know, she's barely winning. Like, come on, you know, like she's been getting killed in the media. Everybody's been on her and people are leaving her rallies. Like, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that at all.
Ramaswamy in there, of course, because they're both of the same age, pretty much. I mean, they are millennials. Kamala Harris is not the future of the Democratic Party. She is not a new generation of leadership. She is just like Joe Biden and all the rest of them, okay? She's 60 years old. Can we stop it with that? All right? JD Vance is 40, okay? That is a huge gap when you're talking about the generational age. So let me just say this, guys. All right? CNN clearly, Jake Tapper had a narrative he wanted to push this entire interview, which is why all of the clips sound similar, because it's all about what Trump allegedly said or what Trump said, but they only took one piece of it, and now they're trying to push their own narrative. And they're not going to play any clips and show you the full sentence. And here's the thing about Trump. If you sat down and you watched that Joe Rogan interview, or you watched the podcast with Andrew Schultz, you got to see exactly why it's so easy to take his comments out of context. It's because he'll make 5 points at one time. Right? He's all over the place. And then he brings it back, and then he gets wider, and then he's over here, then he's over there. So it's easy, right? Just like the fine people hoax, it's easy for the media to be very manipulative in their coverage of Trump. And anybody who has common sense or is willing to do research can easily debunk these lies. But if you're not willing to do any research and you're willing to just eat up whatever the Trump deranged media is saying, then of course you're going to believe what they say and you're going to feel a certain way towards Trump. A lot of people hate Trump because they don't understand him. They don't truly know him. They only go by what they've heard. They've never had lunch.
They've got Trump derangement syndrome. That's what it is. Like, it's ridiculous. I've seen some videos that I ended up liking and kind of show y'all. Shout out to Lotto. She killed it. Yeah, and then they trying to cheat. So they got Shannon Sharp, and then they got Jennifer Lopez. Nobody even likes Jennifer Lopez. I think Jennifer Lopez, like, this is not like bullying her or nothing. I think Jennifer Lopez just likes people not liking her. That's her thing. That's her way of staying in the media. They don't like her because of what happened with Ben Affleck. They don't like her because of the way she treats fans. They don't like her because they feel like she's got all that personality. They don't like her because she's not personable. And then we care that she's supporting Kamala Harris. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think she holds that much weight. Like I don't really care about that lady. Shout out to Elon Musk. It looks like he went to the rally. So I guess a comedian, I can't remember what the comedian's name was. He went to I think it's Tony or something like that. Went on stage and he cracked some jokes about Puerto Ricans and black people or whatever. So they trying to take that. I don't know what that guy was thinking doing that, but some people are kind of taking it as a joke. But you can't, like, I will say this, like, when the liberal media is looking for anything and everything possible to try to turn the narrative, especially when they feel like the public appeal is in Donald Trump's favor, you cannot have a comedian up there telling racial jokes. Like, you can't, you know. So the approval of that, I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that was a smart thing. But like, I heard what he said. I mean, he was joking. I didn't think he was like being super serious. But they're going to take anything and everything and spin it. Now, this says, breaking: Puerto Ricans who attended Trump's Madison Square Garden rally say they had zero problem with the joke comedian Tony Hinchcliffe made on stage. Do you guys even give a F about that? Let's see what they say.
Live from the garden.
The rally was great.
Puerto
Trump
Ricans
is the
for
best.
Trump 2024.
Yo, now that I got my fellow Puerto Ricans,
Facts.
obviously what happened there tonight, everybody's talking
Beautiful,
about it.
epic.
But the Puerto Rican joke, the garbage island stuff, do you guys even give a fuck about that?
No,
I don't. No, I don't.
I don't even pay a mind. I don't even pay attention to it.
Puerto Ricans for Trump. Lock in. Stay locked in on the go. Y'all already know, my boy.
Yeah, they said they don't care about it. So I don't know. But this dude, like, he really, that was not smart for you to do that, bro. Look at this, man. Like, are you serious? You think he's gonna ask her some like, shout out to Shannon Sharp, bro. This not coming at you or nothing like that. Like, you ain't about to ask this girl no serious questions. Like, we is not doing that, bro. We ain't doing that at all. So who is this? It says, coming up, President Donald Trump speaks to supporters at a jam-packed rally at historic Madison Square Garden. Then you got the Mark Cuban and Scott Jennings debate, and no one's microphone had to be muted. Let's listen to this.
Salesperson that doesn't care about the facts. He's that sales guy on the car lot that'll tell you that the 1992 Corolla is a Rolls Royce. And if you say it enough time, people will start to believe it.
Scott, I know you don't like to say a lot of nice things about Harris, but if she wins, what do you think is the one reason that you would attribute that to if you had to guess right now?
Oh, if I had to guess, it would probably be mobilization of women voters around the issue of abortion. I mean, if you look at all the...
That's basically what it is. It's going to be women voting for her just because she's a woman, not because of any policies, not because she's done really well on interviews and detail like ways of fixing the economy and helping out. Like, because she's saying she's going to be more of the same. She doesn't see anything that she would do differently than Joe Biden on the View interview. Like, she seems like she's kind of out of touch with everything that's going on. So it's going to be more the same. So I don't think people are going to be voting for her because of her policies. I think they're strictly voting for her because she's a woman. And some people who are black women are going to vote for her just because she's a black woman. And some people just want women to take over. It's just what it is. So that's going to be the primary reason. I think it's going to be an emotional vote. So I'm low key with him.
polling. It's the one issue that works for her. She's got a wide lead on it.
That's what she's talking about tonight in Texas.
What she's talking about tonight. It seemed to mobilize Democrats in the midterms, although it's a different electorate this time. But if that is the result, it will likely be attributable to that.
I mean, when you look at this race and you're watching this as a huge surrogate for hers, you know, you've been out there. And what's interesting about you is you kind of take the arguments against Harris. Some of the ones we've heard from Scott, you know, on the economy and whatnot. She has cut Trump's lead on the economy by a significant amount from where it was when it was Biden and Trump in this race. Is it enough, though? I think is going to be the...
That's why I think this is like, I think these numbers, man, I think they're making up some of these numbers, seeing them. Like, how is this lady even close to him when it comes to economy? And she literally, when is the last time y'all voted in a poll? When was the last time somebody said, hey, like, what, vote on this. What do you think about the economy? Who's handling it? Like, when is the last time y'all voted, bro? They just make, I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're making this stuff up.
The major question when you look at how voters are seeing this.
Well, she just has to reduce it on the margins. She's better for business. There's 33 million companies in this country.
Yo, Mark Cuban, I'm sorry, y'all. I cannot take this dude. Somebody said she could have already changed the abortion laws. It's already been 2 years. Is going to be exact the same as it has been. Yeah, they're just running on like problems. Like, she says that Trump is running on problems. She's literally running on problems and no solutions. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is what she's doing. It's ridiculous. Mark Cuban, I don't know, maybe he got like some, they're not gonna hit him with taxes or something. I don't know. He's been going crazy for the Liberal Party. Let's see what he got to say.
Race, and you're watching this as a huge surrogate for hers. You know, you've been out there, and what's interesting about you is you kind of take the arguments against Harris. Some of the ones we've heard from Scott, you know, on the economy and whatnot. She has cut Trump's lead on the economy by a significant amount from where it was when it was Biden and Trump in this race. Is it enough, though? I think is going to be the major question when you look at how voters are seeing this?
Well, she just has to reduce it on the margins. She's better for business. There's 33 million companies in this country. 99% of them are small business. 99% of those are pass-through, and 99% of the CEOs and entrepreneurs that
Shout
run
out to
them
Matt.
make $400,000 or less. So effectively, for every company in this country, your taxes are going to be the same or lower. We just have to get that word out, and I think that's why she's closing the delta.
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah, but if you make a little bit more money, you're gonna be taxed to the wazoo. Like, come on, bro. Mark Cuban, you don't want anybody to be reaching your status. Let's keep it real, bro.
I think the reason Trump is winning and will win ultimately on the issue of the economy is the comparative. I mean, look at the polling. His job approval retrospectively is far higher than the Biden-Harris job approval today. There's one reason for that, because people feel economic anxiety today that they did not feel under Donald Trump. They didn't feel the inflation under Trump. And they don't really believe that Biden and Harris either have a handle on it at best, or they've made it worse. And I think it's a change election. And honestly, Trump's best argument on the economy is you can't leave the same people in charge. If you're feeling economic anxiety, you got to go back to what you know works. And
That's a very good argument. You know what I'm saying? A very, very good argument.
And honestly, he's more popular now than he's ever been. His administration is more popular than it's ever been. Look where he came from when he left office to right now. There's one reason why he's more popular today than he's ever been, because people are comparing it to what they've got now, and they're saying, I want to go back.
And yet it's a dead heat against somebody who's only been in the race 13 weeks.
Well, you act as though she just landed here on a spacecraft 13 weeks ago. She's been the vice president for an entire term.
But there's a
Man, yeah, go talk crazy to him. Like, Mark Cuban is ridiculous. Shout out to you, bro. Scott Jennings is about to light him up. Like, let's listen to Scott Jennings.
You got to go back to what you know works. And honestly, he's more popular now than he's ever been. His administration is more popular than it's ever been. Look where he came from when he left office to right now. There's one reason why he's more popular today than he's ever been, because people are comparing it to what they've got now, and they're saying, I want to go back.
And yet it's a dead heat against somebody who's only been in the race 13 weeks.
Well, you act as though she just landed here on a spacecraft 13 weeks ago. She's been the vice president for an entire term.
But there's a
I think Mark Cuban think everybody in America is slow. She's only been in the game for 13 weeks. Like, they've been in power for 4 years. What are you talking about? How is he richer than me? Thug life. What is this? How is Mark Cuban got more money than me and he don't know that?
She was in the United States Senate. She did.
I should have went to the Lotto after party, bro, because this is like this dude is getting me like heated, bro.
Not show up here 13 weeks ago. She has a record as vice president, and I think what's hurting your campaign is that she also has a record when she ran for president, and she said a lot of things that have come back to haunt her.
But that's a different world. I mean, I can go back 10 years when Donald Trump said he wanted to tax oil companies out of existence. You can talk about Section 230. You can talk about Bitcoin. You can talk about abortion. There's a long list of things that Donald Trump has flip-flopped on.
But he was the president, and he has a record, and she was the vice president, and she has a record.
Yeah, but what kind of record? But you know that whole
What
comparison.
do you mean, what kind of record? Is Mark Cuban serious? There were no wars. He got rid of ISIS. Everything was cheaper. Vladimir Putin was in check. We didn't have to worry about North Korea. What are you talking about? I bet George Soros is behind the scenes, like, just pulling the strings, bro. Him or Stanley Druckenmiller, one of them. This dude's ridiculous.
Yeah, but what kind of record? But you know that whole comparison isn't legit because the vice president doesn't do anything. What did Mike Pence do?
Well, I disagree. I actually think she has been the most consequential vice president when you consider the responsibilities that she was given, when you consider that Joe Biden has said she was there every step of the way. And finally, she cast more tie-breaking votes than any other vice president. She
cast a tie-breaking vote that broke the economy. That's what, like, somebody that was in a congressional budget committee said.
Because the Senate, because of the nature of the Senate, had nothing to do with her being special. You know, that's just the.
What are you talking about? She still cast the vote. He's trying to take away responsibility from her. Like, well, that doesn't matter. Like, she didn't really have any responsibilities. Just the way the Senate is ran. You just have to cast a vote. Like, Mark Cuban think we were born yesterday. This dude is ridiculous.
Yeah, but what kind of record? But you know that whole comparison isn't legit because the vice president doesn't do anything. What did Mike Pence do?
Well, I disagree. I actually think she has been the most consequential vice president when you consider the responsibilities that she was given, when you consider that Joe Biden has said she was there every step of the way.
Right.
And finally,
you know it.
she cast more tie-breaking votes than any other vice president. She cast
that's because
the votes.
the Senate, because of the nature of the Senate, had nothing to do with her being special. You know, that's just the job.
Is he serious right now? Yo, hey, do y'all hear him? Elizabeth Turner. Chat, what do y'all think about him, bro? What do y'all think about Mark Cuban? Let's be honest. Elizabeth Turner says she wants us broken. Ramon Sufu said, okay, Mark Cuban, then she don't have enough experience. Alyssa Adams said, these people talk to us like we are idiots. I can't stand it. Alyssa, like, this is ridiculous. Mark Cuban really think we don't see what he doing. And then Sierra said, Hazel said, hello, how does the president directly affect inflation other than raising tariffs? You want me to show you? I'll show you after this.
She cast the most consequential economic votes of any vice president in our history.
But what we have to talk about is what her plan is for now, right? Look at healthcare.
Great question.
Her plan for healthcare. She's talked about going after the pharmacy middleman, in particular the PBMs who set the prices for medications. She's talked about adding transparency. That alone, I know from my experiences, will cut the cost of medications and then eventually healthcare for every household by 20 to 30%.
I agree with you on PBMs, by the way. One. Two, I will say when she had her town hall this week, she got asked a simple question by a voter. What's the first bill you would pass? And had absolutely no answer for it. It wasn't an economic bill. It wasn't immigration. It wasn't health care. It was, I don't really know.
But let's go back to
what kind of confidence does that give you that she's ready to lead?
Yeah, because she puts together a team. She's a team leader as opposed to Donald Trump.
We don't vote for team. We vote for
yes,
presidents.
We do vote
we
for
vote
team.
for president.
Because she puts together a team. Did he really just say that?
No, we vote for, if you're smart.
Who's on the ballot?
Who's on the ballot obviously leads the way, but who's on your team makes a big difference. On one hand, you have Donald Trump, where 40 out of 44 of his staff just turned against them. I've never seen that happen to anybody in any circumstances, ever. I've never seen a company like that, ever.
Not just turned against.
But you've never seen somebody in the office of the presidency actually hold people accountable. That's what you don't see in politics. People normally just keep the same people in power even when they mess up because they're afraid they're going to do exactly what they're doing to Donald Trump, going to the next party and tattletelling and complaining and whining and crying. That's why you never really see that. Mark Cuban, like, we not about that. Don't act like that, Mark Cuban, bro. Like, you know what it is. Like, stop playing.
Against him, called him a fascist. I mean,
yeah, I mean, his cabinet just went, you don't belong in government at all. What does that say? Whereas with Kamala Harris, you don't see that. In fact, you see her putting together a good team.
Well,
one time with her office, she had a bad experience.
I disagree. She's had a 92% turnover.
Yeah, one time
she's had a
years
rough
ago.
ride with staff.
Yeah, but you had.
Yo, he cooking Mark Cuban, bro. Like, I think I could debate Mark Cuban. I don't think he's like that good of a debater. I think he's losing very clearly to Scott Jennings right now.
I don't really know.
But let's go back to
what kind of confidence does that give you that she's ready to lead?
Yeah, because she puts together a team. She's a team leader as opposed to Donald Trump.
We don't vote for team. We vote for
yes,
presidents.
Yes, we do vote
we
for
vote
team.
for presidents.
No, we vote for, if you're smart.
Who's on the ballot?
Who's on the ballot obviously leads the way, but who's on your team makes a big difference. On one hand, you have Donald Trump, where 40 out of 44 of his staff just turned against them. I've never seen that happen to anybody in any circumstances, ever. I've never seen a company like that, ever.
Not just turned against him, called him a fascist. I mean,
yeah, I mean, his cabinet just went, you don't belong in government at all. What does that say? Whereas with
I think they're like trying to put a lot of onus on, or at least put a lot of validity into Mark Cuban CNN because he represents, like, what does it say? So Mark Cuban is an American businessman and television personality. He is the former principal owner of the current minority owner of the Dallas Mavericks of the National Basketball Association, co-owner of 2929 Entertainment, and was one of the main sharks on the ABC reality TV series Shark Tank. So I think he's worth like $5.7 billion. So I think they're thinking like the more they have him on there, like he can kind of, in a sense, talk the Donald Trump talk, business talk. And so you kind of want somebody that is successful, that's run a business, to try to lobby for the Democrats in whatever way he could, they can possibly get him to do it, because business people are going to listen to him. But as far as him, like, I don't know, like with the Diddycrats, like the Democrats, like, they're hiring like all the people that allegedly, were involved with the whole Diddy thing. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's kind of weird. Like, Beyonce, like, allegedly was at the white party. Usher, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of these different people are now speaking for, like, it's the Diddycrats. I don't know. But it makes me think, he's worth $5.7 billion allegedly since 2024. He may end up getting some sort of tax incentive or something, or at least them not to look at him for a while if he ends up playing ball with the Democrats or the Diddycrats. So I don't know. Like, but I think it's primarily, not to digress, he's a business owner. He owns multiple businesses, and he has been on the television show just like Donald Trump. So they kind of like try to even it out. This is a guy with money. He knows what he's talking about.
Kamala Harris, you don't.
But he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a guy with money, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. But in order to become a guy with money like that, I'm pretty sure he played the Republican game to get where he is. And then now he's where he's at. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like business, like, you know what I mean? Like, be strictly business. I'm sure he don't want to give up like a large, huge chunk of his net worth just for, you know what I'm saying, people to have babies and get big tax returns and them to give all our money to Ukraine and Israel. Like, I'm sure he doesn't want that. He just on here like as I don't know what they're paying him, but they're paying him something. I would think, for him to be doing that and putting himself on the line like this.
Don't see that. In fact, you see her putting together a good team. One time with her office, she had a bad experience.
I disagree. She's had a 92% turnover.
Yeah, one time
she's had a rough ride with staff.
Yeah, but you haven't seen that in the last 4 years.
Somebody asked in the chat, normally I look stuff up, like if you like, Cash App or Super Chat and stuff like that. But since you in here and they asked, what does the president have to do with inflation? Well, Kamala Harris ended up casting the deciding vote, which ended up causing inflation. So like in the Senate, like you can, you know what I mean, be the tiebreaker in voting. And like her record is very troubling. So listen to this guy. He's a congressman. He was on the Congress Budget Committee. Listen to what he says about how Kamala Harris affected inflation or caused inflation.
No.
Are we thriving? Is our members in your state?
I would argue we're not really thriving right now. This inflation, which by the way was brought to us by Kamala Harris, has really slowed down people from being able to excel.
By Kamala?
Yes.
Vice president.
Charlemagne.
But listen,
president.
Charlemagne, listen, man. When Joe Biden wanted to do his American Rescue Plan, Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate. She broke the tie that started this inflation that has hurt so many people in our country. Everybody listening to your show, it's not true?
First of all,
you sure you want to go there?
She said, oh, well, first of all, it is true. She be on CNN. Like, what's her name? Angela Rye. Like, she's a CNN person. She's like left.
Breaking vote.
You sure you want to go there?
Go outside, Congressman. When you go outside,
you sure you want to go there? Okay, let's go there.
You had it.
He got notes. He got notes, Angela Rye.
Angela Rye about to lose it. He got the notes and everything. He about to go in.
That's fine. I have notes too.
I'm gonna give it to Charlemagne.
Note I have today
I'm gonna give it to Charlemagne.
is that on every question I've asked,
because Angela, hold on now.
For every infrastructure project in your community,
you can go to
should go
page,
out
just
and
to highlight
thank
a portion.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Congress that voted for the American Rescue Plan.
Angela,
that's what should be happening.
Larry Summers wrote an op-ed back in 2021. Larry Summers was the Treasury Secretary for Bill Clinton. He was an economic advisor to Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. He said that the American Rescue Plan that Joe Biden wanted, that Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the United States Senate, would create a massive inflation that we have not seen in a generation. Well, guess what? Larry Summers was correct. You know who also was correct, Angela? I was, because I was in the budget committee when they brought the bill. And I said in that committee, it's going to cause massive inflation. That's what happened. So the problem we have in our economy today is that prices have gone up massively. Wages adjusted for inflation is down.
Right.
People's pocketbooks are hurting.
Right.
But we have a presidential election in 40 days. So, and I'm going to ask Envy this question. Envy, you do.
And look at Charlemagne, a guy, he's super left. He's trying to read through everything just to see if he can catch Byron up with something wrong, but he can't. So listen to what he says to DJ Envy after he just broke down how Kamala Harris caused inflation. And it's crazy. Like, we have to tell people, we got to do videos like telling she caused inflation, and people don't believe it. Like, but she did. She literally caused it.
You're in the housing business as well. I know because I watch.
Figure out how
I listen to the show.
Interviewed.
No, I'm just asking them a question. Chill, Angela. So I listen to the show. I know you do a lot of business in housing. Would you hire somebody that broke up stuff in one of your houses to fix the other houses?
No.
Exactly. She broke the economy.
I'm not going to do this morning, Byron.
No.
So I'm not doing this morning. She broke the economy.
Well, you've seen it her entire career. It happened when she was Attorney General.
Subscribe to
when
the
she's
channel,
Vice
yeah.
President. I think she actually has a pretty rough track record of leadership when you consider the people who've washed through there.
So 90
now
plus,
expand that out to the entire federal government.
Yeah, 90% of people in her cabinet you think will turn on her?
I'm saying that she has not had a good record of staff management in small groups. Now she's managing the whole federal government.
Small groups are harder. It has somebody who's managed. Small groups are harder because it's more personal.
But if the argument is turnover is bad, I mean, Donald Trump is the king of turnover. So that is a bad.
Now they're trying to jump him. Lefty and lefty trying to jump him.
And on top of that, he's using loyalty as a mechanism to determine who he's going to hire. That's Tony Soprano.
Every president uses loyalty to their agenda to decide.
No,
I work for George W. Bush. You had to be loyal to the president's agenda. I'm sure Joe Biden did the same thing. They're politically elected. It's their prerogative to have loyal people.
It's their prerogative, but that doesn't make it the best people to solve the problems. She's already said.
You think she's going to hire people who disagree with her?
I think she's. Yeah, I've seen it. She hasn't disagreed with.
Will you talk? She won't even sit down with anybody that she thinks is going to disagree with her. Why do you think she's going to hire some? Mark Cuban is playing with us, y'all. Mark Cuban is playing games with us. What's up, Andrew? He said, American chat. The creator is for Trump. And then him, Northam said, we're free thinkers. Yeah, like we talk about what we want to talk about.
With everything I've said to her by a long shot, but she listens. She's open-minded. She's not dogmatic. That's critical.
Just do it. Miss Jellybean said Cuban is just mad that Trump sent him a letter after his show, The Benefactor, was canceled, and basically said, if you want me to show you how to make a hit show, let me know. Cuban is butthurt. Elizabeth Turner said 2010 are jobs left because they claim they are evil and raise taxes, so they went elsewhere. Exactly. Like, I'm not about like, and I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, if I was a business owner and I'm in a country and they're continuing, just like Elon Musk, like he decided to build the factory in Texas to build the Cybertrucks instead of in California. If you're gonna keep taxing me like crazy and you're not gonna give me any breaks, why am I gonna keep, you see what I'm saying, like my business, like build another business in the state when I can go somewhere else and get like a deduction? Or, you know what I mean, like business owners look at it like America is too, Apple doesn't even keep their money in America. I think if Apple was to move their money to America, they would have to pay like billions of dollars in taxes. So why would you move? Like, it's like a trillion like $1 trillion company or something like that. Like, they would have to pay like $1 billion in taxes if they move their money to America. That's how much they tax people. And America is not thinking, we could probably make a lot of money off of Apple moving their money back here. It'd be easier for them. It'll be, all of that. But Apple's like a global company. But, it's not advantageous for them to have their money here. Like, you want to tax people so much that they move their money out. But then you got other businesses that are just like doing business overseas and just shipping things in here. It's cheaper to produce overseas, right? You don't have to worry about the taxes all like that. If Trump gets in, you may have to worry about tariffs, but other than that, it's like it's smooth sailing if you're in a different country. So, I mean, it's like multiple different ways to look at it, but just taxing businesses, and businesses are bad because they're employing people, and businesses are bad. They need a third party person to tell them how to run their business and charge the employees, and unions. Then you can't get into a union unless you know somebody. And then when you finally get in work at a place that's got a union, because I did when I was younger. You work at a place that's got a union, the little bit of money you get, you end up paying like union dues, and then you find out they don't really do anything for you. They really like in the cahoots with the owners. They just like extra bloat that the company doesn't need. Like imagine having a company, your GM, your General Motors, you got a union member that's got like a big house telling you what to do with your business, and it's your company. I'm leaving the state that has the union, and I'm going elsewhere. Like people, like the Diddycrats do not think, bro. Like they don't think at all. Like look at Michigan. Look at all the automotive companies that left Michigan. Like the Diddycrats have messed up business. Look at the city of Detroit. Like look at all of that. It's the Diddycrats, bro. Look at Chicago. You got the mayor, spending $80,000 of taxpayer money when they already have a budget crisis and they need more cops for his wife to have a room remodel. The Diddycrats, bro. Like, nah, bro. No, we not doing that.
Pragmatic is the difference between being good as a president.
I think she has displayed this week and throughout October in her interviews an extreme amount of indecisiveness. And in Kentucky, they say the only thing in the middle of the road is yellow lines and dead squirrels. And I'm afraid she's going to find herself one or the other come election day.
Speaking of what staffing would look like, if she does win, would you take a job, and what job would you want?
No, I don't want a job. Costplusdrugs.com is changing healthcare.
Oh, you don't want a job? Want some tax breaks, so I'm sure you want some tax incentives. Some 80-something thousand IRS agents hired. I'm sure you don't want them digging around and seeing what your business is doing.
I can do more on the outside than the inside. I can still be an advisor.
How are you going to feed yourself if you don't take?
He wants to be an advisor. That's why he's doing it. I was wondering why he's going so hard for the Diddycrats. That's why.
No, I don't want a job. Costplusdrugs.com is changing healthcare. I can do more on the outside than the inside. I can still be an advisor.
How are you going to feed yourself if you don't take one of these jobs?
I'll find a way, Scott. I'll find
Scott, if Donald Trump wins, would you take a job in his administration?
I have a terrific job here at CNN.
Right? What be that?
It is my sincerest desire to continue to be here with you on.
So everyone's keeping their jobs.
So shout out to Scott Jennings. I think he did a really, really good job. What do y'all think in the chat? You think Mr. Jennings did a really good job? I think he was killing it. Shout out to him.
We have lawyers at every.
So this says a message to every MAGA patriot on X. Donald Trump lied to you. Donald Trump told you that Republicans would steal the 2016 primary for Ted Cruz. He wanted you to call it fraud if Ted Cruz won, so he lied to you. He told you Democrats would steal the 2016 general election. Wait, let's listen to this.
At every poll booth, we have. That's what in fact, my instruction. We don't need the votes. We have lawyers at every poll booth. We have. That's what in fact, my instruction. We don't need the votes. We have lawyers at every poll booth. We have.
They took a sound bite out of context. I thought y'all was gonna do better than that.
Good evening and welcome to
same old.
A program devoted entirely. No more. Trump derangement syndrome has broken Robert De
Niro has been wowing. What is he getting out of this? Robert De Niro, I used to like you as an actor. Like you in that movie Heat was good. Like he has an affinity with the Diddycrats. Like I don't.
Derangement syndrome has broken Robert De Niro's brain, and he seems determined to continue to embarrass himself campaigning for the Democrats. Exactly who is this convincing?
Them? No. But in Declare, we all fam. What?
Yeah, they playing music. I can't play that.
Should you cut off contact with family members just because they are voting for Donald Trump? Yes. If so far they have not been able or willing to listen to compassion, to listen to kindness, to listen to you, or even to do their own research and discover that hatred's not the answer, that love and kindness.
Isn't this like a form of hatred? You talking about hatred's not the answer, but you want to cut people off out of your life that are family members because they think differently than you? Is that kindness? Is that understanding? What is this guy talking about?
Kindness is the answer if they are unwilling to change.
You're what?
They must experience consequences.
Ooh, it's terrifying. They must face consequences for what? Wanting a strong economy, secure borders, safe cities, for wanting men out of women's sports and women's spaces.
Wait, Rita. That's too much common sense. You gotta chill out. You're giving way too much common sense. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Thug Life. Hit the likes.
Let's see what else old mate Jeffrey has to say. I'm a little scared.
And you should not withhold those consequences from them. The consequence in this case would be they don't get your beautiful, loving, wonderful presence in their lives. It's over. And they are gone.
That's the modern left for you folks, mad as cut snakes and somehow fooling themselves into thinking.
Yeah, she said mad as cut snakes.
They are tolerant and...
Yo, can we get this channel to 100,000 subscribers? Because I want to get these licenses or whatever that these people got where they can play music and stuff.
Inclusive.
I want to see if that'll work. Let's get it to 100,000 subscribers.
Now, another celebrity brought in to push the Kamala bandwagon is pop star Billie Eilish. She stars in this cringy little video with Mr. Kamala, Doug Knockemout, Ermoff, and his daughter, who I'm told is a model, and there's also some other dude in the video I've never seen before.
Hey everyone, second gentleman here. We've got to all get out there and
Second gentleman. Yo, that's who want to be called a second gentleman? Like what?
And there's also some other dude in the video I've never seen before.
hey everyone, second gentleman here. We've got to all get out there and make sure you're registered and make sure you're voting early for my wife and Kamala Harris for President of the United States.
You can go to iwillvote.com to check your polling place.
And make sure to vote early, like I will.
Get your vote in early and vote for
Kamala!
They don't even believe that, bro.
And here is another celebrity endorsement, this time from Lizzo.
President, hey! Oh my God, no, thank you. Are so wonderful. Thank you for everything that you're doing. You're fighting for democracy for this country. I know it's hard, but you're so close.
This is like a super fake encounter. They're like, 1, 2, 3, y'all ready? Let's go. Hey, if fighting for the country. Look.
You're fighting for democracy for this country. I know it's hard, but you're
fighting for democracy in this country. But this lady is trying to get rid of like free speech on X, and she wants social media to be filtered by the government. But she's fighting for like what are you talking about, Lizzo? Lizzo don't know what's going on. And she wearing white. Was Lizzo at the white party? I mean, is she a Diddy crack? Like, what is going on, bro?
So close. You're almost there.
We are. And you are a part of it. And I thank you for that.
Let's win this.
We will, sister.
Okay?
Come on.
And listen here as pop star Lizzo.
Yeah, I love how she laughs. Rita is funny.
Close. You're almost there.
We are. And you are a part of it. And I thank you for that.
Let's win this.
We will, sister.
Okay?
Come on.
And listen here as pop star Lizzo says that voting for the Democrats would turn America into Detroit, and that's a good thing.
I'm so proud to be from this city. You know, they say if Kamala wins, then the whole country will be like Detroit. Okay? Proud like Detroit. Resilient like Detroit.
Yes, let's have the crime through the roof, have the decay, the destruction that you see in Detroit, the fact that so many are fleeing the joint. Yeah, really, do we want to turn America into that? And one more celebrity endorsement before we get some AOC craziness. Here is Usher, who only a few weeks ago declined to do any sort of political messaging, any sort of political endorsement, but now here he is.
I'm supporting Vice President Harris because she fights for everyone's rights, for freedom. And it doesn't matter where you're from. She has a vision for our country that includes everyone. We've lived through some very unfortunate realities of our past. However, we must learn from those moments and understand that the voice that we have makes the difference that we want to see. We have to strive to not allow our past to define our future.
Yo, he got baby oil on his head.
That we have makes the difference that we want to see.
Bro, that's baby oil, bro. That's Diddy oil, bro. Like, we not about to do that, Usher. Wait a minute. Bro, like, we not doing that, bro. Slusher, we not doing, like, wait a minute.
We have to strive to not allow our past to define our future.
Did he say that? Did he really say that? Now, Donald Trump's genius move to do some work experience at McDonald's was hugely successful. Normal folk liked it and thought it was funny. Of course, he's mocking Kamala Harris for pretending she wants work there. No evidence of that has been found so far. But the left are having an almighty meltdown about Trump's MACA appearance.
Let me show y'all this. Speaking of that photo of her at McDonald's, I ended up finding something. Bro, this is like AI generated. They're trying to say, oh, well, Kamala Harris, oh, look, she's in a photo. I mean, bro, this ain't, like, what? I don't know. What y'all think?
And AOC has decided he was mocking those who work at McDonald's. She's always so cluelessly wrong about everything.
Bro, I do not care about Slusher, bro. Do y'all care? I don't.
Hysterical.
Donald Trump putting on a little McDonald's costume because he thinks that's what people do. They're not trying to empathize with us. They are making fun of us.
I'm sure he wanted to sit there in the hot fries and make fun of you. Like, what?
Making fun of us. Donald Trump thinks that people who work at McDonald's are a joke.
And here is the woman herself, Kamala Harris, earlier today. And yes, we got another word salad about aspirations, dreams, hopes.
We have to tap into and rejoice, frankly, in the spirit of who we are as Americans. And we are an ambitious people. We have aspirations. We have dreams. We are optimistic by nature. And we, I think, value certain qualities in our leaders.
Now, Tim Walz was on The View today, and it was precisely what you'd expect, a softball, boring and at times unhinged affair. I watched it, so you don't have to. You're welcome. Here are 3 highlights. Let's start with Whoopi Goldberg proving to the world that she doesn't understand election laws. And
I can't take Whoopi Goldberg. I'm sorry. I love you, Rita. I just cannot. I cannot take Whoopi Goldberg right now. I can't. Yo, she got booed again. Hold on. She got booed again. I think I posted it. Like, she got booed back to back. She did like another rally and she got booed. Like, what? Let me show y'all this. Look, another one.
We are fighting for America's future. And we understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear
Yo, she got mad, bro. She she got mad. You see that?
We are fighting for America's future, and we understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear.
You know how like you get real frustrated and mad. You like, she just gave, that wasn't presidential. To me, that was like, all right, I'm losing my cool right now.
We are fighting for America's future, and we understand the opportunity we have before us to turn the page on the fear.
I kind of feel bad for her a little bit because it's like a lot of people just don't rock with her. That's why I don't believe the polls that CNN be coming out with. A lot of people just don't rock with her, bro.
For us to turn the page on the fear.
And I'm gonna be real. Like, this is me being completely fair. If you're at the podium, you're trying to give a speech and somebody is heckling you, you gonna get annoyed. You know what I mean? Especially if you're not really used to this all like that. Like, I mean, she's used to giving speeches, but I mean, I don't know, bro. Somebody said, Alter, how is this? He said, no more Gaza war. No more war is what he's saying.
We are fighting for America's future, and
no more Gaza war.
We understand the
no war
opportunity we have before us.
No more.
We have before us to turn the page on the
no more Gaza war.
Fear.
I don't think this is altered, bro. What did I just see? Ballots damaged in USPS mailbox fire in Phoenix. Local law enforcement arrested a suspect who officials said admitted to committing that word, but said his actions weren't related to the election. That's what I'm telling y'all. Remember when I've been saying, like, if it's me, I'm going to not mail in the ballot. I'm going to go to the actual poll because things can happen. Mistakes can happen. You know what I mean? People are human. Like, they're going to do something. And then now we have this situation. Who knows how many of these people were Trump supporters? And they may not even know that they're ballot. You see what I'm saying? Or they may not even know they got to go vote. because their ballot was destroyed. Like, they don't even know. So that's something to think about, man. Like, I would not be mailing anything in right now. Ain't no way.
This is home to one of the most restrictive abortion bans in our country. In Texas, abortion is...
Hit the like button if y'all can. I don't see none of y'all hitting the hearts. Y'all don't like me. What's going on? What did I do? What did I do to y'all? The hearts right there. Y'all ain't hitting them? Y'all can't stand me? What did I do, bro? I thought we was all cool, bro. Hit the like. Claudia Adams, shout out to you.
Banned from the moment of conception. You know what? Just send them to that small rally down the street. It'll be fine. Some people don't have a great sense of direction, but that's okay. We'll show them the way. We'll show them the way.
Oh, did you see a Diddy-crat like throw something at him?
But that's okay. We'll show them the way. We'll show them the way.
Oh, that's not patriotic. Y'all see what I'm saying? Like, that ain't cool. These Diddy-crats be out of line, bro. Like, y'all not supposed to be doing that. Just throwing stuff at people. Oh, yo, we got 95,394 subscribers. Shout out to we might be able to make the 100,000 subscribers this month. And people keep doing that. Shout out to you. Well, we got like 4 days. Shout out to y'all. Like, subscribe to the channel. Like, what should I do? Should I keep going? Should we keep going live? You know what I'm saying? After this live, like, I'm going to rock out with y'all probably for a couple more hours. Thug life. And then after that, we might go live again. You know what I'm saying? Then we might go live again. We got to get that 100,000 subscribers. We got to do that. Shout out to y'all.
You see how angry they just threw something at the dude? And it's a lot of people that was screaming Donald Trump, Donald Trump. And on the ground, and I'm gonna actually have some more footage for you guys on other reaction videos and other clips and things like that, and I'll show you guys what's happening on the ground. She was struggling the whole time. This whole campaign, this whole little Houston thing that they had going on in Texas, I don't even know why they did it. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Right. First of all, I'm not even going to react to the Beyonce one because that's just a waste of time. Yeah, and the reason that it's a waste of time is because if y'all are letting celebrities tell y'all what to do and incentivize y'all to go based off of something that they can't even relate to you for, and they have been so far removed from everything that's happening, then y'all are absolutely disillusioned. The question that we need to be asking ourselves is, how much did they get paid? How much are these celebrities? I heard that Meg Thee Stallion, and I can't substantiate this, and obviously there needs to be some kind of laws that shows transparency so we can know who the ones that's the paid ops. I heard that Meg Thee Stallion back in Atlanta got a bag.
I'm sure she did. Bro, I'm sure Beyonce got a bag. Like, y'all don't think she got a bag? She putting her whole... Like, bro, people gonna troll her for like weeks. This could affect ticket sales. She in competition with Taylor Swift, but now Taylor Swift is a Diddy-crat, so a Diddy-crat. So I don't know. But I think they got paid. If they're on TikTok trying to pay influencers, they had to get paid, bro.
And even if they not getting paid, here's my other question. What incentive do they have to divide their fans and put themselves at odds by going to a rally and endorsing a candidate that's clearly being booed and is struggling with the crowd? And in different clips of this, she's struggling with the crowd and she's getting booed. What incentive does Beyonce, of all people, have to endorse Kamala Harris, a losing candidate for president, in hopes that she become president of the United States of America? Beyonce don't even live in Houston. They don't even live there. Why would they be incentivized to go and endorse Kamala Harris for president of the United States of America? You got to ask yourself these questions. The hard questions that we don't want to have a conversation about, these are the things that we need to question, and we need to talk about it. Why? What's the motive? What's the incentive? What's the play? Why are they doing this? Why is this a thing? I'm just wondering. And she was getting heckled the entire time because she in Texas. Now, here's the other thing that I noticed at this rally, where they had Kelly Rowland and Beyonce, and I've been paying attention to the different reactions and what people are saying that was there and on the ground and all of that stuff, right? Here's the other thing that's weird. The entire speech, the majority of everything that she was saying, outside of getting heckled and struggling with the crowd. Let me see if I can find some other spots where she was talking. Shortly after Beyonce got up there. And now, like I said, I ain't even really interested in seeing Beyonce's speech and nothing like that. Let's see if we can just thumb through and find some of the other stuff.
And stand in favor of body. We're here in. I'm counting on you to send him to the United States Senate so we can get right to work. And community leaders, I thank you all. I thank you.
She's getting booed.
Shout out to you with the $2 donation. Darth Hebo said it's not a hard question. It's always been AB money.
Vote for reproductive freedom is what they have up there.
When did Trump take away reproductive freedom? Like, what? And they know people aren't going to look that up.
Vote for reproductive freedom is what they have up there. Now, I know that Houston and Dallas tends to be liberal cities, even though the mayor of Dallas has recently switched sides, and he was actually at the Republican National Convention pushing for Donald Trump to become president.
Shout out to you, Daniels, but we got to watch this again, bro.
Tonight with just
listen to this crap.
Donald Trump turned towards Vladimir Putin, turned towards North Korea. When we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks,
bro. Like, you know what I don't like about all this? It's just like, yo, if they want to go to war, don't include us. I know we got to get like, but it's like, man, like they be doing stuff because they know we gonna back them. Like, what do they do for us? Like, they don't be doing nothing for us. Like get out of here, bro.
Most importantly, the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required social.
Let me show y'all the movie J.D. Vance is in. Well, the movie about his life. Show y'all real quick. They don't really have it on here. It's on Netflix though, but they don't have like a banner of it.
Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the
This is a hillbilly elegy. Like, it's a really good movie. Like, his mom was messed up. Like, she dealt with like and she did a really good job like playing his mom. Like, she's a really good actress. Like, she kind of just like, when you're watching her, like you get lost in the character. Like, she's really that. And my mother was like an alcoholic. My father was like a drug addict. So like I can kind of identify a little bit with like his story, But like JD Vance has been through a lot, bro. A lot.
American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration.
I thought it was like 500 billion, but 100 billion, that's still a lot. Unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. Man. Elizabeth Turner said, we couldn't pass the Roe v. Wade because of two things at the end of it. A forcing of a mandate and allowing police to compensate guns in case of pandemic. Please look it up.
What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator.
I think he answered that pretty good.
Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran.
I think he answered that pretty good. Just me being fair.
Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So
yeah, because they knew they couldn't do it under Trump. Yeah, so he kind of got you on that, Tim Walz.
Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say...
I want to ask y'all in the chat real quick. Do y'all watch CBS News? Let me know. I stopped watching it. But they do be having like the debates and stuff like that. But they got like a news license. So I think with that, they can, like air stuff like this. But I don't really watch them no more.
Climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than...
Jerry Webster said, nope. Randall said no. The B72 said no. Barry Les said yeah, only during Trump's presidency. Kari said no. Richard Mitchell said no. Lily said no. Kiana said sometimes. And then Rich said for football games. Fruz said no mainstream news here. Independent journalism is the way. Citrus says I get my news from RBN.
60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change.
But like carbon emissions, if they're like, this is my thing, like if the Democrats are worried about carbon emissions, you don't want China, you know what I mean, like producing goods, and you know what I mean, for America, because they don't have as strict of rules when it comes to the environment. So, and then they build like a coal plant a week. So with that, and I'm not even like lying, like look it up, like they literally be building like coal plants like crazy. And Donald Trump was talking about it on the Joe Rogan podcast. So when you do that, that's why they have like so much, you know, part of the reason why they have so much smog, like in China. Like they said, what was it? Donald Trump said something. He was like, before I went to China, they stopped like manufacturing for like a week. That way the air would clear so that I wouldn't see what was really going on over there. I'm like, yo, like for him to catch that, you know what I mean? But you don't want them, like if all manufacturers going to China, that's going to mess, you know what I mean? Like the smoke and everything in the air, it's going to eventually come to us. So you want, like, if you're worried about that, you want everything to be produced or as much as possible to be produced in America. That's what I would think. Well, let's see what JD Vance says.
Let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world.
How do they not know? Like, I mean, he's a governor. He don't really know anything. Like, I mean, he knows like how to run like his state, but like the country is a whole different story. Like, why would Democrats or like Democrats at all like think raising taxes on a business is smart? Like, why? Like, won't you, like, I understand now the tariff thing, like that Donald Trump is saying. I don't think you can technically just, I mean, he can raise tariffs, but I think it's going to cost the goods to go up. You know what I mean? I think it's going to, because he wants to lower taxes and raise tariffs is what he's talking about. So it's kind of like, I'm kind of with him on raising prices, on raising the tariffs and cutting taxes, but I don't know how that will play out. I don't know.
When I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy.
Circus Thing said letting companies outsource is bipartisan. Richard Mitchell said if JD Vance knows, he should too.
with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us.
But they want to do like, what are they called? Like the windmills. Have y'all seen them like out in the wild? Like the windmills, like they're massive. Like it's insane how big those things are just to create a little bit of energy. I liked how Donald Trump kind of broke it down on the Joe Rogan podcast. He was like people don't understand, like those things, like they start rusting. They need repairs, and it's multiple different companies that have deals with the government to produce these things. And then some of them don't even take care of them, you know? So, and then like you just got them just sitting there, like not running because it's expensive to maintain them maintenance wise, just for a little bit of energy. Like how he broke that down, it's kind of amazing. So like when they talk about energy, I don't know, bro. Like right now, if you're gonna be talking about energy, I want Elon Musk to have something to say about that. Like the dude done created Teslas. I bought 2 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, bro. Like I think what's his name? Donald Trump will be like way better in terms of that. Like, see, that's 1 Tesla right there, and then I got the other one right here. So. I mean, energy-wise, like I think that Elon Musk would be a dope person to have like on the team. So I don't think these guys really know what to do when it comes to like this is status quo, man. Like people don't understand. This is not somebody that's gonna rock the boat or try anything new. He's just happy to be here. I'm running on a ticket with Kamala Harris with the Diddycrats. You know what I'm saying? It's what this is, bro. He ain't gonna do nothing to try to, like, I mean, he's the vice president anyway. They can't really do much but like deciding votes and stuff like that, you know. But this dude, like, he is more like, I don't know why anybody in America wants the status quo after these 4 years that we had. And then Frugal with the 199, he said you should check out James O'Keefe, real journalist.
Is to continue to move forward that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we...
No, that's dope. He's got like 300,000 subscribers. Yo, it's hard to get 100,000 subscribers, bro. Because it's like we were climbing. Let's just... How many subscribers do we got? Shout out to him. But I've got 25,924 subscribers in like 3 weeks. But like soon as I got to like the 95,000, it like slowed down. Like it's hard. It's like people don't want you to hit 100,000 subscribers. Like you really got to go crazy to get 100,000 subscribers. And he got 300,000. This O'Keefe Media Group. So I mean that's kind of fire for him.
We start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing.
Lily May said turbines are bad. And then Citrus said they do get recycled. I think Citrus is blue. I think he's a Democrat. Lit said, yes, they are running off solar. Andrew Shaughnessy says, Citrus, then go to your employer and negotiate for higher wages. Brandon said, I live like 20 minutes from Jeffersonville. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeffersonville. And they are still building that company he's talking about. Huh.
So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into this about the Democratic leadership.
That's a fact. Hey, Elizabeth, I'm about to give you a wrench. Hold on. I'm adding you as a moderator. But
solar panels.
Yeah, solar panels, a lot of them are made like overseas. So does he not know that? Why do I know that and he don't know? Probably because I'm like a Tesla investor. Well, I used to be invested in Tesla. I used to watch everything. So, I mean, maybe that's why I know. But that's not like common knowledge. But I thought he would have known that.
Jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real
No, you do not get to say, Elizabeth, you have a wrench now.
issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these.
I think we really do need to be paying attention to the vice presidents a lot more. I mean, look, Kamala's running. Like, you know what I mean? You never know what can happen.
Massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota.
Oh, you know what we need to watch? Hold on. See what they really think about each other. Hold on. Was that on the... Hold on. NBC, I don't want to play with them. Nah, I don't want to go there because I think they're gonna end up hitting me with a copyright. I don't want to do that. Shout out to them. Shout out to them though. Let's look at this one. NBC host stunned as this one. Oh, what's up with all this music they playing?
As a nation, we face real challenges. We carry
No problem, Elizabeth.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
You said watch Jill Stein. No. No.
She is losing her mind because once again, she is getting booed and heckled, but not just at the campaign rallies. Now it's at church. Yes, she went to a black church today because, again, she's still trying to pander to the black community. She only started to do this towards the end when the polling came out and showed that black people are not buying what she's selling. Anyways, yeah, she was getting heckled, and we're going to show you that clip, which is fascinating. And there are 2 interviews coming out from Kamala Harris. They haven't released the full interviews yet, but there are a couple of clips I want to address. So why don't we just start with why you clicked on this video. Here is Kamala Harris getting interrupted again during her speech. Watch.
I do believe Paul's message holds great urgency. As a nation, we face real challenges. We carry That's why we fight for a democracy. That's why we fight for a democracy. Every voice is important.
I think she handled that good. Like I don't want to give her no credit. I think she handled that pretty good though. I would have been like, that's why we fight for your democracy. Now, cops, take them out. I think she handled that one good. She didn't handle the other one good. She handled that one good.
Clearly, Kamala Harris is a walking contradiction to Christian faith, okay? That's the funny thing about this. It's only in the black community that we would tolerate this, okay? So I definitely want to say that out loud, all right? Now, if you thought that was crazy, wait till you see the most cringiest thing that you could ever see Kamala Harris do in a black church. Watch this.
Because, church, I know we were born for a time such as this. And I have faith He is going to carry us forward, and the road ahead won't be easy. It will require perseverance and hard work, but in times of...
Now she a preacher. Oh my God, Kamala. She got the rattle, the preacher rattle. In time. Come on, Kamala, don't be doing that.
And I have faith He is going to carry us forward, and the road ahead won't be easy. It will require perseverance and hard work, but in times of uncertainty, Scripture reminds us, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning.
Yo, Kamala, like, chill. And time but joy will cometh in the morning. She is wild, bro.
The path may seem hard, the work may seem heavy, but joy cometh in the morning, and church, morning is on its way.
She like, they believe in me.
God bless you. God bless America.
Yikes. So I say this all the time. I just don't like it when people like Kamala Harris act like they are true churchgoers, okay? And all of a sudden they have a Christian faith. Rolling up into church knowing you support 0 restrictions on abortion. And I'm about to get to that, by the way. And now you want to switch up your accent so you can pander to people in the audience. This is not who you are. You're not a pastor. See, that's the thing. I don't understand why black people are tolerating this. This is crazy. It's not for me to put Kamala Harris down.
He be going off, bro.
Okay? Because she's a human being just like all of us. We all have flaws. I got that. What I'm saying is, can you stop being fake? Just be who you are. You're from San Francisco. Okay? You ran on being an American Indian senator, not a black woman. That's facts. That's what the headlines say. That's what the titles say. That's in your own words you said. Getting back to the total contradiction that she is. We know she supports 0 restrictions on abortion. And yes, in this upcoming interview,
she said Kamala the panderer.
Basically admits that. Watch this.
You do support restrictions after viability.
I support Roe versus Wade being put back into law by Congress.
Roe v. Wade.
And to restore the fundamental right of women to make decisions about their own body. It is that basic.
She wants the government to be bigger. Trump literally gave the power back to the states. If you want to have that done, go to the state that'll do it. She wants the government to control it so the government can be bigger and the government can tax us more.
But you know, there are restrictions. With Roe versus Wade, there were restrictions after viability.
We would not be debating this if Donald Trump had not hand-selected 3 members of the United States.
So you can't acknowledge what that lady just said to you? Kamala, you can't acknowledge?
Put back into law by Congress and to restore the fundamental right of women to make decisions about their own body. It is that basic.
But you know, there are restrictions. With Roe versus Wade, there were restrictions after viability.
We would not be debating this if Donald Trump had not hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And what we have seen...
Bro, they're just giving the power back to the states. There's like mad states. Just drive to the state you want to have that done at.
As demonstrated last night and every day these last 2 years.
Again, I always come back to this conclusion. Like, I know people in her campaign are telling her, don't answer the question that way. I have to believe they are, because these are smart people. I just don't think she listens to them, or she just can't when the lights turn on. Because to answer that question in the way that she did pretty much says, yeah.
He says she is lying. I can't with this lady anymore, Laura. How many states isn't it like 50 states? Let me see. Is it 50 or 52? It says, it says 50 states. Man, United States is huge. Like, so when I went to Europe, we're going to get back to this real quick. When I went to Europe, it's like you can get to another country before you get to a state here. Like, America is massive, bro.
I don't care about any restrictions, and it's Trump's fault. That's not going to work, okay? And then the black community, a black church, allows someone like her to roll up and give a speech. I find it funny. Every 4 years, it's the black community going out there and humiliating ourselves, humiliating our culture. We are walking contradictions. I would respect them more if they just sat out this election. I'm not going to demonize people for not voting. If you believe in your religious faith that it doesn't make sense, then don't vote. That's fine. But to really cast a vote for someone who has 0 restrictions on abortion, knowing that when it comes to viability, that is murder, that's just, it's insanity, people. And that's just on the issue of abortion. We're still not talking about the mutilation of children. We're still not talking about putting illegal immigrants before me and you.
Yo, I cannot believe he got 55,000 subscribers in like 2 days. He been cooking, bro. That's crazy.
Macca appearance, and AOC has decided he was mocking those who work at McDonald's. She's always so cluelessly wrong about everything and hysterical.
Donald Trump putting on a little McDonald's costume because he thinks that's what people do. They're not trying to empathize with us. They are making...
Yo, this lady, I can't take her, bro. So I did want to see this, right? I want to watch this with y'all. This guy low-key be keeping it real. I think he might be liberal, though, if I'm not mistaken. But Amir Odom, he said, my experience at the Kamala Harris rally with Beyonce. Let's listen to what he got to say.
The sense of unity on the dance floor and the compassionate conversation that took place, there was a lot going on. Especially given that of all the speakers that spoke that day, the only person to get booed was Kamala Harris. And as someone who's been to both Kamala rallies and...
Is he like... I'm about to look him up real quick. See, he got a... Hey, yo, he got 412,000 subscribers. Y'all won't even give me 100,000. Y'all don't like me, bro. Elizabeth, they don't like me. Let's see if he's Republican. It says, yeah, how a black, hold on, here he is right here. Let me show you. How a black gay influencer went from marching with Black Lives Matter to shaking Donald Trump's hand in the White House. I was just regurgitating headlines, regurgitating what someone else said. Amir Odom said of his time on the left. Amir Odom, a black gay liberal turned conservative influencer, or shout out to him, has faced backlash for the commentary against various ideologies he once championed, but he said he had to shift his outlook after realizing the truth. I was very much following the script of thinking all Republicans were racist and homophobic, thinking that because I was black, I had to believe it and stand with Black Lives Matter. That because I'm gay, I have to be a Democrat. I have to support all the LGBTQ causes because that's who was there for me, until I realized that wasn't the truth, Odom said in an interview with Fox News Digital. I was just regurgitating headlines, regurgitating what someone else said, and when I started doing the research on my own, that's when things really blew up. And within 1 year, I went from marching in the streets with Black Lives Matter to shaking hands with Donald Trump in the White House, Odom said. Odom, a creator who has spoken out about walking away from the Black Lives Matter movement and other left-leaning beliefs after being red-pilled, said he is angry at liberals and how their values have evolved in the current political landscape. Yeah, so, I mean, shout out to him, bro. Like, I kind of feel it, man. Like, I was, like, tricked, man. Like, when I found out CNN was fake news, bro, like, when I really did my research, and then I'm like, yo, they faking, bro. Like, they really faking it. And then I'm finding out, like, Fox News was the ones that's telling me the truth. I'm like, yo, it's like a mind. You like, what? Like, and I was always taught, like, don't listen to Fox News. Fox News is racist. Like, I mean, some people be having they you know, you can tell something, but they be telling the truth a lot of times. So I don't know, man. I think, like, you know, my upbringing, being indoctrinated, and then, like, the music culture, you know, when you see artists, like, champion the Democrats, you know what I mean? You kind of just, like, go for it. But when I found out they were fake, bro, like, it's like, nah, just like every time I see CNN, I'll be looking like, what they about to lie about now?
Trump rallies. The difference between the two are very shocking, but more on that later. In today's video, we'll be talking about my experience at the rally because I was there literally all day, and go over the conversations that I had with people, conversations that I overheard, the crowd experience, the booing, Beyonce, Kamala. There's so much to get into, and we're also gonna be doing a Q&A at the end because I ask you guys questions here on YouTube, Instagram, and my Patreon to see if there's anything else you guys wanted to know about it. So
Yo, but he be cooking. He's the dude that put out that video debunking, like, all the Donald Trump lies. And he got like 1.2 million views on that video.
On that later. Additionally,
he got like, bro, what's wrong with my channel, bro? He got like, in 3 hours, he's got 68,000. I mean, I'll be getting views like that though, but like his uploads be doing that. Like when I go live, I'll be getting like mad views. I think YouTube pushed me through. I mean, it's really y'all. You know what I mean? Like when y'all do hit the hearts, I don't see y'all hit. Y'all see y'all hitting the hearts. Hit the hearts. Stop playing with me, Thug Life. Hit the hearts right now. But when y'all be hitting the hearts, you know what I'm saying? It be working. You know, y'all be like pushing the channel into the algorithm. But like uploading and stuff like that, it don't be doing that. I'll be getting like 600 views if I talk about politics. If I upload on entertainment, I get like 10,000 to like 20,000 views. But, you know, in politics or whatever. I mean, I just got into the politic game. I like politics more than entertainment now, really, because it's a form of entertainment. So I'm probably going to end up just talking about politics, to be real. Even after the presidency, I'll touch on, like, entertainment sometimes. Shout out to y'all for hitting the hearts in the 100s. I'll touch on entertainment sometimes, but I think I really like politics, bro. Like, finding out all of this it's like it's a wormhole like we all going through, but it's just amazing, like, how much we've been lied to by the liberals, bro.
I have to give a major thank you to today.
Somebody said, how do I do the hearts? It's like, I don't know how y'all doing them, but I see them. Like, so I'm running like a program called OBS, and it's got its own chat And so with the chat and OBS, I can see y'all hitting them. But like if I was just on YouTube, I don't think I would be able to see them. But I don't know. Maybe somebody who's hitting the hearts can tell you how to do it. If you double tap the screen, I think that actually likes the video. Like on your phone or on your, your Android or your iOS, I think that works.
A sponsor of the video for even making this.
But that's not going to give you hearts though.
Happen ground news. They're my biggest supporter because
dude, Alex said he watching from Ethiopia. Shout out to you.
Their main mission is to equip people with the tools to think for themselves, and that's everything that I talk about on this channel. They truly support me on this mission to being independent and really showing you guys how to do the same thing. So major shout out to them for making this happen. And if you're unfamiliar with ground news, here's the best example about the rally. So Kamala Harris held a rally in Houston, Texas, and that rally had
man, look at all them people there coming to see Beyonce.
30,000 people there. And Kamala and her team are taking all the credit for having this huge rally. And yes, 30,000 people here to support the queen. Yeah, but a different queen. A lot of people were there. And what made this rally very different is that Beyonce was rumored to be there. And I'll get more into that later to really clarify things up regarding Beyonce. But all in all, she did actually come and she did give a speech. And that was a large reason why there were so many people there to begin with. The theme of that whole rally was reproductive health care. Mainly every speaker just talked about abortion. They were in Texas because of how strict abortion is there, and that was the entire night with reproductive health care. Getting in. I flew into Houston that morning, got off the plane, got my rental.
And shout out to y'all too for hitting the hearts and everything, because I know y'all tired or whatever, y'all still hitting it. Like, I appreciate that. I see them all coming up.
Car and went straight to the venue, and I got there around like noon because the tickets were first come first serve, and I was like, I didn't fly here just to not get in, so I went as early as I could as soon as I landed, and I was outside in the heat waiting to get in from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. and thankfully I was in the shade, but that wasn't the case for a lot of other people. I'll have some videos up here. There were a decent amount of people out in the middle of the parking lot. I saw 5 people faint in front of me. There were tons of people having seizures and heat strokes. It was a lot going on, and granted, a lot of the people that were passing out were the old people and the obese people. There was no business for them being out there. Even all the children, there were a ton of babies there. 1 month olds to 2-year-olds to whole family and kids. It's like, why do you have your children out here in this heat just standing here for hours on end to maybe get in this rally? It didn't make sense to me. It made me uncomfortable seeing that many children there. And while waiting in line, I did make some friends. There were like this black girl, a group of we'll get into them later. A group of like white girls, and then me and then 2 black girls behind that. And I'm bringing up the
he said we're gonna get into them later. What they do, bruh? What they do to you, man?
Rally. It didn't make sense to me. It made me uncomfortable seeing that many children there. And while waiting in line, I did make some friends. There were like this black girl, a group of we'll get into them later. A group of like white girls, and then me and then 2 black girls behind that. And I'm bringing up the races because the left plays on identity politics so much, but in a very bad way. So we're gonna get into, to me, the white girls that were in front of me, they were racist, and I'm gonna get into them. But I do want to make note that throughout this entire day, I talked to people, I got their viewpoint, and I tried to understand like why they felt certain ways or just hearing them out. But I never give anybody my opinion, and honestly, I was giving people fake names because I didn't want no smoke that day. I didn't want any drama. I didn't want any beef. I didn't have my security with me, so I was just like, you know what? I'm laying low AF because I don't want to get kicked out. And I personally seen,
bro, you that popular, you got with you. What? Bruh, you ain't security with you, bro. You got 412,000. I mean, maybe he like known in politics or something. Maybe, man, I don't need security. Like, man, let you run up on me, bro. Y'all Democrats, like yeah. No, like like that. Nah, I don't need no security, bro. Like
I will tell you right now, as far as what crowd is more accepting to hearing different beliefs, or really like taking.
Hey, Tim, chill. Yo, Tim Harsh is funny, man.
Someone in and like sitting down and explaining things to them. Oh, Trump rally 900%. Literally, you can go to a Trump rally as a leftist, and as long as you're calm and you like, hey, I'm gonna be voting for Biden, but I'm here because I kind of want to understand why people are voting for Trump. I'm very confused. Oh, you're gonna be accepted with open arms, like easily. But at a Kamala rally, never. You say you're voting for Trump, it's immediate. You hate me, I hate you, you're canceled, I'm gonna get blocked, kick you out. There's no room for conversations and growth. And honestly, that was one of the weirdest feelings ever being inside that stadium and looking
Bro, we seen a video of a lady like yelling at a toddler. It's crazy.
around the huge crowd and thinking like, wow, I am one of the most loved people here, being black and gay, and the most celebrated. But the second I open up my mouth and I actually share my real views and my viewpoint, I'm racist, I'm bigoted, I'm gonna get kicked out. It was so surreal being there. But again, let's later on in the video, I'll give more on the crowd's etiquette inside. But back to this racist group of white girls. So the girls next to me, they were all in like their early 20s, and they were the most copy and paste clones of Gen Z liberal lesbian college girls. It was just too much. The amount of time to her, yes, queen and slay and, you know, auntie, like with the C in front of it, it was driving me up a wall. And it concerned me just how out of touch they were and how they didn't even realize how racist and just dumb that they were. Honestly, I hate to say dumb, you know, I want to be more, you know, calm and rational and nuanced, but the things that I heard there were just ridiculous. What made them racist to me was that the black girl was in front and the white girls are talking to them, and the white girls asked the black girl, and she's like, hey, it's like, what are you doing here, where are you from, like, you know, just getting to know each other. And the black girl's like, oh, I go to school in Houston, but I live in Alabama. Before the black girl could even finish saying Alabama, the white girl's all like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that, like, I know it's really tough for you there and other minorities there. I haven't been to Alabama myself, but I don't want to go just because I
Tim, bro, chill. Yo, Kawana said he needs security at the Bay rally. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, you know, the Diddycrats be wildin' though. They low key do be wildin'. You might need security.
I know how hard and how irrational they are to the marginalized communities, and personally, I wish that there's so much more that I can.
Kawada said, "Auntie with a C is a new one for me." I ain't never heard of nothing like that, bro.
Do to help you guys out there.
What's a conti? Like, what is? Hold on, what did he just say, man?
I could even finish.
I'm not trying to clown you, bro. Like, shout out to you, Thug Life. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying. You a Republican? I ain't going there. Let's listen to him though.
In Alabama, the white girls are like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, I know it's really tough for you there and other minorities there. I haven't been to Alabama myself, but I don't want to go just because I know how hard and how irrational they are to the marginalized communities, and personally, I wish that there's so much more that I can do to help you guys out there. I wish I was lying. I want to interrupt so bad, but I didn't. Because again, this is like, what, 1 p.m. and I'm trying to get inside this damn rally, so I didn't say anything, I didn't interrupt. And the black girl seemed fine with that assessment, but it was just like, this is so backwards. Like, you haven't even been there, you haven't even visited, and you're already trying to be, again, Captain Save-A-Ho and be like this white savior. Oh, I wish there was something I could do to help you little blacks out there because you're so down and depressed and you're so, like, marginalized in the South. You know what marginalized me? It just really shook me how brainwashed that they were to really sit here and be like, yeah, I know you have it rough as a black person out there, and I really...
Yo, I do be hearing that too. Like, when people find out, like, I moved, I live in the South, they do be, like, acting like that. Like, yo, I'm sorry you got to deal with all of that. They do. And then it's, like, crazy. And then I mean, they used to be, like, bad, you know what I mean? But it's, like, I don't know, man. It seemed like it ain't really, like, at least in Nashville, it ain't really like that, all like that. It seems like they're more progressive, I feel like. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I talked about this before. Like, I took my child's mother to court. And, well, I had to take the judge to court, too. Like, because the judge wouldn't listen to me. He was only listening to my child's mother. And I'm the one that filed. But, like, I took her to court. And then, like, I just went through, like, the legal route. Like, did it, like, how I, you know what I mean? Like, read to do it. And then I ended up getting custody. And so, it was, you know, I don't know. It wasn't, like if that would have happened in, like, Cleveland, Ohio, like, I probably would have lost custody. But here, it was more so, I mean, I did take the judge to court. It was kind of low-key, like, fair, you know. But then when, you know, she appealed it, we went in front of, like, the elected, like, juvenile court judge. You know what I mean? It was, like basically, like, fair. You know what I mean? Like, a little bit more fair. So I say a little bit more fair because he was like kind of partial like on her side. But like I think like more so like they're more progressive, like, yo, like who's just a better fit. So I'm saying it to say this, like I'm just blown away at how progressive the South has become in some areas. You know, so when you do get people like what he's saying, like, oh, you live in the South, oh, it's so terrible. I'm sorry. You feel you gotta go through that. Like I mean, I've had people kind of react like that too.
Feel bad for you that you're black. What? And then to make it even worse.
Hey, George Houston, I told that whole story on like multiple different videos, bro. It's like this whole long story, bro. And then it's like how I won the custody case. It's like mixed into a video, like all of that. I don't want to say too much about it because my child's supposed to be watching my video, and I don't want her to be like, this is how he won this case. You know what I mean? But, you know, I slipped up. I said, like, what it was. And she was, like, a good mother. She wasn't a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't bad. She just, like, took... I mean, not to digress on what's going on, but she just, like, took my... We didn't work out. You know what I'm saying? I got married. I think that bothered her. And she left. But she was, like, already, like, messing with somebody. So, I mean, that was weird. So she left the state. And so they don't like when you do that. Like, courts don't like when you just leave the state without telling the child's father. You see what I'm saying? Especially if the child was born in that state. And so, but I was, like, I'm not one of them dudes that you got to take me to court. I'm taking you to court. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not about to keep my daughter away from me. So, I mean, I think a lot of things kind of worked in my favor, too, because I was, like, going down there. I mean, we're going to get back to this. I kept going up to the courts. I was just sitting there. I would sit there like the whole day and kind of just like watch all the cases. And they were kind of looking at me like, why is this dude here? You know, thinking like maybe I would be like on the docket. But I was just soaking up game, bro, before I filed. Because I didn't want to pay a lawyer because after watching like the lawyers like for all these different cases, I'm like, they don't really do anything. So I'm like, I could do this. So that's when I just like filed. And, you know, it worked. You know what I mean? Like, I took her to court. We did the mediation. She was playing around. She didn't want me to, you know what I'm saying, have my daughter. And, you know, it's just like a power play. A lot of these women play that, you know, because she was just bitter. And mediation didn't work. So I kept taking her to court. And then until finally the judge, you know what I'm saying, gave me custody.
This local dude was running for office. You know how if you ever been to like any political event, there's always
later,
like local people that are running that come out and do a little free promo. So this guy's walking up and down and he's telling people, oh, I'm running for, you know, some office in Houston. So dude walks by and he's like, hey, my name's so-and-so. I'm also gay and I'm...
Hey, yo, I'm subscribed to him, bro. Just because, you know what I mean, he's a Republican and he's trying to get the word out. Shout out to him. He got 412,000 subscribers. Yo.
Right. Before he could even finish saying running, the gaggle of white girls are like, oh my gosh, yes, slay queen, like give me your info, you're gay, I love that, I'm gonna vote for you. That was it. All it took for him to get his vote was that he was gay. They didn't ask something about policies. They didn't ask how he stood. They didn't ask anything about him. Literally, the fact that he was gay was enough for these girls to like get all excited to like vote for him. And I'm sitting here like, that's the opposite of what we should be striving for. Y'all swear up and down, y'all marginalize communities and you want your voices to be heard when you're marginalizing yourself. You scream all day about being a diverse community, but then nothing's diverse about you. Maybe the representation, there's gays, the blacks, the Asians, the whites, whatever. But there's no diversity of thought, and that's what matters more to me. Again, I've said it before on this channel, I'd rather listen to a panel of 4 white men who all think differently than a panel of 4 different races and sexes who all think the same. It was a lot. It took a lot to honestly sit beside this group of girls, but I did it, and I actually came to defend them because 5 hours later, when it came time to go inside the venue, we get to the front, and we realized that people can just cut in whenever they wanted, but of course they had to like barge their way in. So me and the homegirls, we made a little squad, a group, and we're like, no, we're not doing this. We've been here since 11, 12 o'clock in the morning. We're not letting anybody cut us. So we break a little barricade and we're walking, and this group of black girls starts cutting us off, and they're like, you know, we've been here waiting. We had an interview and they told us we can get our spot back in line, and no, we here. And they started getting loud with the white girls that I was with. And that's when Jamal came out. Like, what you're not about to do is sit here and try me and lie to my face and act like you've been here all day when you have on a beige dress and not a lick of sweat is on your. That was my first glimpse into what the night was going to be like in the crowd etiquette. Because when it came to...
Bro, there's a lot of drama, bro. This is already what y'all think? It's mad drama, Odom.
free of, oh, hold on, pause.
So he's supposed to be telling us like what it was really like at the Beyonce rally.
We got up front because those black girls are always like still near us when we're trying to sink our way through the line. They didn't even have tickets. Y'all sitting here lying straight to my face, getting all mad because you trying to cut and you didn't even have a ticket and you barged your way through inside the rally. At this point, once I get in, I'm just trying to get the lay of the land. Whenever I go somewhere, I like to figure out where all the exits are, like what's over here, what food's over here, what's to do. So a couple laps of the stadium and I'm realizing like the demographics of this event is very black. Lots of black women, lots of young white women, lots of old white women. There were men, like actual men, like the husbands of the
Elizabeth said, I love him, been watching him grow up.
Wives, or a lot of guys wearing the shirt that said, real men vote for women. Lots of gays, and a ton of Beyonce fans.
Shout out to Kingdom said, watching from Australia.
It's like a ton of Beyonce fans wearing the merch, the get-ups, the tour outfits, everything. All the signs and verbiage on the display.
Can somebody tell me that, like, this gonna sound like real messed up. Why do people like her so much? It's just her music? I'm a dude. I don't really, you know what I mean? I don't listen to her like that. So I don't know. Like, she got a crazy following. Yeah, hit the like button if y'all can. Like, they trying to play me, bro. Matt, they trying to play me. I don't even see them hitting the hearts anymore. They trying to play me, bro.
And on the TVs around the stadium, we're saying like reproductive freedom, trust women, which is crazy to have a slogan that just says trust women. It's like my own body parts don't even trust women. That's why I'm gay. How is that your...
What did you just say, Odom? Yo, what are he talking about, bruh?
Slogan, just trust women. Women can lie. Women can be manipulative. Like, can we not be real here? So after I get some food and I sit down and I chill a little bit, I make my way down to the floor. And listen, y'all, I'm trying to be very cool. I'm calm and collected. I'm like in the back a little bit, got my sunglasses on. I'm just standing there. And this girl runs up to me. Hey, girl, I know you're watching. Runs up to me and says, wait, are you Amir? And I'm like, yes. And she's like, oh my gosh, I watch you. And I'm like, what? And she's like, I'm so glad to see you here. Like, you're seeing all the sides. Like, this is really dope. And we had a good old time because that DJ party, let me tell you, that pre-DJ party had that stadium jumping, had me jumping. I was bouncing.
All right, bro, you supposed to be a Republican. What's up? What's showing all this like fun stuff? Why are you showing all this fun stuff at the Kamala Harris rally, bro? You... Like, what is you doing, bro? Like, we don't want her to win. Like, what is she what is you doing, bro?
Trying everywhere. I was dancing. Was having a good old time.
Like, they line dancing it, bro. Like, what?
Like, that DJ party, I can't play any of the clips because I don't want to be copyrighted. That DJ had the place jumping, y'all. I swear to you.
All right, bro. You bugging, bro. What you doing? Like, Lamar, what's his name? Amir? You making me want to go to the rally. Amir, it's not supposed to be a fun rally.
And the homegirl, we were like, wait a minute. He finna have us vote for Kamala if it's like this. And we were dying laughing because, like, that was so much fun. And that little pre-party, way more fun than any Republican event I've ever gone to in my life. That they had it lit, y'all. And when I had that thought of how lit it was and how fun it was, it did make me think deeper about it. And it was like, okay, this is almost like a fantasy. Like, it was so surreal. It was so fun. Everybody was talking
Bro,
about,
are you a Democrat, bro? Amir, did you change again?
freedom and love and celebrating dancing in different bodies, and it was cool, but it was fake. Like, it wasn't real. Like, that vibe, life being like that isn't real. Because again, we talk about a lot on this channel, there comes a point where you can be so accepting and so jaded to how real life can be to where you can be affected negatively. And we'll get more into Kamala's speech and what she talked about, but that was my first little glimpse of, like, when I was having so much fun in that moment, that, wow, Kamala rallies, they're all about like, oh, life is great, it's fine, we want freedom, we want acceptance, we want love, dance, and happiness. And Trump rallies are more like, okay, here's what's actually happening. Like, it's more serious. The Trump rallies are more serious and talking about the actual things affecting us. When, I mean, hell, yesterday, when I was in that moment and with that energy, in that pre-party, I forgot all about, you know, inflation, the border, the high cost of medical stuff. You just forget about the world's problems. It was so easy. Like, at least during the pre-party, that's what the vibe was. But as the night went on and more people filled in the stadium, it got really rude. The etiquette just went out the window. Like I said before.
There we go. This is what we want to hear. Go in! Go in on the modem.
In the intro, people screaming and yelling babies' faces because there were Trump supporters outside.
Yeah, that's crazy.
People fighting in the stands.
What?
People booing nonstop. A crap ton of technical difficulties, and not just the etiquette left, but also,
yo, how do we go to a rally, bro? I'm about to look.
So like the critical thinking. I felt like it was it was like a fairy tale. It was so surreal being surrounded by that many people who were just brainwashed, who genuinely, like, it felt like back in like 2015, 2016 when Trump was running for president, everyone was sticking to the same talking points, like Trump's racist, he's bigoted, homophobic, the laundry list of things. I'm sitting here like, oh my gosh, these people actually believe this, and all the lies they were talking about on stage, and so many people in the crowd, like throughout the night, they kept saying, we're not going back, we're not going back. And I'm sitting here like, back to what? Kamala's in office right now. Back to low inflation, back to affording groceries, back to a secure border, back to low crime. What are we talking about? Did people boo? Okay, there's been so much like controversy around this whole, were people booing? What were they booing at? There are people that were there, I saw on TikTok, talking about no one was booing, and I'm like, people were definitely booing. And then people were like, oh, people are only booing at the technical difficulties. No, that's not the case either, because we see all the hecklers that were actually there booing at Kamala. So yes, let's get into the 2 reasons why people were booing. 1, technical difficulties. So I'm gonna try to have some videos up here to display.
Yo, that's a lot of people. Yo, I just went to the Lotto concert. They had these, I don't know what these speakers are. They are loud. Like, I almost left. They were so loud. These speakers are crazy loud. Like the bass. Like, bruh, it's crazy.
It well, but they
and then Horseman said he's bipolar on politics.
Had 2.
I mean, he probably just trying to keep it fair. I think, really.
Screens up in the corners, a big screen behind the speaker, and then the
and the LB thing, stuff and more, said, dang right, back to Trader Trump or Project 2025. What?
On the other side of the stadium. In the middle of the floor, they had the media pit, which had the clear angle of whoever's speaking. Well, when the speakers started coming on, obviously, like, that tall middle thing was blocked. It was even blocking people on the floor. Like, you couldn't see who was speaking. And everyone's like, okay, they're gonna put the person on the big screen. They didn't do that. They weren't using any of the screens. Matter of fact, it was just, you just hear voices. Like, you might as well have been listening to a podcast. So you had a lot of people booing in the beginning, like, boo, we can't see. They were chanting, we can't see, turn screens on. There were a lot of people booing at that throughout the entire night because the screen kept going off, or they'll cut it on when someone's leaving the stage. When Kamala hit the stage, they didn't cut that graphic on. So people were booing at the event staff, not Kamala, when she first got on, because you couldn't.
All right, bro. Like, you doing too much, Odom. You like, what's that? Like, what team is you? Hey, is he trading on us? What is he doing? What he doing, bro? What? Like, bro, what is you doing, man?
Didn't even see her. People were booing because they were mad. So you had that. And that was, like I said before, that was going on all night. So people were booing at just the staff and the general technical difficulties. Now, 2, were people booing at Kamala? Yes. There were hecklers all around.
Hey, C Rose or C Row, it's a reaction video. You have to stop it at certain times or you get a copyright. That's why I do that. So I let it play. I may react to it and talk about something that's going on or talk to you guys. It's a reaction. If I play it all the way through, what did I say? I get a copyright. So that's why I'm able to go live for hours and hours and hours and play different videos, because I talk and make, you know, give context, or like I talk about something else is going on. I don't just like play it all the way through. And I get it, because I used to say the same thing in the comment section, like, just play the video, but you can't. It's a reaction.
Around, honestly. There was the Palestine people.
Yeah, it's
there were people
YouTube
just
for
like
you.
booing at her in general, that just didn't like her, that were there. Really sat there all day just to boo at her, which is crazy to me. But yeah, there were people that are booing at her throughout her whole speech. And so throughout Kamala's speech, you got people booing because they can't see. You got people booing because they don't like her. And then you have the people that are booing at the people that are booing Kamala. So it's like, it was like you have one person saying boo Kamala, and then you had everybody around them yelling boo at that person, and the boos got louder. So it's like it was a giant like boo circle jerk. It was stupid. Honestly, it was stupid. There were people booing all over the place.
But then another thing too, like he probably has a lot. He probably got hundreds of thousands of Democrats like subscribe to him, so he got to be as fair as he can.
Day for technical difficulties at Kamala and at Kamala supporters. Did people leave early? As soon, I promise you guys, literally as soon as Beyonce got off stage and fans realized, oh, she's not coming back, she's not singing, people started leaving. That's when I saw the faucet turn on, like the leaky faucet of people just like leaving and pouring out was when Beyonce left. I saw so many people in Beyonce merch just funneling out the door. That was wild. And then when Kamala first came on, people were leaving. Granted, it was late. Kamala didn't get on to, I don't think Kamala got on to like 9:20-ish, around there. And she spoke till 10 o'clock and people were leaving the entire time. I stayed the entire time. I stayed until Kamala got off that stage, but people were leaving in droves. White police officers. So I went to the bathroom and I was washing my hands, and this white cop finished washing his hands too at the same time. And I look over at him and I'm like, hey, thank you.
Why you say white cop? Why he say that? Like, what?
White police officer. So I went to the bathroom and I was washing my hands, and this white cop finished washing his hands too at the same time. And I look over at him and I'm like, hey, thank you for your service. Like, I appreciate what you do. And he's like, hey, man, thank you. And I said, so question for you, because we were alone in the bathroom. I was like, so what is it like being in a stadium full of people who hate you? I was like, I don't know where you stand politically, but I know you're a white police officer, and I know we're in a stadium full of Black Democrats. So I'm very curious to you, like, what is this perspective like? And he kind of smirked, and he was like, this is an interesting question. And I was like, yeah, I'm an independent YouTuber. I'm here to really get a perspective and really see how things are. But I definitely do lean more right on a lot of issues. And he was like, let's talk about this out here. So we left the bathroom and went to the little corner, and he was just giving me a perspective, like being a white cop, and he was letting me know that, yeah, since 2020, George Floyd, things in Houston, at least for him and what he's experienced, the hate really hasn't gone down. They still treat the police with disrespect, and he was just giving me that perspective, which I thought was really neat. And how at the end of the day, you know, he is still gonna fight to protect whoever, like, it's his job to protect, he's gonna protect. But it is annoying seeing the police morale go down throughout the years because of how much they vilify police. And as a fun little tidbit, it was so cool. He was from Nashville. I was like, yeah, I'm from Nashville. He's like, oh yeah,
That's where I'm at, Nashville. Anthony Slaughter said he just dropped some real jewels that went over your head. Reaction videos are a great way to make money if you're not. What are you talking about? Most creators don't tell subs the ins and outs of the YouTube biz.
I went to like so-and-so college, and I was like, what? That's crazy, small world. So that was a cool little interaction I had with the white police officer. There were so many police there guarding it, and I'm sitting.
Bro, like my whole like, you gotta understand, like just the past couple weeks I've been doing reactions. My whole channel is just me. Like, so I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Oh, and I had to show ID to enter. I had to show my ID to get in multiple times, but God forbid you ask for ID to vote. The speakers. So a huge chunk of the bulk of the speakers, honestly, were moms.
Oh, I can see he's using DaVinci Resolve to edit this. All right, that's dope.
Moms who had troubles with getting an abortion. Oh no, I have to do a whole separate video on abortion and the laws in different states and what classifies what, because it was a very emotional rally. The moms are up there crying, sharing their scars. The production was high. by as far as like the little intro montages and the video clips of what their life is like. It was very high strung, and I totally can understand after seeing that how there's so many people willingly voting for Kamala because of how the moms felt during that time, the amount of tears that were shed, the whole trust the women movement and Trump bad. I totally get it. There was even a point where, oh my gosh, okay, we're gonna get into this actually. The doctors. At one point, a bunch of doctors.
I like how he does that though. He just throws the words up there. The doctors
got on stage to talk about abortion in Texas and the different laws that they face. While all these doctors were on stage, there was someone having a medical emergency in the 100 level stance. They were having a seizure. And there's this clip going around of all the Republicans being like, wow, all these doctors on stage, typical Kamala rally, like the doctors aren't doing anything. What do you expect them to do? That whole day there were medical emergencies taking place, everybody was passing out, everybody's having seizures, everybody's having heat strokes. Like, there's two options for them to do. Option one, run down the stairs, past Secret Service, over the barricade, into the sea of people, bum rush their way through hundreds of thousands of people, cross another barrier, then run up the stairs and assist the person having.
But we gonna keep it real. Doctors don't really be doing anything unless they're like emergency room doctors. Well, it'd be the nurses that be doing everything. The nurses and the nurse practitioners. The nurse practitioners barely do anything. It'd be the nurses doing everything. Like, doctors don't be hands-on with patients. They write orders. Like, so they don't, like, what would a doctor do in that situation? Like, order something? They don't be, like, this ain't like the ER. You know what I mean? That show ER, like, that ain't really how it go. You know what I mean? Doctors don't be doing nothing. Like, they barely are ever around.
In a seizure. One, which would take probably two,
because they busy dealing with like insurance and like all different kind of stuff. Like, they never around, but they probably wouldn't even know what to do. You know, they order tests. Doctors don't do nothing. Like, you need like paramedics or something there to do something.
2-3 minutes to really get through all those people. Two, run off the stage, run backstage. Who knows if you know your way to go? Find your way to get up and out, up to the GA, and then into the stands to help render aid. Or the option three, which they did, wait the 30 seconds for the proper doctors and the proper medical care to get there, which they did. If you were actually there, you would have seen and would have known that, hey, all these people are waving their flashlights. We have medical emergency.
Yeah, and then the Klarna. So I've got like my CPR license. You can't like even people with like a CPR license don't want to just jump in and help someone. Like, it's a litigious society. Some people are like DNR, do not resuscitate. You know what I mean? Like, so they may have that like on their, you know what I mean? Like, their medical records, like, don't resuscitate them. And then if you resuscitate them, you know what I mean? Then they could sue you. Like, man, I'm just trying to help you, but they could sue you. So that's why people don't want to. People be lying and everything. Like, the people don't want to just help people if they're down, which is crazy, but lawsuits are real.
Emergency, we need medics. Within 45 seconds, the medics were there. So like, it only helps further a divide. Like, all these Republicans being like, oh, these doctors should have did something. This is very typical of a Kamala rally. There's a lot of crazy stuff I've seen at the Kamala rally. I get it, but I'm not going to sit here and act like those doctors could have done anything. People like, oh my gosh, they could have ran. They could have.
Somebody said, even as a nurse, give a patient that needs CPR, if you break their ribs, they will sue you. Yeah. Like, my girl's a nurse. Like, sometimes I'd be like just going up there to see what she doing or whatever. Like, she's a nurse. Like, they don't, man, it's so much liability. Like, patients be trying to sue for anything and everything. Like, and the facilities will throw you under the bus. But so, like, you know, they probably, like, people don't want to just, and especially a doctor ain't gonna do nothing. Like, they paid. They ain't about to risk nothing. Their license and nothing. They're gonna sit and watch. If it ain't the OR or nothing like that, they're gonna sit and watch everything go down. And they don't want to get they nice, you know what I mean, medical coats messed up. Them $200 medical coats. They gonna sit there and chill. You know what I'm saying? They gonna ask what kind of insurance you got. Yeah.
They could at least seem concerned. Medics were already on the way. They had tons of medics all day. The fact, like, I saw 5 people drop in front of me, and it was they were taken care of. So I don't know what to
not to keep stopping, but Giraffe 231I said no. Citrus said just seen a YouTube Shorts doctor dispute the lawsuit for CPR thing.
There. All I know is that there are a lot of medics there. Doctors are taking care of people, and the doctors on stage, there was nothing they could have do. Like by the time they would.
I hope you're not saying. Are you saying I don't know what I'm talking about, or Odom don't know what he's talking about? Like, but I mean, do you even warn when you get your CPR license? They even warn you, like, you know what I mean? Like you can get sued out here. Like they tell you like what it is. Like people will sue you.
Would have gotten to render aid, someone else would have already been there. It was fine. Beyonce. The hype was very clear and there for Beyonce. That's the reason why a lot of people there, they're expecting a free Beyonce concert. Here's the kicker though. Beyonce was never scheduled to be there. It was all rumor based. Kamala never said Beyonce would be there. The Democrats never said she would be there. Beyonce never said she would be there. The only thing that the Democrats and Kamala did was say that Tina Knowles, Beyonce's mother, would be speaking. And that actually did happen. And people put two and two together like, okay, it's Houston.
Yeah, but it was like in the news that she was going to be there. So when you're there, they didn't say she was going to be there. Then why did they have all that Beyonce like merch? Let me rewind this a little bit. Make sure we...
was fine. Beyonce. The hype was very clear and there for Beyonce. That's the reason why a lot of people there, they're expecting a free Beyonce concert. Here's the kicker though. Beyonce was never scheduled to be there. It was all rumor based. Okay. Kamala never said Beyonce would be there. The Democrats never said she would be there. Beyonce never said she would be there. The only thing that the Democrats and Kamala did was,
you can be sued if you have a CPR line. What is you talking about? Osneck, you're like talking out of your wazoo, bro. Yes, you can be sued on the street if you try to help somebody. Like that goes down, you can be sued. Like, what are you saying? It happens all the time.
was said that Tina Knowles, Beyonce's mother, would be speaking. And that actually did happen. And people put two and two together like, okay, it's Houston, Beyonce's hometown, it's at a stadium, Beyonce's surely going to be there, especially given that Beyonce threw a whole concert for Hillary. So that's why people thought Beyonce was definitely going to be there. And they were right. I mean, she was. But for anybody upset that Beyonce didn't perform, personally, as a fan, I'm not upset because there was never any mention of a performance.
Like, if you, like, so if it's like a, like you, like a regular person, then I think it's like, somebody help me. I think it's like the Good Samaritans Act or something like that. But like, if you're a medical professional or you got like the license or whatever, bro, they can sue you, bro. And then Barry Les said, I have a CPR license, I was sued. Like, I think like he must be, sometimes people just get in the comment section and just say anything. Like, that's probably what it is.
Like, how am I supposed to be mad that Beyonce didn't perform when no one ever said she was performing to begin with? That's not right for me as a fan. It's not right for anyone to expect her to perform when she never said anything. It's not fair. And for other people, like, well, why was she there to begin with? If you're not familiar with Beyonce and her family, they're from Houston. For the past 60 years, they've been in Houston. Whenever anything happens to Houston, from hurricanes to COVID, Beyonce's writing a check and sending it to Houston. They help out a ton, so it made sense why she was there. She did end up giving a 5-minute speech. There was no performance. She was in and out, and that was it. And like I said before, at the beginning, that pre-party, it felt like a Beyonce concert. That DJ was playing Beyonce non-stop, and it was lit. All the Beyonce fans were lit. It was a great time. And when Beyonce left that stage, so did majority of her fans, and then everybody else started trickling out too. Kamala. Honestly, the hardest part about being there that entire day was when Kamala got on stage. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be mean. Her voice is ear-piercing.
Yo, what you mean you not trying to be me? Her voice is ear-piercing.
The cackle is too much. The speech, it was very like, look at this, y'all. It was just fluff, and it was sad to see so many people like really rally behind her. It's kind of bad.
All right, so
that was kind of funny seeing all the people boo at her and then people booing at the booing. It was so much drama when she got on stage. Literally, when Kamala got on stage, that's when all the drama ensued. And she kept saying all these lies. I remember at one point she was like, "Where's my Gen Z?"
All right, so let me show you, because the dude think he knows something and he don't, right? I cannot stand when people be coming in the chat saying this. CPR certification. All right, so it says there are state differences. There are Good Samaritan laws across every state when a medical professional is on duty. The majority of laws do not apply to them. However, when they are responding to an emergency after hours, some laws do provide some protection, while some Good Samaritan statutes are situation specific. Others, like in Pennsylvania, including anybody who tries to assist in an emergency. Minnesota obligates bystanders in an emergency to offer reasonable assistance, like calling 911. For instance, unless cardiac arrest is involved, Alabama's statute restricts participation to a trained bystander and public education personnel. Only CPR or bleeding control bystander emergency aid is covered by Oklahoma's Good Samaritan law. So like each state is like different with that. Well, you could be sued. Wait, come on, bruh.
Yeah, I love y'all. Y'all are the best. And I'm sitting here like, you just said they were all stupid.
All right, and then like he's still talking. It says, looking at what we learned about being sued for performing CPR. Can you be sued for performing CPR even if you have a CPR certification? You can indeed be sued for performing CPR. However, the Good Samaritan law exists to protect you unless you are negligent while administering CPR and not paying attention to the victim. You won't face charges. Different rules apply to medical personnel. If a doctor, nurse, or any other healthcare provider administers CPR off duty, they are also protected by Good Samaritan laws. However, if they give CPR while working and are negligent, the laws do not apply to them. And every state is like state specific on a Good Samaritan law.
What else do we know about?
So what?
About this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid.
What she said? She called him stupid.
Kamala got on stage, that's when all the drama ensued. And she kept saying all these lies. I remember at one point she was like, where's my Gen Z at? I love y'all. Y'all are the best. And I'm sitting here like, you just said they were all stupid.
What else do we know about this population, 18 through 24? They are stupid. That is why we put them in dormitories. And they
Yeah, how about to vote for her?
have a resident assistant.
And people were acting like she didn't say that. It was when Kamala came on, people did start to leave. She really went hard.
What do you not understand about state specific? Osnak.
Abortion rights. She went hard on Trump hacking the courts. She went hard on, I mean, I wish there was a Trump counter on the screen. She said Trump so much. It really did show me that her entire campaign is rallying behind reproductive freedom and abortion. That's it. That's what this campaign's about. It really did show me how many people were, again, like I said before, brainwashed. It felt like a fairy tale. It felt like a fever dream, looking around at the people rallying behind this woman just because she's a woman, just because she's black. And that was it. We already know Trump isn't against IVF, and they were talking about that. We already know Trump is wants more weeks for abortion. We already know that. Like, there were so many things and lies said that wasn't checked at all. And that's the frustrating part, is that you're allowed to lie on a presidential campaign. Like,
yeah, that is crazy.
If people can get sued for defamation, like, why are political candidates allowed to defame each other off of like clearly lies after the rally? So when leaving the rally and after Kamala got off stage, that's when I realized, again, this is my first time in Houston. That's when I realized, okay, now I understand why Astro World happened. It was a show. I mean, they had all the queues still up from the morning. There was like, when you exited, you couldn't just leave. Everybody was leaving out these doors, but then some people had to snake through. Some people had to walk on the side, back through security. It was a mess. And then there was like some train situation right there blocking everybody. And then you had the people screaming at all the babies and the Trump people that were out there waiting for people to get out. It was a mess. But overall, that was my experience. And the key difference to me, I think I mentioned this earlier, between a Trump rally and a Kamala rally is, one, how welcoming a Trump rally is to different viewpoints. I do appreciate that. But I will give it to a Kamala rally that they're more hype. It's more fun. It's more free flowing. You can dance. There's good music. It's chill. Like, it's more like if you...
Bro, I'm not about to be sitting there dancing in no Beyonce, bro. I don't care about what you're saying in this video, bro. I'm not about to... Who gonna be sitting there? What dude gonna be sitting there? I mean, it's no disrespect to you, Amir. I'm not about to be sitting there dancing to Beyonce, bro. I mean, I know she popular, but I'm not doing that. Can y'all imagine me to like getting it to Beyonce? Like, come on, bro. Beyonce?
You're in a club. You literally like felt like a club.
Like, I went to a Lotto concert. Shout out to Lotto. I went to her concert like last night. Well, tonight. I mean, it's like the morning now, but like last night. And I was just standing there like this the whole time. I just wanted to see what Lotto looked like. Thug, like in person. It is what it is. But like they was all like that. I'm just sitting there like this. Like the whole time. Like I look like security up there instead. I'm not about to dance in no Lotto. Like, come on, man.
And maybe it's because Beyonce, well, no, not even Beyonce, because they always have that DJ a lot of different rallies that she has, but it felt really, really fun. Whereas the Trump rallies that I've gone to, they sometimes dry, and people would be like, oh, people don't lead my rally. Like Trump, he'd be like, oh, people don't lead my rallies. Yes, they do, and even I've left. I'm sorry, the man can talk. Trump's been on stage talking and talking. Again, I'm voting for the man. Like, I get it, but people do leave his rallies early because he just keeps talking. So
all right, I get what he's doing with his content. He's trying to just keep everything down the middle so he doesn't upset any of his subscribers. I think that's what he's doing. That's probably, I mean, it's a good strategy. Like, his subscribers are flying up. Like, so, you know, I mean, he could be telling the truth. Like, I'm not saying he's lying, but it just looks like that's what he's doing. Let's listen to this.
Donald Trump is yet again shattering records as his rally in Madison Square.
Yo, why they keep playing music, bro?
75,000.
From people fighting in the stands.
Hold on, let me see this.
Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, and Hulk Hogan were some of the speakers on the stage tonight before former President Trump, but it was a short set from a comedian named Tony.
Yo, I don't even know these people when they got 2.4 million views. Like, what?
Hinchcliffe, that sparked immediate backlash.
Welcome to the house.
All right, Donald Trump. I don't like this dude. I don't like this dude at all, man. Y'all like him?
For nearly 5 hours, an array of speakers fired up the crowd.
All right, Tucker Carlson's cool. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk is cool. This guy's cool.
Inside of Madison Square Garden, ahead of former President.
Yeah, what is Odom talking about? That look lit. Don't that look lit? I want to go there.
President Trump's highly anticipated speech, but it was this statement that caused
this fool right here, bro. He literally just messed everything up.
That caused instant vitriol.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Tony
I mean, it was a joke, but like, why would you do that? Like, you know, like, I mean, I get why some people can be mad. And now they're going to have the liberal media just like going in on like, oh, see, this is how they all are. Like, I mean, there was some people that was there that said that, you know what I mean? They thought it was a funny joke. But like, that wasn't, he shouldn't have did that, bro.
Cliff is a comedian and podcaster. And
yeah, they playing music.
Puerto Ricans who live in New York and Florida and Pennsylvania. Puerto Rican Congressman Richie Torres, who represents the Bronx, can't understand how a rally for support disparages such a critical segment of voters.
Puerto Rico's not garbage. It's gorgeous. The people.
Yo, what is this? Eyewitness News? ABC. Liberal! Liberal. They almost got me, y'all. Hold on. They almost got me. They not about to get me, bruh.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much to a very popular former First Lady, hopefully First Lady again.
I'm not gonna lie, his wife is, with all due respect, Mr. Trump, You picked a good one. I mean, I know they kind of look like they don't really like each other no more. You know what I mean? But it's politics. Like, they kind of got to, like, act like they like each other. But his wife is bad, bro. She's fine.
And I just want to say a very big...
The Republicans usually be having, like, fine wives. The Diddycrats be having, like, you be like, what? Michelle? Like, no disrespect to Michelle, but, like...
Big hello to a special place, New York, and to an incredible arena, Madison Square Garden. Incredible. And then we have...
She said she got 7 kids with Trump, Aaron. Natalia said, facts, prettiest first lady.
All of the people that could fill it up 10 times. You take a look at outside what's going on all the way down to the river, the beautiful, beautiful Hudson River. They're outside watching this now at levels that nobody's ever seen before.
Smart.
They've never had.
She was smart. She's going to be taken care of for the rest of her life, having kids with him. Like, this dude crazy. How much is he worth? Let's see how much he's worth.
At it. And I want to thank Jim Dolan. He's been incredible. He's been just incredible. The job they've done. Thank you.
He's worth $6.6 billion. What? These companies can pay people more, bruh. Like, it's crazy. He's smarter than Mark Cuban. He got way more money than Mark Cuban. 6.6 billion.
But I'm thrilled to be back in the city I love, and thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. You're with me. We're all together. We've always been together. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
No, we were way better when you were in office, bro.
I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country.
We need his immigration policies. Whatever he did before, we need that redone.
And I will bring back the American dream. We need the American dream to come back home. Our country will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure.
Yo, this inflation chart is really crazy, bro. Like, let me show y'all this. All right, so when did he get into office? 2020? So, well, they got in 2020. So, all right, so 1.4% 2020, right? Then they had like 4 years. And then they had, when they got it up to 7, the Diddycrats got it up to 7%. Like, what? It went from like Trump to 7%. Man, if y'all vote for these Diddycrats, y'all is crazy. Hit the like button, subscribe, Thug Life. We not voting for the Democrats. Shout out to them though. Shout out to, if you voting blue, you voting blue. Like, no disrespect. I got a disclaimer. If that's what you want to vote for that. Ain't no way I'm about to deal with this. Under Trump, under Biden. Bro, 2021, 7%. 2022, 6.5%. 2023, 3.4. And then 2024, 2.4. So they keep saying inflation is down, but it's still higher than what Trump was saying. Dog life, wait a minute. Kamala is lying to us. Hold on for a minute. I can't believe this. Bruh, I'm yelling because look at this. There's a volume limiter on, the compressor's on, so I don't want to hear that. I could yell, I could talk low. It could be a little bit louder. It ain't going to blow your eardrums out. You ain't a dog. Chill out. 6.5 is crazy. 7 is crazy. 3.4 is still crazy. Bro, we got to get Trump back in there, bro. Somebody said Latinos for Trump. Hero said, did you see the new Trump ad? I've seen a lot of them. I don't know which one you're talking about. I've seen a lot of them. He even got a cease and desist for one of them from Charlemagne the God. Remember that said Bidenomics is working? Yo, I mean, the numbers is right here. She is lying. U.S. inflation calculator. She is misrepresenting this. Kamala Harris and the Biden administration is definitely misrepresenting this. This is literally insane. Like, yeah, I remember, like, because I was thinking about buying a new car, and my credit score is like 805, right? And then, like, the interest rate was, like, still crazy high. And I was like, what's the use of having credit? Like, what's the use? If you can't, like, if it doesn't affect interest rate, even if you try to buy a house, man, you are. So I did look at my my amortization schedule on my house, my interest rate and everything. My interest rate is like 4.125. I thought it was 4.25. My interest rate on my house is 4.125. I bought it under Trump. So, I mean, I kind of got screwed, really, because they had, like, inflation was like mad down. But then, yeah, because I remember, because soon as I bought my house, it was like a little while later, people were getting houses at, like, they had dropped it down to like 2%. Like closer 3 or 2%. It was like real low. And I wanted to refinance, but I'm like, nah, I don't want to start over. And my mortgage ain't really like that crazy. So I'm like, nah, I'll just keep it like that. Cause I don't, you only got so much time in life. But this is bruh. These Democrats probably don't even know how bad inflation got under Biden. This is crazy, bro. This is who needs to run this country. Like, me being all the way real, take all the biases aside. Yo, you gotta be careful with ads, like playing ads and stuff like that, because some of them got music. And I think all of his has music. That's why I've never played them. And so you can get hit with copyright. That's why I try not to play the ads. But unless you got like a deal with like, like certain people, they'll let you play them. But I don't have any deal with the Republicans or the Democrats. So I'm not playing like any ads. But he really needs to, like, no bias here. Like, he needs to run this country. He is the only one I feel like can get this country back on track. He's a businessman. He know what he's doing, bro. He's not going to stand for inflation to be that high. Like, you have to have a businessman run this country.
Or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We will achieve success that no one can imagine. We will have the strongest economy, the most secure borders, the safest cities, the most powerful military, the best trade deals, and we will dominate the frontiers of science, medicine, business, technology, and space. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future.
Yo, but Trump was spending money like crazy. Like, the deficit under Trump was like, he was spending more money than the Democrats. Cause like in 2020, he was like negative 3.13. And then like the Democrats are like well below him, like in terms of the deficit. So like he's good with inflation, but the deficit, I think they are spending, the Democrats are, I'm like, this is me just looking at it, like they're spending less money. Even though it seemed like they're spending a lot of money, like they spend less money than the Republicans did. So.
Of our country again. I'm asking you to dream big again. We're going to dream big again. We haven't been dreaming big at all. This will be America's new golden age. It's going to happen quickly, too, very quickly. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. Next Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've done a terrible job, that crooked Joe Biden has.
Yeah, bro. Like, look at this. Well, I mean, let's just look at this surplus. Trump was spending some money. Surplus or deficit of the U.S. government budget in fiscal year from 2000 to 2029. What? You see what I'm saying? Like he was spending money. Really, it was just 2020. But I don't know, man.
Has done a terrible job. You've destroyed our country. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Early voting is underway in every swing state, and we are setting all-time records. They're voting, I tell you what. I don't want to talk about it. But we have to keep it going. You got to get out and vote. We just have to get out.
No, I think they're lying. Like, I think the Democrats are spending like way more money. Like, all right, so look at this. It was just 1 year like Trump spent like a ton of money. So it's got like budget deficit by year since 1929. When you get to, and this is like, hold on. Deficit in billions, deficit, debt increase. So when you go all the way down, I don't know, man. I think it was like 2020 just looks real bad. But other than that, I think collectively they're probably, I think the Democrats are probably spending more money. The past four years total, it looks like they're spending more money. But that 1 year, like 2020, looked bad.
And who would have thought this was going to happen? We're leading in every swing state.
But then we had like a pandemic. And it was like a lot of stuff going on. So I don't know.
But it doesn't mean a thing. It only means how are we doing at the end. So look, we have 9 days from now. And we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to win back the beautiful White House. And we're going to make America great again. And it's going.
Bro, so it's really like 8 days. We got eight days left until the election. Because this is like the day after. That's crazy.
To happen fast. Thank you.
But I think with like when he's like spending money, he's not giving money away to other countries. He's trying to like spend the money here. So it just depends on how you look at it. Like, but I would rather have him be president, really. You know what I mean? You do want, like, and this is me being fair. I do kind of want to see like a black female like in in power, but she's just not the right one. Like, I don't think she's right. I mean, if it would have been, I'll pick Candace Owens over her. Thug Life. I mean, just saying what it is. I don't think she's strong enough to run a country. And we literally just had like 4 years of inflation terror. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do another 4 years with Biden and Harris, bro. Like, I can't, or Harris Waltz. Like, I cannot do 4 years like that, bro. Like, because if they win, I'm literally not spending no money no more for a minute. Me personally, because it's too expensive out here. Like, every little thing, like, I mean, other than buying food, like, you have to. Like, I don't want them. I don't want them winning, bro. And that's why people be getting mad at me. They're like, why don't you just keep talking about entertainment? They want me to distract them. I'm just like, I'll distract y'all, talk about entertainment every once in a while. But like right now, bro, the election is too close. I do not want this lady winning. Like, at all. Like, people don't understand. Like, when you, even like a content creator, like we've got to pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of money you paying in like, bro, I don't want her. They just taking, like, it's like when they take your money and you see what they doing with it, just giving it to Ukraine and then we have like North Carolina situation go down. Like, nah, bro. No, don't call me uneducated because I'm not like voting for like the blue party. Get out of here. Y'all be like ridiculous. You're not going to bully me into voting for like Kamala Harris. It's not going to happen. Like, what's uneducated about talking about the deficit? I literally just showed you. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I said the red party spent more money in 2020. Like, I've said that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we literally just showed you the, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the rates. Like, what are you saying? Like, y'all be so mad and just virulent and, like, trying to, like, just vote Harris. I'm not voting for her. Like, I'm going to go even harder talking about politics now. I'm not, like, y'all be getting on my nerves with that. Then she want to do unrealized capital gains taxes on the rich. Yeah, I don't make $100 million. But if she passes that, well, she ain't going to be able to pass nothing because they keep saying that they need, you know, people that he has influence over, Trump, to roll with them on things, and they don't want to do it because they more in line with Trump. So they really can't pass anything through Congress anyway. But if she was able to do an unrealized capital gains tax, they gonna do it to us regular people. Once that gets passed, it's coming to us. Like income tax, one income tax for the rich. And then it came to us. Like, that's crazy. Like, nah, bruh. I think she's a little bit more conservative about like taxing the rich more than Biden. Because I think Biden wanted to do 45% or something crazy like for the rich. But when she talks about unrealized capital gains tax, that's when it's like, all right, you doing too much. You know what I mean? Like, you doing way too much. But they don't even really are, and we're going to keep it all the way real. The reason why they never tax the rich like they say, and I don't think they should be taxing the rich because those are people, like poor people don't make jobs. I mean, they may create businesses, but like they don't own like major big companies and, you know what I mean? Those are rich companies that employ mad people and give people insurance and like these are big major companies. You don't want to be punishing them. More so, just control the spending is the issue. Y'all want to give Israel and like, you know what I'm saying? Like Ukraine and all this money. Like, that's the problem. So it's that, and then they want to control social media. Bro, they about to get rid of, like, TikTok ain't going to be the same after this sale is, like, goes through. They're forcing a sale on TikTok. Not to digress from any of this, but they're forcing a sale. So all these social media companies are afraid of the Diddycrats, the Democrats. They scared of them. So that's why they like heavily censor you when you post something, because they don't want to upset her or that establishment. Because look how people were like when Biden and Harris was in there. TikTok was going, did y'all realize the government is doing this to y'all and that to y'all? They like, all right, we're getting rid of TikTok. Like, cause y'all doing too much. People are starting to wake up. Like, you don't think Facebook looking at that? That's why you say anything right-leaning on Facebook, oh, you getting censored. They gonna try it. And they was going real crazy with the pandemic, censoring everything. They all was. You know what I mean? So I think they scared, bruh. Like, they could take your social media company like that and put it in legislation. That's crazy. And then when we sat there and we watched her and Hillary Clinton talk about it, and, you know, shout out to Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan even reacted to that when he heard her, like, say that. And he's just like, yo, like, what is this? Is she really saying this? Like, she wants to get rid of, like, she wants to censor social media companies and get rid of, like, what is this, X or Twitter? That's crazy. Like, people don't think that's crazy. Oh, no, my bad. I'm not scared to show my likes. I don't care. But yeah, that's crazy. Like, she would do that. Man, they are terrified of this lady. And all these social media companies are going to help her as much as they can. And Hillary Clinton sat on CNN and said that social media needs to be censored. And CNN said nothing to her when she said that. Like, how you gonna say nothing to these people when they trying to censor? This ain't China. Like, that's crazy, bro.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation. And that has to stop.
Imagine being like a social media company. You making mad, like YouTube is making mad bread off of like content creators. And you hear her say that. And you know they just like introduced legislation to get rid of TikTok. You gonna like make sure, like, you know what I mean? And like, I'm not saying YouTube is doing this now. They were like heavily, you got involved in anything like this, like, you know, you got to be careful. But, you know, they scared of this. Like, so they censor people like Facebook and all these companies. They be censoring because they censor so much, it seems like they're left leaning. Because if you say anything right, you know what I mean? Right leaning, they gonna censor you. So they're gonna have an advantage, and they know they got the power to do that to you. Like, this lady's dangerous, bro. Even her.
And if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
She said that on CNN, fake news. They want to control social media. Like, she telling you straight up what it is. They want to control social media. They cannot propagandize people. Is that a word? Thug life. Somebody look it up. They can't like hit you with propaganda like they used to. Like back before what's the dude that created the iPhone? Not Tim Cook, the other one. The dude I can't remember his name, from Apple. Like, before they came out with the iPhone, all like that, people weren't as informed as we are now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now we like, you can just, if somebody say something, you can look it up. And you got mad different sources that you can look. Like, that's a problem for them. She's saying that to you right now. Why do you think, look at her face. Why do you think she wants your gun so bad? Let's like be realistic about Steve Jobs. Shout out to Steve Jobs, thug life. He gets a special thug life. He changed the world. iPad's dope. The iPhone, everything, right? They try to forget about him. Shout out to him. They want your guns, her and her. Once they get your guns, they're taking your freedom of speech. That's happening. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They're taking your guns. And your speech is next. What you gonna do? Like get out there and picket and march? We would like our social media back. They got the military, dog. You think she want to be a regular person? Or be criticized by pawns of the country? Me, you? Like we're pawns. They're the bigwigs of this thing. You see what I'm saying? Rooks and bishops and kings and queens and you know what I'm saying? Like they're the bigwigs. We're the pawns. And now we all have like before we didn't have a voice. Like they might see protesters back in the day when they pushed Bill HR 347. I think this is when Obama was in office. You know what I mean? If I'm not mistaken, it was like the anti-protest bill. So you know what I mean? It wasn't this bad to where people are like super outspoken and vocal. They were a little bit, but social media was a little bit more controlled. Like remember when George W. Bush was president? Like it wasn't like this where you could just get on Twitter and just go in on them. And then you had like an Elon Musk that let you do it. You know what I'm saying? Like nah, like it wasn't like that at all. So now it's like it's open thought on like X. You know what I'm saying? And you can kind of low key talk, you know, on TikTok, but not really. Like they'll take your audio. If you say the wrong thing on TikTok, they will take your audio on the video. The video will still be there and they'll take your audio. Or they'll take your audio and your video. That's why I don't really post on there. You see what I'm saying? And then Instagram, if you say something they deem inappropriate, which if you say something about the government, they deem it inappropriate, they're going to take the video down and give you a strike. Instagram. Facebook owns Instagram. I don't even go on Facebook because they treat us like we in China on Facebook. And when I did, like I stopped posting. I would just like go watch the Facebook like funny videos or whatever. Like I never really like dealt with Facebook all like that. Once they started censoring people, I'm like, yo, this is messed up. If these people get in and we seen John Kerry do a whole speech about social media being a problem for them because they can't control the message. When you telling me you can't control the message, bro, that's like you trying to push propaganda on me. That's like ridiculous. She's straight up telling you on CNN and they say nothing to her.
If the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
But she wants to say Donald Trump is the one that's trying to silence people on social media. She wants to say Donald Trump is doing it.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites.
When I see these people talk, bro, I don't see what y'all see, bro. I don't see what y'all see. I'm voting like Republican for a reason. Like I think the country needs to go in a different direction. I think the direction that we're in, I think is not good. You know what I mean? People complaining about gas prices. We seeing like the lies that's being told. We even seen like people in Chicago trying to turn Chicago red. They're tired.
See it. America is coming together and Chicago is coming together. Black, white, it don't matter, because see, we see a common threat, and you all are a common threat to America and Chicago. How dare you sit up there and go on TV and say Chicago people are dope when you talking about how you handled the migrant crisis and legal crisis when they all in my neighborhood. Now, I can't go across the street and do a simple workout. I'm a trainer. I'm trying to educate the citizens of Chicago, help dads be in the homes, educate them about health, fitness, how it is, and to be healthy with your kids. Eat healthy, work out, do something for the community, and I got to go through all these permits, all these hoops, everything. I got to ensure.
Bro, Elon Musk said he can build a rocket faster than the regulation to allow him to be able to fly the rocket. Y'all don't think that's crazy? Like, regulation is insane. Like, I highly suggest, if y'all get time, go ahead and watch the Joe Rogan podcast with Donald Trump. When I see Obama speaking, this is how I look at him. And it's not like, this is what, like, because they be like capping. Like, this dude is about to say, you know what I mean? Like, I think he's saying something like, oh, well, how did we get here? Like, it's toxic. How did we get here? Bro, you guys, like, the separatism that y'all been pushing. Just because somebody is wearing a nice shirt doesn't mean they're not having, like, some serious, like, demonic ways about them. You know what I mean? What their agenda they're trying to push forward. But this is what, and I look at Obama, this is how I be looking at Democrats sometimes.
I don't understand how we got so toxic and just so divided and so bitter. And I get why sometimes people just don't want to pay attention to it. And we all have friends like that. We have family members.
Bro, these people, like, what do you mean, bro? Like, y'all are pushing separatism and all. Like, bro, they're literally, these people right here are literally giving our money away to Ukraine. And they're on a podium talking to us to get us to vote for them. That's what I'm saying. Like, when I see him talk, that's what I be thinking. When him and Kamala, they need to put like this on Kamala. Am I wrong for that? Like, nah, bro. And she a robot, bro. She be saying the same things at rallies. How you saying it? Like, how you saying the same thing with the same hand movements? Like, bro, no. This dude needs to run this country, bro.
In less than 4 years.
And it's always like some thugged out black dude. Where you getting your information from? We run through like mad videos. We be watching like debates and it be like the thugged out ones like, got a problem. Why y'all got a problem? You don't have to be a Democrat just because you black. Like, why do y'all think that? I don't want to be sitting in a welfare line like all that, like, what? Why are y'all like thugged out? Why are you like that? You in the comment, I see you. Why are you like that? Look at him, stick to battle rap. Like, get out of my, like, a moderator, Elizabeth, get this dude out of here. Trying to get me to talk about stupid stuff instead of politics. Al's main Diallo, please get him out of here. Like, block him, do whatever you got to do. Like, these people are ridiculous. You know what? This channel is politics now. Thug life. I'm voting for the felon. How about that? I don't know what these people, like, when you are a baby, do they just say Democrat, Democrat? Is that the lullaby? This is ridiculous.
Kamala Harris has shattered our middle class. She cast the deciding votes that launched the worst inflation in the history of our country. She cost the typical American family over $3,000 in a short period, but over $30,000 over the last 3 years. She killed.
Yes, I'm voting for him. Bro, just because you got a felony don't mean you did it. How many times people... Bro, I don't care if he got 12 business felonies. Or whatever kind of felonies you want to get. Like, my life was better when he was president. They used the... Thank you, Elizabeth. They used the whole government against him. Bro, this is one man. Y'all don't... Bro, we got inflation and all this going on, and they're using all the government resources to try to get us through the felony. Y'all don't remember that? That's why they don't know what's going on overseas, because they was focused on him. And they still couldn't break him. That's hard. That's a man. And that's who I'm voting for. This dude stood up to the American government that came at him off some vindictive mess. This dude, they didn't try to, like, assassinate him multiple times. And he's still standing. This dude's worth $6.5 billion. He don't have to be sitting there. He can, like, the average person, if they had that kind of money, they would be out of America. On a yacht somewhere, traveling the globe, chilling, drinking Mai Tais. In the Emirates, like, doing whatever they want to do. He's like, nah, I'm fixing America. That's who I'm voting for. I know in America we don't like men. A lot of people in America don't like men. Like, it's like anti-man in America now. Like, I don't like somebody 6 bankruptcies and felonies, but you know how many like companies file bankruptcies? Their bankruptcies are not bankruptcies like me or you would file if we got into trouble. It's different. Didn't 50 Cent file a bankruptcy for something? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's different. They be having different rules and all, like, things that they be doing. Like, y'all just mad, bro. Like, y'all mad. Y'all want welfare. Y'all want them. Y'all probably got 12 kids and you want Kamala Harris to give y'all some more tax money or something. Something wrong, bro. Like, we got to change our mode of thinking. Like, stop listening to these rappers. Y'all is crazy. They talk about battle rap. Talk about battle rap. No! Talk about Lil Durk. Not right now. Please distract me. Please. No, I'm not going to. Live. No. Wait, get out of here. Unfollow me then. If you're that mad. Shout out to Gwen Cooper. I subbed and dropped a like. Appreciate that.
50,000 manufacturing jobs this year alone. Now Kamala wants to raise the typical family taxes by nearly $3,000 a year and impose a 33% tax hike on all domestic production.
That's crazy. Do y'all hear what he's telling you? His rallies be more in line with the truth than Kamala's. The fact checks will say it. Anderson Cooper turned on Kamala. SNL done turned on her. She be faking. Like, we gotta do some of all these taxes. They're just taxing you to send money overseas. You're not, and then they want illegal immigrants to come in here, dog. Y'all be complaining in the hood, it ain't no jobs, it ain't no job. But then y'all want what you want it to be flooded with illegal people? You think you're gonna have a job easier then? Rent's too high, well, you got more people in the area. What you think gonna happen? The people that own the landlords, they gonna raise the rent. Supply and demand. Home prices are gonna go up. Y'all is crazy. They trying to do away with voter ID. They're trying to say voter ID is racist. That's what the Democrats are saying. How is that racist? They want them to come over so that they can vote, allegedly. Y'all is crazy.
If Kamala Harris gets 4 more years, our economy can never recover. If I win, we will quickly build the greatest economy.
He could stabilize things if he could stop people from flooding over here. Somebody said, well, how can Donald Trump lower rent? You're like, y'all, like, get out of my chat. Come back for something else. Thug Life. Don't unsubscribe. But you're not about to like, I'm going, man, I cannot wait. When I vote, Thug Life. Trump. It's going to be like Republican.
History of the world. Which is what we had in our last term. We will rapidly defeat inflation, and we will very simply make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable.
Shout out to Papa. I appreciate you. And then Robin Hood said... Yeah, don't unsubscribe. Just come back for something else when for some distraction content. But right now, leave the chats.
I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax.
And then Kamala Harris like plagiarized that. No taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. Like right after he said it, she tried to steal it.
Tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right? They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much. I'll also make interest on car loans fully tax deductible.
Oh, that's fire, bruh. Nah, I ain't never heard nothing like that before. Interest on car loans, tax deduct. Yo, that is crazy. Hey, we voting for him. We gonna vote for him. We voting for him, bro.
That I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right?
That is fire, bro. Like people are getting dementia, people are having strokes, and if you have to like take care of the family member, you can get a tax. Man, like shout out to him, bro. She ain't saying nothing like this. Colin Bradley with the 199. Shout out to you, said Piper Nation. What's up, y'all? Thug Life 100. Man, I'm voting for this dude. Bro.
And small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors.
What? And you know it's crazy that they even taxed that. Bro, they need to vote for this dude, bro. That soundbite. See, this is the problem with me not having like over 100,000 subscribers, right? Like we gotta get like if y'all like we gotta like subscribe to channels that are, you know what I mean, red. You know what I mean? And shout out to Devory. Like, his subscribers going crazy. He got like 50-some thousand in like a day. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. You know what I mean? Some people like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But subscribe to channels that are actually like showing people stuff like that. Because like people like, you can see like in my chat, you get some blue people that come in here. And they may never hear this. They just want to hear somebody talk about entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to hear this. You know, so they may never have seen this before. So, you know, just, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, bro. Joel Angel said I'm subscribed. No taxes on overtime. That's lit, bro. That is lit. No taxes on interest on cars. No taxes on Social Security. Like, that's I mean, that's a winner right there. No taxes on tips. That's a winner.
This is what we had in our last term. We will rapidly defeat inflation, and we will very simply make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable. Right? I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no...
Bro, look. Let me show y'all this.
Now, we mentioned earlier that Kamala is so desperate for popular policies because there ain't too many policies on her official website that she's stealing them from Donald Trump. Let's have a look at that.
When I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips.
And eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Oh, Josh, not only did the media not slam Kamala for brazenly stealing a Trump policy without any credit, but look at the way they report the story in their headlines. Take CBS, for example. This is how they reported the policy when Trump released it, highlighting that it will cost the government $250 million over 10 years, according to a nonpartisan watchdog group. But this is how they reported it after
Shout out to Rebecca
Kamala stole the policy and announced it. Vice President Kamala Harris is rolling out a new policy position, saying she'll fight to end taxes on tips for service and hospitality.
Yo, Rita caught them, bro. I love Rita, bro. She be cooking.
$50 million over 10 years, according to a nonpartisan watchdog group. But this is how they reported it after Kamala stole the policy and announced it. Vice President Kamala Harris is rolling out a new policy position, saying she'll fight to end taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. Media bias? What media bias, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, that's just unbelievable stuff right there. I mean, CBS News, bear in mind, Rita, is the exact same news outlet that for about 2 to 2.5 years, if I have the time frame right, insisted over and over again that the Hunter Biden laptop story was just Russian disinformation. And eventually CBS News buried in like the 8th or 9th paragraph of some unrelated article. They did a mea culpa, like, shh, you know what, our bad. Actually, it was a legitimate laptop there. So, you know, this is CBS, like most of the other major networks here. I mean, ABC News, one of CBS's major competitors, ABC News has George Stephanopoulos as their lead political anchor. This is someone who literally ran the Bill Clinton campaign in '92. So, you know, these hacks definitely are not hiding it. Look, I mean, I'm not surprised that
I can't believe I used to listen to CBS, bro. They used to trick me, bro. All right, we on Kamala Harris's website, right? And before it was, hold on, yeah. They were like trying to ask me for money, so I had to get past a whole bunch of stuff. It was saying we're getting pummeled by attack ads. Let me show you. See if it'll do it. Oh no, I already got by it, but it was like, we're being pummeled by attack ads. Please donate. But let's see what their policies are. It says meet Kamala and Tim, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, issues, a new way forward, opportunity agenda. Okay, where are the policies? Events, opportunity agenda for black men. Where's the white men? Like, you don't care about white men? It's all black people, huh? seems kind of separate to me. Trump's Project 2025, we've already debunked that. Trump said he's not doing Project 2025. So issues, a new way forward. A new way forward for middle class. Introduction. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are charting a new way forward to a future where everyone has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. Really, with that high inflation that we've seen, like upwards 7% that you guys had, you know, starting out, like really? Said they grew up in the middle class families and believed that when she doing that again, bro. Tax cuts for working people. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz believe that working families should have the economic stability and security that they need to not just get by, but to get ahead. They know that millions of families are strained by higher costs, and the tax relief will help middle-class Americans take care of themselves and their families. So they're admitting that higher costs are under their administration. A new way forward, what Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will do. He's not going to do anything but sit there. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will cut taxes for 100 million Americans, and unlike Donald Trump, whose Project 2025 agenda would raise taxes on the middle class, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will make sure no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes. Restoring the expanded tax credit up to $3,600 to help more than 100 million Americans. I don't want to have no more kids. It's too expensive. So you're only going to give them that for the first year. Let me see. The expansion of the child tax credit made possible by Vice President Harris's tie-breaking vote was one of the largest tax cuts ever passed by the middle class. It gave middle class families the help they needed to pay their bills, with 70% of parents reporting that the monthly relief made them less stressed about household expenditures. For millions of middle class working families, the expanded child tax credit helped them pay their mortgage or rent, but food and purchase basics for their children like books, diapers, clothes, and toys. While extensions of this vital tax relief for working families was blocked by Republican opposition in Congress, Vice President Harris and Governor Walz have proposed to restore the expanded child tax credit and to make it a permanent law of the land. It will provide a tax up to $3,600 per child for middle class and the most hard-pressed working families with children. So you couldn't pass it, but you're basically vowing to pass it, but you couldn't pass it. So how are you going to pass it? If you couldn't pass it because it was blocked by, allegedly it was blocked by Republicans, which it probably had a lot of pork in there for your friends. Like, it's probably why they didn't pass it, but you're going to pass it even though you couldn't pass it. That makes no sense. The temporary middle tax relief in 2021 cut taxes for more than 40 million working families with over 60 million children. The benefits of the expanded child tax credit were widespread. If tax relief to the families of more than 9 million children in rural areas and 5 million children in veteran and active duty families. The child tax credit payments were delivered reliably, with the first ever monthly payment delivered on the 15th of each month, with 90% of recipients using direct deposit. That is crazy that we all got to use direct deposit now. That's crazy. Economists found that this investment cut child poverty to a record low. This support helped cut Black child poverty by over 50% and Hispanic child poverty by 43%, and it led to dramatic drops in Native American, white, and Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander child poverty rates. In addition, Vice President Harris's monthly tax relief model cut food insecurity by more than 20% among families with children. A new $6,000 tax cut to help families pay for the high cost of child's first year of life. Vice President Harris's plan include a historic expansion of the child tax credit, providing $6,000 in tax relief for middle income and low income families for the first year of their child's life. So what about the rest of their life? Like, you know what I'm saying? Up until they're 18. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's expensive to have a kid out here. But how are you going to fund this when you're giving all of our money to like Ukraine? I don't know how they're going to fund that. This is often when a family's expenses are highest, with formula, diapers, car seats, and other costs, while at the same time, too many parents are forced to forego incomes as they take time off their jobs without any paid leave. Indeed, why don't y'all change that rule to where like you can have a little bit more time off? Why don't y'all make it to where we like Germany, where you can have like, isn't it like Germany? You can have like 2 months of vacation a year. Like, why don't y'all do that? Like, y'all don't care about us. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, bro. It said expanding the earned income tax credit to cut taxes for millions, but they're not saying how they're going to pay for it. They're not saying how they're going to pay for it, bro. I think they're just hoping to tax the rich more. What do y'all think in the comments? Somebody said Kamala gonna give everyone an Obama phone. Devious Chris said it is all costed. Continue. Okay, it's all costed. Economic breakdown. Lure. Expansion tax rate made possible. Expanding the tax. Where's the economic breakdown? Lower costs of lower food and grocery costs. How's she going to do that? Americans across the country have been struggling with rising prices at the grocery store, leaving family. Like, they are admitting this. This is under their administration. They caused it. Americans across the country have been struggling with the rising costs at the grocery store, leaving families budget pinch, even as corporate profits have increased. In just the past several years, we have seen insufficiently resilient supply chains in the face of disruption from the pandemic and the Russians' invasion of Ukraine, as well as a lack of competition in markets. Although inflation has significantly declined, with monthly grocery price inflation at or near 0%, families are seeing grocery prices in many areas that are significantly higher than before the pandemic. A new way forward. What Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will do. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz have a plan to bring down American grocery costs. First, Vice President Harris will invest in building resilient food supply chains. Yeah, right. The Vice President will build on progress made to strengthen and diversify our supply chains for food production, processing, and distribution. Many food supply chains still remain too concentrated, allowing for single points of failure if a plant goes down or a drought or pest affects a particular region. Vice President Harris will focus on expanding production among new suppliers and small farms, growers, and processors to create broad-based supply chains. Second, she will revitalize competition in food and grocery prices, because a healthy and competitive marketplace means lower costs for consumers. She will direct her administration to crack down on unfair mergers and acquisitions that give big food corporations the power to jack up food and grocery prices by instructing agencies to specifically evaluate the risk that a proposed merger would raise grocery prices for consumers. On top of this, she'll instruct her administration to focus on investigating and prosecuting price fixing. That would be dope. Where companies illegally collude to set prices up and down for food supply chains. Finally, she will make sure the federal government has the resources to identify and take on anti-competitive practices in the food and grocery industries. In addition, she will support giving small business grocers and growers the resources to compete, re-injecting competition back into our food market and lowering costs for Americans. This includes proposing more funding and support for new small businesses that can grow into competitors. This will build on the billions in assistance this administration has already provided the small producers, processors, distributors, family farms, and food and farm workers to compete with large conglomerates. I mean, why don't she be saying this? You know what I mean? She needs to be talking about this like in her campaigns. Colin Radley with the $4.99, he said the fact they are calling themselves out on her own website has me rolling. Exactly. Doug, like that's like when I'm reading this, that is what I'm getting. It's like you guys are admitting there's a problem with food. on your own website. Like, that's literally insane. Third, she will call on Congress, which she can't get anything to pass through Congress. Like, Governor Wants has said that they can't get anything to pass to Congress. She said that they can't get anything passed through Congress, but she's going to go to Congress and get this passed. Third, she will call on Congress to pass the first ever federal ban on price gouging. The bill will set rules of the road to make clear the big corporations can't unfairly exploit consumers during times of crisis to run up excessive corporate profits on food and groceries. That is kind of communistic, but you know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel like they should govern that a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like, cause they just be wilding with these prices sometimes because they can. It is well established that price fluctuations are normal in free markets, that increased input costs can spur price increases to maintain normal profit margins, and that pricing can at times signal to markets to increase supply. But while most companies play by the rules, corporations should not be able to exploit times of crisis to excessively and indefinitely increase their profit margins at the expense of American families. Evidence suggests that in some cases, this is exactly what has happened. In an investigation into grocery supply chains during the pandemic, the Federal Trade Commission recently found that some food and beverage retailers saw their revenues rise much faster than costs in recent years. Indeed, the CEO of a major grocery corporation told investors in June 2022 that a little bit of inflation is always good for our business. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz proposed, like many of the laws already on the books in 37 states, will go after nefarious price gouging of essential goods during emergencies or times of crisis. When an emergency strikes, the American people deserves to know the government can take on bad actors that take advantage of a crisis to excessively jack up prices. So what did y'all do with the people in North Carolina? Because they doing that in North Carolina. Like with the, you know what I'm saying, the hurricane, people have been jacking prices up. So y'all are literally in office right now. Like, did y'all do something about that or not? Going after price gouging by bad actors who exploit crisis is a bipartisan common sense solution that has been embraced by Republicans and Democratic governors and state attorney generals to confront inflation and lower the costs in their states. And she goes like per state, but she's not talking about how she's going to pay for it. Lower healthcare costs, lower prescription drug costs, lower energy costs, lower costs by protecting consumers from fees and fraud. Yo, they need to, one thing they need to like control. I know this is like a city thing, but bruh, these parking garages, they be robbing us, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like they do, bro. Like they need to, they do. But if I'm like Kamala Harris, like I don't even think she knows. I think they just like typing this as, like they should be telling her to talk about, if she was talking about this, it would be a completely different tone for her. Like, you know, this is what we're going to do. And this is what, like, they need to, like, have her memorize this. But, I mean, now we run, you know what I mean? They running out of time. But if she, this would be different. But then they would go back to, I think they don't want to talk about it because then they would have to admit that prices are higher under their administration. You see what I'm saying? I think that's, like, the problem. That's really the problem for them. It said lower costs by protecting consumers from fees and fraud. And I think the Department of Justice went after Ticketmaster like recently, I think, or Live Nation, like one of them. I think it was Live Nation. Too many American families struggle with the added burden of junk fees, scams, and fraud. These practices are costly. For example, junk fees, the hidden fees that are often tacked into airline, hotel, entertainment, cable, and other bills, but that do not show up until the very end of the transaction, distort competition, and lead to customers paying more. The average household pays more than $650 in junk fees annually, costing a cumulative of $90 billion and more across the economy. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will stand up to Americans by making sure that they are not being scammed or swindled out of their hard-earned money. Why didn't y'all do this already? You're running off of a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, they should have done that. Like, y'all been in there for 4. If they didn't spend all their time going at Trump, they could have. Imagine if they would have did this. This is big. Now we got to trust y'all for another 4 years, and y'all literally just, we had inflation go through the roof under y'all, 7%. And it's still not as low as when Trump was in here. It went down, but like he still had inflation lower. Well, the president don't control inflation. That's what they're going to say. It was lower under him. And like, yeah, like these, I think Ticketmaster and Live Nation, all of them, like Department of Justice was going to go at them for all these fees. And they're forcing performers. And I know a lot of like, you know, celebrities, whatever. But they force performers to have to like deal with like the, you know what I'm saying? They got to go through them. So, you know what I mean? They control like the venues and everything. So, you know, the performers' prices be high a lot of times because of the fees and everything. I mean, it's the price. I mean, some of them just charge you too much. But the fees and everything added on to it just racks everything up. So they was going at, the Department of Justice was going at them. But I guess they trying to just do this to everybody that's jacking up. Like that would be dope if they did it. A new way forward, what Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will do. Vice President Harris has a long history of fighting for consumers. As Attorney General of California, she stood up to bad actors when they were ripping people off. Her mortgage fraud strike force helped to target scams, predatory lending, and deceptive marketing. She also worked to protect seniors and from abuse and fraud by educating them about risk and the legal protections they are entitled to. I mean, San Francisco was like, bro, like, and you was like So Trump.com. I just put Trump. Let me look at his website over here.
No tax on tips.
Somebody said she has power. Yeah, she's got power now, bro. Like all this should have been fixed. She just needs to, like, what she needs to do, like, and this is me being completely fair, right? I'm still voting for him, but what she needs to do is she got to be saying, this is the plan. You know what I mean? We got high prices because of this, and this is what we're trying to do, you know, with the food. Don't y'all like not paying like all these fees and stuff for this and that, the hidden costs? We trying to do something about this is the plan to do that. Like, because he's putting his plans up. Like, he's telling you what, like, he's going to do. That's the difference. I want to see if he's got this on his website, though, what he's saying. But him getting on the podium and saying, I'm planning to, you know, the interest on car loans, you know what I mean? That's a tax write-off. He's probably talking about for businesses. But, you know, if he's talking about for all, I don't know how he's going to do that for all Americans. You know what I'm saying? But because they do want that tax money. They don't want to be giving you like too many tax write-offs. But I mean, if he could do something like that, I mean, it would help the automotive market because people be like, all right, well, now I can buy another car because I feel like I'm not because cars are already too expensive right now. Remember, they were like super high with the chip shortage, but now they coming down. But like when you look at interest rates and everything, unless you do like a 60-month, like, nah, bro, like they still too high. So that would help.
No tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right?
Why did it take this long? But that's big. Like, I'm saying that is big because it's a lot of people dealing with family members that have serious issues going on. And then Colin Radley with the $4.99, shout out to you. He said, y'all keep saying Trump wants tariffs, but you are not complaining that Biden Harris kept Trump's tariffs in place already. Uneducated thug. All right, let's see this, y'all. Yeah, Trump is petty, bruh. Hello, help me reach my critical FEC deadline fundraising goal. Please donate today. Should we donate to him? I can't. I'm gonna donate to him. I can't donate with y'all on here because y'all see my credit card and everything. I'm gonna donate to him today. They're not after me. They're after you. I'm just standing in the way. Oh, that's fire. That's crazy fire. All right, platform, news, event, get involved. I'm going to donate to him today. Agenda 47 platform. America needs determined Republican leadership at every level of government to address the core threats to our very survival. Our disastrous open border, our weakened economic, crippling restrictions on American energy production, our depleted military, attacks on the American system of justice, and much more. To make clear our commitment, we offer to the American people that 2024 GOP platform to make America great again. It is forward-looking agenda that begins with the following 20 promises that we will accomplish very quickly when we win the White House and Republican majority in the Senate. All right, let's see what he's saying. All right. Seal the border and stop. All right, so these are the promises, right? 20. Read the official 2024 Republican Party platform here. President Trump, 20 core promises to make America great again. Seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. I think he can do that. Carry out the largest deportation operation in America. I think he can do that. Obama did it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I think he can do that. 3, end inflation and make America affordable again. I think he can. I think he may be, if he could use the tariffs and lower taxes, I think he can kind of low-key do it, but I don't know, because I think that's the cost of goods are gonna go up. But inflation was under control when he was president. Even though they don't technically control it, but they can help influence in different ways. Make American the dominant energy producer in the world by far. I don't know how he's going to do that. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Everything's going digital. So he can say that, but how would he do that? Other than like tariffs and taxing them more to bring products in. Large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. That is fire. Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. I love that. Number 7. Number 8, prevent World War III, restore peace in Europe and in the Middle East, and build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our entire country. All made in America. Yo, I don't know if that's a joke or whatever, but I do feel like he can control Putin. I think he can control Putin. I think he can, bro. Like, I think he can stop that war. You know, the dangers with this war going on, eventually they're going to send us over there. Our military people. Like, we don't need more people with PTSD, you know what I mean? Like, who can't get health care and, you know what I'm saying? All of them. We don't need stuff like that. I think he can end this. 9, end the weaponization of government against the American people. I mean, they just hired 80-something thousand IRS agents to come after American people. So, I mean, he might be right about that. Like, maybe he could do something about that. 10, stop the migrant crime epidemic, demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up violent offenders. Okay. Number 11, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. I think cities are going down, bro. Because one, it's a lot of like police departments, or, you know, they don't have as many police anymore. Like, they're kind of like not, a lot of departments, you know, are not getting like funds and, you know, to hire more police officers, you know, and that keeps, you know what I mean? Like, if they're on the streets, people will be less likely to litter, you know what I'm saying? Like, spray up like buildings and, you know what I mean? But if he can like put money in to help and fix infrastructure, that would be very good. But America's infrastructure is a lot better than some countries. You know what I'm saying? Or even like when I went to Jamaica, like Jamaica's like infrastructure is terrible. You know, so Americans' infrastructure, I mean, it does need work. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. 12, strengthen and modernize our military, making it without question the strongest and most powerful in the world. That is very important. Because in order to check Putin, he's gotta like strengthen and modernize our military. He's gotta make sure we got the best, the fighters, you know, fighter planes, all of that. Shout out to Tom Cruise. I watched Top Gun Maverick the other day, fire movie. But you know, we gotta have the best equipment. They, you know, if they don't feel like our military is up to snuff, they're gonna do whatever they want to do. So I mean, he gotta like put some money into that. It is what it is. 13, keep the US dollar as the world's current reserve currency. Y'all remember when Vladimir Putin was trying to do away with the American dollar and he wouldn't allow people to take dollars out of the ATMs, and they were trying to do all the trade with rubles, and they were trying to do like the membrane in China and like rubles. So they were trying to boost each other's currency. Like that was going on. So if he can like get involved and make sure that doesn't happen again, like that would be dope. You know what I'm saying? Number 14, fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. Yeah, they want to keep raising the age until you die, bro. That's what it is. And so if they can like not mess with that age at all, that would be dope. But, you know, they're spending all of our money, all the Social Security money, they're just giving it to Ukraine. And, you know, it's crazy what Kamala and Biden is doing. 15, cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. I think they said a certain amount of vehicles, but I can't remember what year, have to be electric. Right? Ain't that what it is? Hold on. Let's see. Electric vehicle. ENC Republicans lead to stop the Biden-Harris de facto EV mandate. Energy and Commerce Republicans are leading to stop the Biden-Harris administration from imposing unaffordable electric vehicle mandates that will jeopardize our auto industry and hand China the keys to our energy future. Members spoke on the House in support. Okay. All right. So this is what they're doing, right? So I don't know how every place is gonna, because you know, like California, they put a mandate, like you had that they after a certain year they're not selling anymore like gas vehicles, but then they just had like a grid issue, like electric issue. So it's like I don't know, man. And then electric mandate, like so in Tennessee and Nashville, right? Tennessee, I've got 2 Teslas. Each year, because I don't have a gas car, they're charging me $283 or $289. I can't remember which one, to renew my tags just to get a sticker, because they say because I don't pay for gas, you know, that's for the roads and everything. So it's like almost $300 a year just to get a sticker on my car. Like that's ridiculous. That's Democrats are doing that. So it's like the car is already like expensive, and then now you're gonna like punish me for going green. Like it's like these Diddycrats, bro. I swear, bro. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, racial gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our that's fire, bro. Cut federal funding for any school doing that. Yeah, bro. Yo, he really about to make America like America. Like this. he about to restore order, bro. That's all I can say. He about to restore order. Keep men out of women's sports, bro. I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm not saying nothing about anybody with their gender choice or nothing like that. I want to put that out there. Y'all do what y'all do. I do not want a man in a bathroom with my daughter, bro. That's crazy. Like, man, I'm voting for Trump, bro. Like, thug life. Like, it is what it is. Deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. I mean, I think we need that, bro. Unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. Let's see. To the forgotten men and women of America. I like this dude, bruh. What y'all think in the comments? I like what he doing, bro.
They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much. I'll also make interest on car loans fully tax deductible, but only for cars made in America.
Listen to me, yes! Man, if y'all don't vote for him, man, y'all have lost your mind, bro. Vote for whoever you want to vote for. This is the one right here. Thug life. I'm voting for the felon. Like, bruh, this why they don't want him in power. Bruh, you know how many... bruh, the automotive industry, he about to, like, flip. He like, nah, y'all we ain't about to go down like that. He's about to flip the automotive industry, bruh. He's gonna make it to where schools, you know what I mean? They not about to be having like dudes in girls' bathrooms, you know what I'm saying? They need, man. Bro, I'm voting for Trump, bro. Like, shout out to Trump, bro. Yeah, and then like, bro, and if you want that tax cut, you're gonna have to buy the car from here. Thug life! Thug life! I know Elon Musk like money. Because like the Teslas are built here. Like in California and Texas. A lot of other places, like they outsource, like you be thinking like these car companies are in America, but they be being built in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? In different places. So I don't know, bruh. And I think he was talking about on Joe Rogan podcast. He was just like, hey, yo, Joe Rogan, you need to let us use your footage, bro. But I know you got to deal with like Spotify, so I don't know how that worked with copyright. But he was talking to Joe Rogan. He was like, I think he said Toyota or somebody. He was like, they were trying to build a plant in Mexico to circumvent like the United States automotive industry, right? I forget how he said they were gonna do it, but that, you know, it's gonna be super cheap to build it, and then they sell it here. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, "Well, I'm just gonna like charge them 100 or 200% tariff." And I'm saying to bring the car here. That's gonna make you like it's either gonna make them build the car in America, or the car is going to be too expensive. Man, come on, bro. There's a lot of people that do not want this dude in power. Because he's straight American. Bro, even Robert Kennedy is like wanting this dude to win. It's crazy.
Have to be made in America. And we will achieve energy independence. And we will do something. We want it so badly. We're going to do something. You know what we're going to do? Front row Joes. You know, I got front row Joes here. I got the ladies from North Carolina, number 249. This is the 200, and you look so.
I mean, I don't know about what that Amir Odom dude was talking about. This kind of seemed lit. Don't it?
Beautiful. We have a lot of people. They followed us, but we're going to do something. The ladies can tell you what we're going to do. We're going to drill a baby drill. And I will terminate the Green New Scam, and we'll cut your energy prices.
All right, so this is Devious Chris, right? He said they were building in Mexico because Trump made the USMCA deal that created a tariff loophole for U.S. companies to build in Mexico and Canada.
Half.
I don't know if that's true, but I wanted to read that. You know what I mean?
50% within 1 year from January 20th. Is the fake news hearing that? Whoa! Look how much. Wow, that's a lot of fake news. That is a lot of fake news. Look at that. Wow. That's got to be a record, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a record.
Yo, I don't see that. Hit me on Twitter and send me the link on where that loophole is that Trump allegedly created. Because I'm looking, I don't see it on here.
That is a lot of fakers back there. To bring back millions of jobs, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. Remember this, if we keep going...
All right, I think I found it, bro. I'm quick with it. Like, hold on. All right, so commenter said this. All right, so it said fact-checking Trump on trade. President Donald Trump distorted some facts about trade in a press conference announcing an agreement to replace the North American Free Trade Agreement with the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or USMCA. The president said the new deal will close terrible loopholes, claiming foreign companies ship auto parts to Mexico and Canada for assembly and send their foreign-made cars into the United States with no tax. That's misleading. NAFTA imposes a 2.5% tariff on cars made with less than 62.5% of auto parts from North America. The new deal increases that to 75%. Trump said since NAFTA's adoption, the United States racked up trade deficits totaling more than $2 trillion going back to 1994 when NAFTA went into effect. The U.S. trade deficit in goods and services with Mexico and Canada is $1.58 trillion, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis figures. The president suggests that NAFTA was responsible for all of the decline in manufacturing jobs since it took effect, a drop of 4.1 million, but the U.S. gained a net 37 million jobs over that time period. And economic studies say the trade deal had a small overall impact on jobs. He claimed that while U.S. company paid 25% to export cars to China, the U.S. has a 2.5% tariff on cars imported from China, but we do not collect it. The U.S. does collect it. Industry experts told us, and Trump is using outdated figures on the tariffs. The president repeated several claims he has made before, such as inflating U.S. trade deficit figures by excluding services and claiming that U.S. Steel is building 8 or 9 plants. We previously found no evidence of what when the president's claim was just 7 plants. Trump spoke in the Rose Garden at the White House on October 1st about the new trade agreement between the countries, the USMCA deal. Still, we need to be approved by Congress. Trump informed made cars. In his press conference, the president said that the new deal with Mexico and Canada will close terrible loopholes caused by NAFTA, but the example he offered of Mexico and Canada assembling cars with foreign parts and sending them to the U.S. with no tax is misleading. Trump, October 1st, under the current New Deal, and if you look at the current NAFTA deal, the New Deal is taking care of all these problems because NAFTA foreign companies have been allowed to manufacture many of their parts overseas, ship them to Mexico, Canada for assembly, and send their foreign-made cars into the United States with no tax. All right, so he's going over that. So we let all our people go. We fire everybody. They make cars. They make products. They make everything in other countries. They send them into the United States, no tax, and the cost is very little difference. Sometimes it's more for those people that like to talk about costs. With this agreement, we are closing all the terrible loopholes. They're closed. They're gone. They were a disaster. Trump distorts the facts. Under NAFTA, cars sold in the United States must contain at least 62.5% of the auto parts from North America in order to qualify for tax-free status. Cars that do not meet the threshold for the so-called regional value content, or RVC, must pay a 2.5% tariff. The tariff for pickup trucks and cargo vehicles that do not meet the threshold is 25%. Virtually all cars assembled in Mexico and Canada met the threshold in 2017, according to an April report by the Center of Automotive Research in Ann Arbor, Michigan. In 2017, nearly all vehicles imported from Canada, 98.4%, and Mexico, 99.8%, were traded using the NAFTA preference, which means they meet the current 62.5% parts RVC, the report said. The threshold will increase from 62.5% to 75% under the new agreement. In announcing the new deal, the president boasted that it require at least 75% of every automobile to be made in North America in order to qualify for the privilege of free access to our markets. But he did not mention the existing threshold as 62.5%. That fact was also omitted from the sheets about the new trade agreement released in the White House. Oh, I see what you're saying. So there is no loophole. They either meet the 62.5% or not, said Christine, Vice President of Industry, Labor, and Economics at the Center of Automotive Research. She said that the majority of the cars coming from Mexico and Canada will meet the new 75% auto parts threshold and continue to pay no taxes. Mexico has said that close to 70% of its cars export will meet the new requirement. As for Canada, she said, I'm guessing most are close to already conforming. They use a lot of U.S. content, a lot of U.S. engines and U.S. transmissions. That's a huge portion of the value to the vehicle. So, I mean, like, yeah, so he did, like, distort that.
Like this, we won't have the biggest and the best. We won't have a market. We won't have a country. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job.
So shout out to Long Hair Hippie 1979. You were actually right about that.
And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protected companies. We're going to protect our companies. They're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff. So an eye for an eye. And I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect products.
But we all gotta, yo, I've been watching too much Trump, bro. Like, y'all don't see me like, I'm doing this like when I'm talking. Like, we gotta, you know what I mean? Like, with all politicians, we do kind of got to look at them all with a side eye. Because shout out to that guy that had me look that up and read that. Like, they be like omitting stuff. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, but I kind of like what I'm talking about. J. Roger, 499 said, if he lied about that, then what else is he lying about?
To the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protect.
It's distortion. I can't necessarily, you know, I mean, maybe he knew. I mean, he had to know. He's like the president. You know what's going on with the tariffs. You know, like with the, you know what I mean, 65%, you know what I mean, 70%. You know all of that. So it's like, it's distortion. Like, they can distort things. And you know, like, who's going to, like, we just read that. Like, a lot of people aren't going to go back and read that. You know what I mean? To know. So, yeah, I mean, like, you kind of right. Like, who knows? Like, all of them. Like, who knows what they omit?
Protected companies. We're going to protect our companies. They're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass the Trump.
Josh said, what are you talking about, Josh? He said, all y'all think is fake. Watch the debates for yourself. What are you talking about?
Reciprocal Trade Act.
Somebody said, I'm glad that RFK riding with Trump. Another good, yo, I like that he like going to censorship hearings and trying to like fight for, like, you know what I mean? I like RFK, bro. Like, I do.
Energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet. Remember this, if we keep going like this, we won't have the biggest and the best. We won't have a market, we won't have a country.
With the 189 shot at you, he said you actually fact check, which is good by me. Oh, shout out, man. Shout out.
But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protected companies. We're going to protect.
But how I understand the tariffs, right? So it's like the company that manufactures like a shirt, right? They sell the shirt for like, let's just say $8, right? So then the shirt goes to the third party company that's going to sell it in America, right? And so they got to pay a tariff before it comes to America. It's from what I understand. So let's just say it's $8. Let's just say they charging $20 for the shirt, right? And the shirt is $8. If they charge them like a 100% tariff on the shirt, like that's like $16 for the shirt. You see what I'm saying? And then it's like they still got to make their profit. So if the third party person with the business, they're just gonna raise the price of the product. To me, that's what it is. Unless he can think of something, because it's easy to tell, like, we just gonna raise the tariffs on it. You know what I mean? But like, how is this actually gonna work? You know what I mean? Yeah, I know it's a tax on foreign goods. Like I know that, but it's like, how can that work though? Like, if we being like really real about it, like it sounds good, but it's like we still need that product. Unless that's going to make people try to manufacture the product in America. That's the only thing I can think. It's what he's trying to do, like force manufacture. But American workers are expensive. Because it's expensive to live here. You know what I mean? And they can build things cheaper there. But if we're worried about like emissions and stuff like that, like, and global warming and all of that, like we do need to have things made in America where it's kind of stricter with manufacturing. Because, you know, China, they building like a coal factory a week, you know, and that's why they be having smog and all. That's part of the reason why it's like the air quality is so bad. And so you kind of want things to be made here, but, you know, that's a big step if somebody's a third party, like trying to sell something. But then maybe he can get the manufacturers that's already out there to try to manufacture in America. But that would be too much in cost. So I don't know how this would work, bro. Like, this is me being real. Like, me trying to, like, just think of it out the blue. Like, nah. And then Jay Roger said, with the 199 said, he never gives specifics. Great call out. It's just, I don't, you know, they got to make profit. Like, I don't know how it's going to work, bro. If he can be like specific with it, even when I watched him talk about stuff like that on the Joe Rogan podcast, he wasn't really specific about it. It sounds good. You know what I mean? He got a lot of like plans and stuff that, you know what I mean, is dope. But like that one with the tariff is like, I don't know how he's going to do that.
To our companies, they're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass in the USA.
Okay, because he said the companies are not leaving anymore. Okay, let's run that back.
And hire American workers for the job. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers and our now protected companies. We're going to protect our companies. They're not leaving anymore. They're not leaving anymore.
Or is it like, because they be taxing us like to bring stuff there. So it's like tariff for tariff, right? So it's, I gotta research that, bro.
We're also going to pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff. It's called an eye for an eye.
Oh, I see what he doing. One, he wants, all right, no, that's actually dope, bro. He don't really got to, he got to explain some of it.
Leaving anymore.
But like, obviously he wants them to manufacture here, but if they do tariff for tariff, so if you charging us a lot to, like for us to export there, we're going to charge you a lot to import here. So that would make them like renegotiate. Like, oh, well, let's not charge let's not make tariffs so high now. You know what I mean? So that could play out like pretty good. Like if he does tariff for tariff, it's a negative. It can make prices of everything go up. You know what I mean? Being real about it. But, they could make them lower the tariffs.
They're not leaving anymore. We're also going to pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, we will then charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff.
Why don't we do that now? Well, probably because it would prices would go up even more than what they already are. But like, that's messed up. Like y'all gonna charge like 100%, 200% tariff, bro. Y'all wildin', bro. China, y'all wildin', bro.
It's called an eye for an eye. And I will never apologize for defending America.
Yeah, but that could shout out to a subscriber, I think, Red Hunter. Yeah, I seen you in here before. He said if it could force the deal, right? Yeah. I could force a deal.
I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our great families. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. There's never been anything like it. It's bigger than inflation. It's bigger than the economy. What they're doing to our country, they're allowing criminals from all over the world to enter our country. Over the past 4 years, Kamala Harris has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. There has never been anything like it anywhere in the world for any country.
I mean, that is real. Like, letting people flood in here is really a problem. That's a major problem. I mean, she can say it. She wants, oh, we want to fix food prices and like all of that. Like Kamala, you letting people, like y'all letting people, nah, bro. That is a serious threat to our democracy. Like and then y'all want to get rid of voter ID. Like, bro, they could literally just come in here and like vote and overthrow our government.
Kamala has imported criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. A lot of people are coming from the Congo prisons. They're coming from all over the world. Over the last month, 181 countries violated our laws. And she has resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American citizens. But
and they are doing that. That's actually true.
The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion of our country ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Nice group of people. They got together in prison, the worst prison in the world, they say. It's called Tren de Aragua. And that is taking over apartment complexes and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America, especially in Aurora, Colorado, where we have a governor who's petrified of them, and maybe he should be. But now they've even taken over Times Square. Take a look.
Border's deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is
Yeah, that's crazy.
a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk
They're playing music, but they just gonna be talking about, yo, they only got 12 million followers. I mean, that's a lot, but Fox News, I thought they would have way more.
about like a crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under
Yo, that he's
country by the Biden administration.
We can't see the video. They just talking, and it's music.
No longer. Not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. Is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. Not going to be happening. Not going to be happening. November 5th, 2024, 9 days from now, will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day.
Yo, can you imagine like how scared people are, like who are coming and flooding here of this guy?
Day one, I will.
Like people don't realize, right? And I don't want to say I ain't talking about y'all like no negative way, right? Like the cartels and stuff. Shout out to y'all Thug Life. Like I ain't got nothing bad to say about y'all. I know how y'all get down. You know what I'm saying? I'm not coming at y'all. I'm just saying, like, hey, I went on the dark web before, bro, and I seen like how they be getting down, bro. Them dudes do not play, bro. Like that's all I'm gonna say. They don't play. So, you know what I mean? You don't know who coming over here. And then it could be a situation where like they own governments like Mexican governments can't stop that. You see what I'm saying? So if they come over here with that, like, bruh, I say them dudes don't play, like they don't. They indiscriminate with it, like wilding, chainsaws and everything. Like they don't play. You know what I'm saying? So y'all don't think it's a problem now, but in the like if Kamala and Waltz get in, it's crazy.
Launched the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. I will rescue.
Tim said you scared. Hey, bro, it ain't about being scared. Them dudes don't play, man. They don't play. That's all I'm saying, bro. Much respect to them. Thug Life. Much respect. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't disrespecting y'all in no way. Much respect to y'all. I'm just saying y'all get down. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying. Like
every city
it's the reason why people be leaving Mexico, man.
In town that has been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other.
Hey, artificial reflection. My face is on here. I ain't saying nothing bad about them dudes, bro.
Other savage gangs like MS-13, which is equally vicious.
You're just text right now. Like, no.
I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Think of that. That's how far back. That's when they had law and order. They had some tough ones. Think of it, the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. You hear that, Mr. Speaker? Get ready. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And there are lots of them. We don't have the same country anymore. You know that. And you know, when you look at the polls and they say about the economy and they have all these different things, the worst nightmare that we're facing is what they've done to us on our borders. We had the safest border in the world. In fact, there's a chart, which I hope they have, because I didn't tell them
I didn't say Venezuela as Mexico. I'm just using Mexico as an example.
Wanted it. But there's a chart that I love very much because I wouldn't be here without it. That's it. I love it. I'm in love with it. I love that chart. Even if it had bad numbers, I would have loved that chart, but it doesn't. It has great numbers. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, you'll see that was the day I left office. That was the lowest illegal immigration that we've ever had in recorded history, the recorded history of our...
Yeah, that was fire, bro. But it's like they were saying they're coming in from South America into Mexico and just walking across the border. Like Venezuelans, like that's what's happening.
Our country.
And look, bro, they don't, bro. I've seen. I've seen, have y'all ever been on Twitter? You scrolling and you see some crazy. Like I don't know if it's just my For You page. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like they be putting in work, bro. You know what I mean? Like that's all I'm saying to Venezuelan people too. Like they don't play, bro. Or you might see something on YouTube or something. Yeah, I be like looking at rap and stuff, so maybe that's why my algorithm be like. But, bruh, they be. I wish YouTube wasn't like crazy censored. I'll show y'all some videos. Y'all be like, it's like people from South America. You be like, what? Like, they don't play. That's all I can say.
And then look at it. It was like an Elon Musk rocket ship. Look at what happens. Look at what happened after that. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death.
Yeah, but then that would be you taxpayer money would be paying for them for 10 years.
Happens.
Like if they come back across the border, which they're gonna do it, then they get 10 years in prison. So they get to eat housing for 10 years off our dime, right?
Look at what happened after that. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law.
Yes! Get a thug life! I mean, he got to get like legislation passed for that. But yeah, bro, don't be coming up. Like, if they knew that's what it was, you could, like, that's why I rock with Texas, right? Like, because if hey, Texas protect, they said, you come over there with that, you know what I'm saying? Not like with the immigrants or whatever, but like if you unaliving people in Texas, they got that needle for you. You know what I mean? But they gotta do something, bruh. Like this is ridiculous. Like if they knew the United States got down, like they would stop. They would stop.
Enforcement officer. Our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer.
Bro, like his speech is powerful, bro.
Moving on to this story.
Let's see this. Coming
Take a look. A group of 7 men emerged from the brush in Texas and tried to outrun agents. This video shows 4.
Well, they running. They ain't walking. They running, though. But this is still wild, y'all. Look at this.
The banner says Exodus from poverty. This column of humanity heading north from the countries of Central and South America and well beyond too.
What?
Government has lost any sense of control.
United States, 8,000 immigrants travel to southern border as election looms.
And objectively, it seems clear that the US government has lost any sense of control.
Yo, what?
And objectively, it seems clear that the US government has lost any sense of control. It's why the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken landed in Mexico late this holiday week. President Biden sent him to find a deal to fix the problem because he knows that the border issue may well cost him the White House.
Bruh, we need to put tariffs on Mexico, bro. We got to put like, y'all letting all these migrants in. Nah, bro. Hey, only if you can, like, I mean, shout out to you, but people control. I don't mind people trolling and stuff like that. It's just, you know, if they get like super crazy, then, you know, like mute them or whatever. But like, I don't mind if people trolling. If they Democrats, I don't care.
There was, we're told, some progress, and it is familiar stuff. Tackling the smugglers, repatriating people, more money. None of it, though.
So, but they're the problem. Like, we need to, like, whatever we're doing for Mexico, we need to undo it. Like, stop helping them. If they just allowing people to do that, they part of the problem too. I guess they can't build a wall and keep people in. You know what I'm saying? We could build a wall and keep people out, but building a wall and keep people in is kind of crazy, right?
Under Kamala, America is a sanctuary for criminals and for illegal aliens that are in our country illegally. I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States.
Etsia said Garden of Peace needs a reality check.
Kamala's gross incompetence disqualifies her from being president of the United States of America. She is grossly incompetent. All you have to do is look at her interview.
Oh, he's saying vote for Harris.
Look at what she did the other night on fake news CNN. Just take a look. She couldn't answer a question. She's unfit for office. Everyone knows it. No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual. From humiliating our country in Afghanistan to the war in Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to her inflation catastrophe, all done in conjunction with Sleepy Joe. But he was largely sleeping, wasn't he? After 4 o'clock, it's time to go to bed.
He be cooking people, man. Like, shout out to Trump, man.
To his and her egregious hurricane response, the worst response in North Carolina and other states since Katrina, but I think it was even worse than Katrina. They haven't even responded in North Carolina. They haven't even responded. There's nobody. They don't see any FEMA. You know why? They spent their money on bringing in illegal migrants. So they didn't have money for Georgia and North Carolina and Alabama and Tennessee and Florida and South Carolina. They didn't have any money for them. They spent all of their money on bringing in illegal immigrants and flying them in by beautiful jet planes. They flew in. We just found out about a year and a half ago. Remember, we said, what's going on? Those planes, a lot of planes going over there. What are they? They would fly them into the middle of our country, our beautiful, beautiful country. And you know what happened? You take a look at Springfield, Ohio. Think of this. Think of this. Where 30,000 illegal migrants were put into a town of 50,000 people. No place can withstand that. Or take a look at Aurora in Colorado. Colorado is going to vote for us. You know why? Typically, they go a little bit the other way. Of course, with their voting system, I'm not so sure about that. But you know why? Because they tried to throw the leading candidate of both parties, meaning me. I was leading both parties off the ballot. And the people of Colorado, including Democrats, are very angry about it. They are a threat to democracy, to use that term.
He's got, like, good control of the crowd. And that's one thing I think that Kamala Harris kind of fails at. And he's got the comedic time. But, you know, he's been famous since like the early 90s. You know what I mean? So he's just used to the public platform. So she's kind of newer to it. So that's why she probably just not as comfortable. And it's like way bigger crowds than what she's used to. So I don't know, man. But I think he's like killing her like with rallies, honestly.
Isn't it nice to have somebody that's your president that doesn't need a teleprompter? We have
Shout out to Elizabeth at 421 likes. Double tap the screen, guys. Even you, Garden of Peace. Garden of Peace, double tap the screen.
I've been on teleprompter for a long time. I haven't been on this teleprompter. No, it is nice. You saw the other day where Kamala got a little stuck on the teleprompter, went a little bad. It stopped on her. You have to be, you know, if you're a politician, you have to be able to handle that. Remember? You have to do the weave, he says. You got to do more than the weave. But it happens a lot as a politician. It happens. I mean, we have so many politicians here, great ones. Really great. Some are not so good, but great ones. And when Newt or when the speaker, or when
Amy said, "Who are you voting for?" Trump.
Tommy Tuberville, who's here someplace, the great senator from Alabama, or when any one of our literally 75. By the way, should I introduce all of them by name? I should. Should I? No? Yes? I don't know. It's a lot. Speaker, should I? I don't know. Will they be angry? Yeah, they will. It's a lot of introducing, right? Let's keep going with the speech, right? But you know, when you have when you're in this profession, I have a friend who wanted to come in. I said, do you like speaking? Well, I do, but I have a great fear of speaking. I said, don't be a politician. If you have a fear of speaking, don't be a politician. But one thing you have to know is that no matter how good your people are that operate this machinery, it's going to break. And you're going to be out there all by yourself a lot. And you got to be able to do so. 3 weeks ago, she was saying there was only 32 days left, right? And she's reading it like, there's 32 days. And it stopped. And she went, there's 32 days. 32. 32. And I was watching. He said, this isn't pretty. 32.
I think he killing this. Like, I think he doing good, bro.
He's not running against Kamala. I think a lot of our politicians here tonight know this. She means nothing. She's purely a vessel. That's all she is. When you see her up there talking about the grass on my front lawn, I grew up in a middle-class neighborhood and I had grass on my front lawn. You know, we're asking what we do.
Yo, he is undefeated, bro. Like, his humor, like political humor, he be going in, bro.
You do to fix the country. And why didn't you do it? You had almost 4 years. Why didn't you do this stuff? Now she's, you know, she's becoming more MAGA than those politicians I just told you about from the different states. She can't put two sentences together. She's just like, she's really just like, in many ways, crooked Joe Biden. And she never said to us, she never told us that Joe was not functioning properly. She should have. Because, you know, we're talking about the life of the most important country in the world. We need very smart people. We're running against something far bigger than Joe or Kamala and far more powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. They're just vessels. In fact, they're perfect vessels because they'll never give them a hard time. They'll do whatever they want. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people. But they're smart and they're vicious. And we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting. These are the people who are doing such harm to our country with their open border policies, record-setting inflation, Green New Scam, and everything else that they're doing. Mm-hmm. But we're not going to let it happen any longer.
He said Green New Scam. What?
Joining me now for more Lefties Losing It content is comedian, host of Primetime with Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex, what did you make of the Trump rally today at Madison Square Garden? It had everything. It had Dr. Phil, Elon Musk, Melania spoke. And I've got to say, Trump was in superb form and he took the opportunity to announce a brand new policy during his speech. Let's have a listen.
I'm announcing a new policy today that I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of a parent or a loved one. It's about time that they were recognized, right?
Fire.
They add so much to our country and are never spoken of, ever, 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 but they're going to be spoken of now. Thank you all very much.
It's a fantastic policy, Alex. It's about family, keeping families together. It's about supporting those who support their loved ones.
Oh, it's a great policy. And, you know, this rally was great, but my favorite part was seeing AOC and Tim Walz react to Tony Hinchcliffe's jokes about Puerto Rico. So I just love that Donald's keeping his edge. You know, he's staying edgy.
Hey, what is that dude's name that was telling the jokes? Because I want to see that. Hold on. I want to see this. Was it that bad?
There's serious stuff happening, people. I live in the great state of Texas now. 18 years in Ohio, 20 years in California, and I got to see California turn to absolute a horrendous, horrendous thing. And traveling the world, I got to see San Francisco turn into one of the most demented cities, one of the greatest downfalls I've ever seen. And that is where the other candidate worked for 2 decades. And it's absolutely wild to see. And in Texas, stuff is really, really crazy. We're right there by a wide open border. Where are my proud Latinos at tonight? You guys see what I mean? It's wide open. There's so many of them.
Yo, that's funny though, bro. Like, yeah, what's up, Theory 23? That's funny. I'm kind of looking at it like you might not say nothing messed up, but it's kind of funny though, bro.
It's absolutely incredible. Believe it or not, people, I welcome migrants to the United States of America with open arms. And by open arms, I mean like this. It's wild.
Wow.
And these Latinos, they love making babies too. Just know that. They do. They do. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside, just like they did to our country. Republicans are the party with a good sense of humor. Free speech is under attack, people. I host a show, and each week I get updates what words we're allowed to use and not use anymore. It's happening right now the past few years.
That's actually true. That's actually true. If you say certain words and like in the title, like your video would get limited. Like if you say certain words in the video, like your video would get limited. Like, I mean, so yo, that's crazy we dealing with that. I mean, the internet is not like, you know, real life, you know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, you kind of got to govern it a little bit, but because people do like be taking free speech a little bit too far. But I mean, still, like, I think censorship is at an all-time high, bro.
It's a real thing. And, you know, used to be able to tell people to Google stuff. My mom's a boomer in the state of Ohio, and there's no convincing her of anything. She's eating the cats. She's eating the dogs.
What?
They're eating the pets up there. It is absolutely wild times. It really, really is. And, you know, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. Now, again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody. This isn't exactly a perfect comedy setup. There's some people here. All right. Very good. I like it. I have other policies that I think it should be implemented as well. Like me personally, I think football should be all year round. Yeah.
I didn't like the Puerto Rican one. I didn't like that joke. I see how people are kind of like, all right, bro, you wilding with that. But then we seen a video of people saying ain't got no problem with it.
Live from the garden.
The rally was great.
Puerto
Trump
Ricans
is the
for
best.
Trump 2024.
Yo, now that I got my fellow Puerto Ricans,
Facts.
obviously what happened there tonight, everybody's talking
Beautiful,
about it.
epic.
But
I mean, Trump didn't make the joke. He made the joke. I didn't like the joke, bro. I think it didn't hit. It was kind of just like, But, you know, they don't have a problem with the joke.
the Puerto Rican joke, the garbage island stuff. Do you guys even give a fuck about that?
No,
I don't. No, I don't.
I don't even pay a mind. I don't even pay attention to it.
Puerto Ricans for Trump. Lock in. Stay locked.
I mean, they don't care about it.
So many great athletes. I don't know about you guys, but I think that Travis Kelce might be the next.
Yo, what did you just say? Yo, somebody in the comments said they dripping in the streets where I live. Wait, what? they are dripping. Hold on. Natalia said they are dripping in the streets where I live.
O.J. Simpson.
Oh, I heard he got black juice too. Let's see what
I think that Travis Kelce might be the next O.J. Simpson.
What?
Feels good in here. The other side's got a lot of crazy endorsements. Swift, Eminem, Leo DiCaprio, Beyonce. Every day the Democratic Party looks more and more like a P. Diddy party. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what you guys want. All right. Heck yeah. It's a cool black guy with a thing on his head. What the hell is that? A lampshade? Look at this guy. Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm just kidding. That's one of my buddies. He had a Halloween party last night. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome. You guys are, this is a groany little morning crowd, huh? It's tough to follow this audition for the next Commissioner Gordon's over here. It is, though. It's crazy times we're living in. I mean, all these pointless wars. It is unbelievable what's happening right now. It is incredible. Ukraine versus Russia, Israel, it's like bad soccer games. Who even cares? What are we doing? Why is our money involved in these wars? When it comes to Israel and Palestine, we're all thinking the same thing. Settle your stuff already. Best out of 3. Rock, paper, scissors. You know the Palestinians are going to throw rock every time.
What did he? What? I don't know, man. Like, he's funny, but then he's he not at the same time. You know what I'm saying? It's like some of his jokes is just like cringe. And I'm not just saying that because of the black jokes. It's just like his comedic time. But he is at like Madison Square Garden, so it's like it's probably a different type of venue and kind of hard to try to adjust your timing. But I don't know. I don't really like it. I mean, he had like a couple good ones. The black one probably could have hit a little bit different, like if he would have timed it different. But I think he was kind of uneasy about like saying it, so it was like weird for him. But you know, black comedians say white jokes all the time, bro. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Like the one with the Puerto Rican garbage. I didn't like that one. I didn't like that one. Like the island is like floating garbage. I didn't like that one.
But you also know the Jews have a hard time throwing that paper. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're having fun now. We're cooking. Hillary Clinton said that this is a Nazi rally here today. Can you believe that? For the most anti-war president of my entire lifetime, and she calls him Hitler. Let me remind you, Hillary, it was your husband who shot innocent people, or as he called them, interns.
Did they see if he was funny? You said he's a roaster. That's his whole gig. Oh, okay. EM22. He's just probably got like just dark humor. Like it's like a weird like humor.
Yeah, Hillary, I bet you did not see that one coming. By the way, if I commit suicide in 3 weeks, I didn't.
He be hitting, but he be not hitting at the same time, bro.
I mean, it's just obvious to me who the right candidate is. There's a guy out here dodging bullets. It is unbelievable, right? He took it right in the ear. Unbelievable. I thought about this. I don't know if you have. Coolest place to get shot. Like if you're gonna get shot anywhere on your body, that's where you want it. Right there. Technically, he got shot in the head, depending on if you're a Democrat or a Republican. Right? If you're a Democrat, his ear was grazed. If you're a Republican, he survived a headshot. It is. It's the best place to get shot. It's the only part of the human body will drive a piercing through like a little girl's ear for no reason, right? There's just no, it heals fast. Nobody cares. It's the best place to get shot. He went down, saw blood on his hands. I'd imagine he thought right then, I think I just won this shit.
His name is Tony. Let's see.
Stands up.
Yo, I got a problem with him. My problem with him, all right, so I got a Tesla. I got 2 of them, right? When he does a software update on your car, like he moves stuff around. So like, you know, it's a touch screen. So like if you're trying to like adjust the fan speed of the car, if you're using the touch screen, like let's say if it's cold outside and you want to warm the car up, but it'll take a little bit longer to warm up if it's on auto. But if you want to just make the fan go high to warm it up, he be moving it around, bro. Like that'd be annoying, like having a Tesla that. But you can make the scroll wheel like adjust certain things like in the car, but that's like really annoying. And then the full self-driving is fake. Like it's not really full self-driving. It's like supervised, like auto steer is what it is. I mean, it will take you like to and from work or wherever you're going, but you got to like really be paying attention. And then like if your eyes, like if you just relaxing, the car will beep at you and tell you to like touch the steering wheel. Man, it's fake. It's fake, bro. Like that full self-driving is fake, bro. And it's so annoying because it keeps nagging you. Like, and then it be tracking your eyes. So if you like look at the road or like look to, you know what I mean? You might see like a pothole or something. It'll think you're not paying attention and beep at you. It's just like not. And then he's selling that for like $8,000, but he give you like every once in a while he'll give you like a free trial, like with an update to try to like get you to buy it. But it's like, it's really whack, bro. The cool thing about it is like when you come out of a store, you can hit summon and the car will come up to the front door from the parking lot. Like that's dope. But like, other than that, like, I don't like that with the car, bro.
What a great group of people.
All right, I've only got one question for you, and then I'm getting out of here because this is your stage.
No, I'm not turning blue. I'm Republican.
But we set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think?
Yeah, exactly. Theory 23's he said got to learn about the car after every update. Yeah, he be moving stuff around, bro.
We can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget.
Well, I think we can do at least $2 trillion.
Yeah!
Yes.
$2 trillion.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
Bro, it would be like, that'll be a crazy dream team. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, like Robert Kennedy. Like, man, that would be crazy. Like, they would, I'm telling you, man. Like, he's one of the smartest, like, people in the world, bro. I don't like how he ran Tesla, bro. And I'm just saying, like, business-wise, like, when investor, like, because the stock tanked. You know what I mean? But now I think it's, like, going back up because he's doing all of this or whatever. But I don't know, man. I think he's really smart. I think he can figure out, like, what's going on with spending, and he will be good, bro. He would be pretty good. Like, I know people don't like certain things about him. He's like autistic, bro. He's not gonna be like how people regularly are. You know what I mean? His superpower is like being like a genius with making cars and businesses and stuff like that. You know, but I think, bro, he's got Twitter, he's got X, free speech. But that worries me, right? Because if he aligns with Trump, like, would that affect him with Twitter later on? Like, I don't know. But right now, I don't know. I think it would be dope having him on the and you gotta think like he's from a whole nother country. And he came back like low key. I can't say he saved free speech, but was one of the biggest platforms to like advocate for free speech and let you low key just like rock out. The only thing he really don't like is if you use like other people's like music or whatever. But other than that, like he pretty cool. Like Twitter, you could say just about anything.
We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is...
And I'm going to tell you why I think he's really mad at Biden. This is me being real. So, like Tesla, I think if it wasn't for him, electric cars would not be where they are now. I mean, you would have hybrids with Toyota and stuff like that. But like him making a fully electric vehicle or like being the figurehead of the company, making fully electric vehicles has led everybody to start doing it. And then like the grid, like the supercharging grid is amazing. Bro, I went from Nashville to Colorado, not to digress, but Nashville to Colorado, like on superchargers. And I was like nervous when I had first like bought my car and I'm like, yo, is it really going to make it? You know what I mean? But if you just trust the car and you do what it says, like, yo, 10 minutes at this supercharger, you know what I mean? And then like drive for like 100 something miles, 10 minutes at this supercharger. Like if you just, you know what I mean? Sometimes you got to stay for like 15 minutes or whatever. But like by the time you go to the bathroom and come back, like you ready to go for the most part. You know what I mean? So it's like the grid is crazy. It's amazing, bro. Like, and I just drove my car from here to like New Orleans. And it was just like that. So a lot of companies have been trying to use like his Tesla supercharging system, and he's kind of like open it to where they can use it. So in my opinion, I feel like he's like the leader of electrification. Well, the problem is Joe Biden tried to say GM was the leader of electrification and wasn't inviting him to like different events. And so he got mad, like, yo, what's going on? Like, why ain't you, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to say GM is the leader of electrification? And I'm literally like the company that made the electric vehicle popular. So, you know what I mean? And put out the fully electric vehicle that was actually worth buying, one of the first people to do that, so I think that's what his gripe comes in. Like they try to, and when I was a Tesla investor, I used to watch, they did try to discredit him a lot. You know what I mean? And then he just got to the point to where he's just like, man, forget y'all. And I don't blame him. Like, I don't blame him at all. But I think the Democrats did, if I'm not mistaken, they gave him the money to get Tesla off the ground. I think they gave him like $500 million or something like that. But he paid it back with interest. But they gave him the money initially. But I think the way Biden handled him, like he never got over that. So, and now he's got Twitter. Yo, he going all in for Trump. So he really wants to make sure. You got to think this dude got like, how many millions of people are following him? Like some people don't think it's a big deal, Elon Musk. Like this, like a dude with this kind of following, make America, bro, he's got 202 million people following him. Look, if he tweets something, 138,000 people. Bruh. Look at his, look at his tweets. How many people be like on his post? That's crazy. And he's like trying to help this dude like get the presidency. Hey, and he owns Twitter. Like he can tweak your For You page with marketing if he felt like doing it. Like he could do that. So like warring with him is like not smart, bro. And then he's like the real life Tony Stark. You know what I mean? A lot of people are rocking with him, so I don't know. But I wouldn't mind him being like in administration in some capacity. I wouldn't. Because I think he's gotten to the point to where I mean, this dude was literally just giving away $1 million a day, like literally giving away $1 million a day. And he was really doing it. And you know what I'm saying? Who's spamming? Somebody.
It's gonna be
Yeah, please stop spamming.
amazing.
But yeah, he reached a point, I think, like he got all the money in the world. He didn't had everything. Bro, this dude didn't had like Amber Heard. Like he had, you know what I'm saying? He done had everything. It's like, yo, like now I want to see what else I can contribute to the world, like my legacy. And you know, I think it's to be a part of a White House administration in some capacity.
Heights that it has never seen before. The future is gonna be amazing.
He said EV mandate getting removed would not be the best for Tesla, yet he is still fighting for Trump. Exactly. His goal with Tesla was never to just be the dominant company. He always made that known. And he like opened up his patents to a lot of things. Like he didn't, like I think he was opening up his patents to like certain technologies so that they wouldn't kill him. You know what I mean? The powers that be, whoever, you know what I mean? Because remember the dude had made like a car that ran on water and he disappeared. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta, you know, when you got this kind of technology, you kind of want to like, I mean, that's just the conspiracy theorist part, right? But like when you got this kind of technology, like you want to like, because I was like, why is he opening up the patents for this? Like, that's not the smart thing to do. But now, I mean, he's still alive and stuff, you know what I mean? He's already rich. But he always said, even in shareholders meetings, like, yo, the goal is just to, you know what I mean, to get the world like on the goal of electrification. It's not to just dominate the market, you know. So I mean, that's admirable of him. But Trump is gonna do away with that mandate if he gets in office, he's saying. I don't think, like me personally, I don't think we should. I mean, I got 2 Teslas and it's like I had like an Infinity, but then now it's like 2 Teslas and then it's like a gas car here. And then I got like motorcycles and stuff like that. I don't want a gas car, but they're necessary. You see what I'm saying? So like if something happens with electricity or something, you need something that can run off of fuel. You know, so, but just imagine if everything was electrified, like the electric companies, and then Teslas are not, if we gonna get back to this, my bad, I'm digressing. Teslas are not cheap to charge. Like in the house, they're cheap. You know what I mean? But like if you're traveling and you got to use a supercharger, they're not cheap to charge. I mean, they're cheaper than some cars, but it'd be like $20, $23, $26, $27, $28 to charge it. You see what I'm saying? Like when you're traveling, depending on what area of what they charge for electricity in different areas or whatever. So, I mean, I don't think gasoline cars really should go away all like that. You know what I mean? But then you're gonna get an electric car, and you know my car can like drive me to work. Just imagine like what they would end up doing. Like if everybody had an electric car, like they could shut your car up. They could do anything. Like I could literally like right now make my car come up like to my door right now, like with my phone. So just imagine what government can do to control. Like if everybody had electric cars, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know.
Now, you guys are awesome. Honestly, this is like, yeah.
Funny.
I mean, this is like this.
What did he say? Yeah.
You guys are awesome. Honestly, this is like. Yeah.
Hey, yo, hey, Odom, Amir Odom, bro. Like this his rally is kind of lit, bro. Like, but this two had Elon Musk there. Like, bro, don't nobody care about Beyonce like that. What Amir Odom was like, we was dancing to Beyonce, bro. I would rather be hearing like Elon Musk and people like that, bro.
I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about.
Yeah, M22 said my 5-speed Honda Fit cost $25 to fill and last a week and a half on average. My car, like, I'm just saying, like, if you're traveling, it's not that cheap. Sometimes it's like $19 to charge it up. Sometimes it's like, you know what I mean, upwards of $26, $28. But like at home, right? Like I don't travel all the time like with that car. Like a lot of times, if I'm gonna go somewhere and take the gas car, but like to get around all month in my car is probably like $20. Like in electricity from the house. So I mean it's way cheaper. Like if you like in a city, you know what I mean? 300 and something miles to the charge. I charge like 80%. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever, I'll probably charge it like every 4 days or something like that. But it's way cheaper. But you can't argue like a gas car being cheaper in the city. Like it's not cheaper than a Tesla. Like at all. Like that $20 lasts me all month in my Tesla. It's just traveling that costs money.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody said, not to keep stopping it, somebody said, yeah, that's cheap. Yeah, bro, like, one thing is really weird, right? So I bought 2 Teslas, right? So I got a Model Y and a Model 3. Because I wanted the $7,500 tax break from each car. And then, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I was trying to flex to myself or something. Like, I don't know. So I bought 2 cars, right? The weird thing is, because I don't pay for gas, I don't pay for oil changes, I don't have to do radiator flushes. And like with cars, you got to do like, like every 30,000 miles or something, like you might have to change like the brake pads and stuff like that. You don't have to do that on that car. Like the brake pads will last you like 100,000 miles on the car. Only thing you got to do for the car is buy like windshield wiper fluid. Like, so one thing that has changed in my mind, because like you be driving, you might see a street, you're like, man, I want to go down the street, but man, I ain't about to go back to the gas station. I don't gotta, you know what I mean? You don't have to think like that no more. You be like, I want to go down that street. Let me go down the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just I find myself exploring more because it's cheaper. You know what I mean? And I really don't be thinking about money at all. Like so you save a lot of money. Like when they say you save money, you do. And I looked, because like my daughter's mom lives in Cleveland, Ohio. So we used to like drive to meet, but now my daughter's old enough, like she flies like back and forth. But like, bro, I was spending like $2,200 just in gas like a year. It was something crazy. And then like with the Tesla, it wasn't nowhere near that. Then you got to think I had to do oil changes and all. Bro, nowhere near that. And then like if I'm just in the city, like driving around, bro, like you really don't spend no money. So even though you got a car note, like my other car is gonna be paid off. Like they both what year is this? 2024. They're both 2023s. But I don't like having car notes for like 5 years. So I put like 25,000 down on like each one of them. And then like I've been paying like $1,000 a month on like one of them, like some months. So that the one's about to be paid off like soon, coming up soon. So, but I don't even be like, I be saving so much money with these cars. Even I got 2 of them. I still be having like bread to like, and I just be paying like mad extra because I'm not spending no money on the car. And then like they under warranty. So if something goes wrong, it's under warranty. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't like keeping cars, like when they get out of warranty is normally when I get rid of them. But like, so, but I don't know, bro. It's just the Trump administration, bro. Like I used to like hustle, bro. YouTube and then like working. I was working a lot, just saving my money. Once I bought a house, I was like, You know what I'm saying? I got a house. I got the electrician to come and wire up, you know what I mean? The NEMA 1450 for the Tesla. Other than that, like, I was just chilling, bro, just saving, stacking money. So it's what it was, man. I don't spend on like a lot of people like me, like urban people, like be buying like fitted caps, like $45, $50 for a fitted cap. Like, you know what I mean? I have 2 hats the whole year. You know what I mean? I get like cheap hoodies. Like, I don't be spending like $100 on a hoodie like a lot of people. Like, I don't be buying Jordans and stupid stuff like that. Like, so that's why I'm like, I mean, I bought 2 cars. That's dumb. But I was able to pay one off like in a little bit over a year. It's going to be paid off. You know what I'm saying? So it's just what you do with your money. But once you have a house, you hedge yourself against inflation, and the mortgage generally is cheaper than rent. So when I bought a house, it helped with a lot of things. But I bought my house under Trump. You see what I'm saying? My interest rate is like 4.125. So now, I mean, if you can get that, good luck.
USA, 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 USA. Ah! Yes.
Look at Hero said that hat old. Hey, I got a new hat though. You see this one? I've been rocking this hat like crazy everywhere I go.
Now, I have something I want to ask you to do, though, because obviously we're somewhat preaching to the converted in this stadium, but there's
yeah, and somebody said Matthew Grandy, shout out to you. I don't know if you subscribe yet. Said Teslas are cool in warm places. Canada, it doesn't make sense. I don't know about that no more, because I think the battery technology used to be so. Both my Tesla's got different batteries. One of them's got like the lithium ion battery, and the other one's got the, I think it's called a LFP battery. So 2 different battery molecular designs, right? Well, the one with the LFP battery doesn't drain as fast as the lithium ion, but like in the winter, I mean, you get phantom drain a little bit, but I don't really think that's really kind of an excuse not to get it. Because if you want to sit, you got to think, bro. Like, so if I charge the car, let's just say 290 miles. If I don't even charge it all the way, let's just say I'm getting 290 miles, right? With the code, I might lose 5 to 10%, like overnight. Let's plug it back up. You know what I'm saying? Leave it plugged up. And then go to work, come back. You still got battery. I mean, you can still, like, not even plug it up for, like, some days, even with phantom drain. So it ain't really worth not getting it, like, to be real. I think a lot of people, like, when Teslas first came out, they were not good cars. You know what I mean? And even mine, like, I had, like, mad problems with it, like, when I first got it. It took a year, almost a year for them to fix everything that was wrong with my car. Because I'm a stickler. If I'm paying money for a car, I want it to be right. So it took like mad long for them to like fix everything. So that's what I didn't like about the car. But once they got like mostly everything fixed, it's like, man, I don't want a gas car. But I don't like that they don't, you know what I mean, just come like how they used to be, like super fixed. You know what I mean? Like, you know, a new car, like if I go in and I buy a Lexus, I bought a car from a Lexus dealership. If I go in and I buy a Lexus, it's just perfect. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with it. But if you buy from Tesla, they tell you, like, yo, go through the car. You got, like, 50 miles. Go through the car. I think it's like 100 miles. Go through the car, figure out what's wrong with it, write down everything, and, like, submit it through the app or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That way you cover after the 100 miles if anything's wrong with it, you know, on top of the warranty or whatever. But it's like, you shouldn't have to do that with, like, a new car. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I didn't like about it. But I mean, overall, it's fun to drive, bro. Like, it's mad fun to drive. Like, I was gonna get a Porsche GT3. It was like I was looking at when it was like 150,000. Cause I saved like mad bread, And I'm like, yo, that's the car I want, a Porsche GT3. But when I tried to get in it, I was too big. But then I'm like, yo, it's the gas.
A lot of people out
Hey, Josh, you can leave. But it's like, yo, it's the gas. You know what I mean? I don't want to pay for gas no more.
there who need to vote for President Trump. Okay, so this is a real battle. This is a real election battle. So you need to get friends and family to vote. Make sure they vote early. This is important. We're going to be putting up a scorecard. Okay. An early vote scorecard, state by state, county by county.
The guy was talking, I mean, he's Elon Musk. He owns Tesla. The guy said something about, he was thinking about getting a Tesla in Canada, and then that's when I started talking about it. So that's how it's relevant.
What is the
And this is my channel, and I can talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. You can leave.
scorecard? Vote early. Vote now.
My bad. Like,
yeah. Make the margin of victory so big that you know what can happen. make the margin of victory so big that you know what can happen.
Yo, he crazy. No, Elon Musk did not just say that, bro. Did y'all hear him? Thug Life, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. It is what it is. Yo, he said we need the margin of victory so big that you know what can't happen. And he did put on Twitter, he was just like, yo, if you see any voting irregularities, make sure you post it on X. A video, a picture, anything, post it. Shout out to him, bruh. He taking his freedom of speech far. Yeah, Mike Miranda, I'll talk about what I want to talk about, bro. Shout out to you.
Massive, overwhelming sweep of every swing state, and even some of the states that people don't think are swing states. Massive, crushing victory. Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go. The energy in this room is incredible.
Oh, hey, did you see, yo, she bugging. Let me show y'all this. Yo, she is bugging. She like low-key mad. Michelle Obama, we have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us. What is you saying?
Want to be on?
What is you saying, lady, bro? Like, don't be trying to bully us into voting for these Diddy-crats.
Want to be on? Now, I recognize that there are a lot of angry, disillusioned people out there upset with the slow pace of change. And I get it. It is reasonable to be frustrated. We all know we have a lot more.
You don't get it. You're a million. You and Obama's worth $70 million. You don't get it. What is she talking about? Like, you don't get it?
Work to do in this country. But to anyone out there thinking about sitting out this election or voting for Donald Trump or a third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up, let me warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage.
What?
Just in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage.
The women will become collateral damage to our rage. How's she trying to like tie that in? Is she saying like because we're upset with like how the slow pace of the economy is with the Democrats, because we're like furious with that and we want to vote for Trump, you guys are going to be collateral damage because of our... Is that what she's saying? This lady, bro.
Want to be on?
Yo, is that what she's saying? I gotta hear this again, y'all. Now, she got books and stuff like that. Like, she cannot be this silly.
I recognize that there are a lot of angry, disillusioned people out there, upset with the slow pace of change. And I get it. It is reasonable to be frustrated. We all know we have a lot more work to do in this country. But to anyone out there thinking about sitting out this election or voting for Donald Trump or a third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up, let me...
Oh, okay. I see what she's saying.
warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage.
So you want us to vote for the party that called... Like, did y'all see that inflation chart that we shown earlier, bro? Y'all had 1 year inflation reached a high of 7%. And Trump's inflation was like y'all brought inflation down, but it's still not where, like, it's still higher than what it was with Trump. Trump spent more money, like, in, what was it? I think it was 2020, like, you know what I'm saying? Against the deficit or whatever. Like, he spent more money, but overall, like, I think y'all are, like, low-key spending more money. Like, with the, like, we looked at all of these charts. Why would we vote for y'all? Thug life! What she mean they gonna be collateral damage? He ain't say, hey, Michelle, you got kids. But he ain't say, like, the people that, you know what I'm saying, want to get rid of that, you know what I'm saying? He didn't say y'all can't do that. Y'all just go to the states that would allow you to do it. So how are you, like, he not taking no rights from you? He even said he's for exceptions. We seen the video of him saying it. And the live, I think the 2 or 3 lives ago, we seen the video of him saying like he's for exceptions. And I can play it right now, like, so y'all, like, just so y'all can see, and then we're gonna get back to what she's saying. Hold on. So I don't know. Let me show y'all this, bro. Cause she capping. He's for, like, you know, exceptions. So what is she talking about?
He's going to take away abortion rights.
He and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress.
Okay, let's see what Trump has said himself. What did he say?
You wouldn't support a national ban?
No, I wouldn't support a national ban. No, I would not.
He says he will not support a national ban on abortion. He said that multiple times. Let's see his stances on exceptions, because everyone's like he's going to ban it in totality. Let's see what he has to say about that.
But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important.
He said it plain and simple. For rape, incest, and life of the mother.
What is Michelle Obama talking about? Can somebody tell me in the chat what she talking about?
Also totally fine with abortion in that sense. He's going to take away IVF.
Taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did.
Okay, Michelle Obama saying that Trump wants to get rid of IVF and he doesn't like IVF. Let's see what Trump actually thinks of IVF.
For mothers and families to have babies, not harder. That includes supporting the availability of fertility treatments like IVF in every state in America.
This is
These Democrats be lying, bro. They be lying.
That that there are a lot of angry, disillusioned people out there upset with the slow pace of change. And I get it. It is reasonable to be frustrated. We all know we have a lot more work to do in this country. But to anyone out there thinking about sitting out this election or voting for Donald Trump or a third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up, let me warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage.
How? Hit the like button, y'all. We got almost 200,000 views on this video. Oh yeah, because we've been running for a minute. Yo, we got a lot of subscribers today. Hey, shout out to y'all. Hey, but she is cap, bro. She capping.
So, are you as men prepared to look into the eyes of the women and children you love and tell them that you supported this assault on our safety? And to the women listening, we have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us.
Shout out to Sports for subscribing. Appreciate you. What do y'all think about what she's saying?
And to the women listening, we have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us.
No, she did not say that. No, she did not just say that. Yeah, we cannot allow these people to do this.
We have to use our voices to make these choices clear to the men that we love. Our lives are worth more than their anger and disappointment. And we are more than just baby-making vessels. And if
you think we think you baby-making vessels?
And we are more than just baby-making vessels. And if you are a woman who lives in a household of men that don't listen to you or value your opinion, just remember that your vote is a private matter.
She has lost her mind. She is so desperate she just said that. Oh my God. This dude bugging. This dude is bugging, bro.
Regardless of the political views of your partner, you get to choose. You get to use your judgment and cast your vote for yourself and the women in your life. Remember, women, standing up for what is best for us can make the difference in this election.
So forget the men. Talking about baby making when he can't have babies. What are you talking about? Y'all ain't upset with her talking like that? That's crazy.
So let us use our voices in these final days to make it plain to the men in our lives that we need to stand not with Trump, but with us. We need them to vote for the only candidate in this race who will protect.
Yo, she got like snot like coming down her nose. She trying to like, you know what I'm saying? But like, maybe it's cold there. I don't know.
Vote for yourself and the women.
But I can't believe she just said all that, bro. That's crazy. That is dividing. That's genderizing. That's gender shaming. We're upset. We're literally upset that food prices and everything is high. And some people like feel like they do want to abstain. They don't want to vote. And so them not voting is an attack on women. When Trump is we literally are watching videos of him saying the opposite of what you saying or what you trying to claim. It said, oh, the man in your life. Don't let the man in your life, like the man of your life determine, like what? Like this lady is wild, bruh.
In your life, remember women standing up for what is best for us can make the difference in this election. So let us use our voices in these final days to make it plain to the men in our lives that we need to stand not with Trump, but with us. We need.
So don't listen to the men in your lives. Of course, everybody can make their own decision, but y'all gonna let this lady tell y'all not to listen to y'all dudes? That's what she doing, bro. She wilding for this. Yo, hey, Fox News, shout out to y'all. Y'all need to y'all better put some emphasis on this. She is wilding. Yo, she must have really not. They are so desperate, man.
Need them to vote.
Yo, I used to have a little bit of respect for her. Like, nah, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not gonna get on here and bash her or nothing, but I don't respect her at all. Like, her saying that is crazy. And especially, you got to understand too, Michelle Obama, a lot of women don't even like men in America no more. Y'all anti-men, let's thug life. It is what it is. Y'all be anti-men everything. Take their jobs. Don't nobody like them. Don't nobody, you don't need them. Just get child support. Just divorce him and get his money. Y'all don't even be liking us. And the Democratic Party has made it advantageous not to have the man in the household. Because a woman can just get welfare, Section 8, but you can't have a man in the household. Y'all have incentivized and breaking up families. This lady, bro.
For the only candidate in this race who will protect our lives, we need them to vote for Kamala Harris.
Nah, I'm about to extra vote for Trump, bro. How do I extra vote for Trump? I am extra voting for Trump now, Michelle.
Kamala, she will
Hey, Gia said you are all weak and shallow. What are you talking about?
fight to restore our reproductive freedoms and defend our health. Kamala will fight for our access to life-saving emergency care and maternal care in every state. Kamala will veto any abortion ban or bill that restricts access to contraception or IVF. Kamala.
He literally that. Yo. Well, they are lawyers and stuff. Lawyers be lying. I don't know if she she gonna lie anyway. Even if I'm sure she knows Trump's not trying to do all this stuff. She gonna get up there and lie anyway. She gotta do anything to try to get this lady to win. I've never seen a candidate need so much help. They're basically dragging Kamala Harris through the process. Her and Obama. I feel like Obama running. It's Kamala, you can't even run a campaign on your own. It's all black, 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 women, 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 black, 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 women, black, 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 black. They won't have Taylor Swift up there, Adele. Y'all, it's just y'all, the Democratic Party is racist, bro. Allegedly, thug life. It kind of look like that. Y'all racist, and then because y'all don't be including white people in nothing. Y'all don't be including that. When is the last time y'all heard them say, we're gonna be looking out for Asian people too? Be real. Like, when of y'all be, hit the like button, subscribe. When of y'all be here, like, bro, and then this same lady that's telling women not to listen to their men was just saying, like, all white people have an escalator and they all have silver spoons. She was just saying that in a different, like, speech for Kamala Harris. Like, how white people feel about that work? Like, what is this lady talking about? There's white people on welfare. Like, you still make, like, different races help get Obama in the office and buy your books, too. There's just like a separatist party, is what it feels like. And this is just me, like, assessing everything as a blogger, bro. Like, America is not, I mean, like, yeah, like, America, a lot of it was built off the backs of blacks. Like, it was. But, like, I mean, like, we so far ahead in America. Like, I mean, I do feel like some sort of reparations, people are going to argue, need to, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But the party shouldn't just be kissing black people's butts all day. Like, it's not what it should be. You should be sitting, and you're never going to do anything for them anyway, or us. The party should be, you know what I mean? Let us figure out how we bring everybody together. If y'all are calling Donald Trump the racist, y'all need to not be racist. What if, like, a white woman is sitting here, like, really like her, and she hear her say that? Like, what? What are you talking about? Bruh, if Trump was, if him or JD Vance said half of this stuff that her and Obama be saying, y'all would flip out. We flipping out over a comedian making a joke about the, you know what I'm saying, Puerto Rico. We flipping out about that, but this lady can just say all these racist stereotypes for white people. And they can shame black men and say we not looking out for them and all of that. Like, what is she talking about? And then she's literally sitting up here fabricating stories about Trump, and we literally just watch videos of him saying the opposite of what she said. She is bugging, bro.
Will expand access to birth control and abortion pills. And she will do all of this not because she's a woman, but because she's a decent human being. She will do this because she cares about the lives of people other than herself. And that's really what this election is about, Michigan. This isn't just about what we have an obligation to say no to.
Yo, somebody said, hey, Tanner Rose said, better yet, hold on, somebody said black people should be ashamed. Hold on, Rucker said black men should be ashamed. Yo, what? Black women is black man's kryptonite. Like, yo, y'all crazy. I can't be saying half of the stuff y'all saying. Yo, they don't be like they don't, like, come on, bro. Like, women do not, I mean, some women like men, but a lot of women now, bro, they don't. Bro, when I realized, bro, when I went to Switzerland and I seen, like, not on no Lil Durk stuff, bro. I'm saying, but when I went to Switzerland and I seen how women, like, treat men, I was like, what? And then I came back here. It's like, it's way different. It is way different, bro.
It's about what we have the opportunity to say yes to. And we can elect someone who has the experience, the character, and the strength to look at all these challenges and still see a brighter day on the other side. Kamala Harris will see us, all of us. Kamala Harris will listen to us, all of us. She will protect our freedom.
She ain't think to take an allergy pill. She got up there some flow days. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, she is leaking up there. She like, yo.
She'll stand up for all of our lives. She will have our backs for the folks trying to get ahead and those just trying to get by. And in doing so, she will usher in.
No, she's not. You literally just got up here and you started your speech saying that people are frustrated at the slow progress. And so they're deciding to sit out and not vote for either party. Because she's not standing beside us trying to help us like get through this. They're giving our money to Ukraine. I don't care how many speeches you or Obama do. That's not going to change literally what is happening. And then try to like tell the women to go against their men? Like what?
New generation of American leadership and send the ugliness of Donald Trump and his politics back where it belongs, the past. But Michigan, she cannot do any of this alone. So I'm
shout out to Uppercase with the $4.99. He said they're giving out guilt trip and thickening the divide. Like and subscribe because you black. Yo, this is great. She's wild.
Asking you one last time. Let us not just sit around and complain. Let's do something. If your brother or your son or boyfriend needs to hear your perspective, are you willing to talk to them? Are you willing to send a video of what I've just said? Are you willing to do something? If you have an aunt who's thinking about sitting this one out or voting for a third party, are you willing to have an uncomfortable conversation? Are you?
Yo, y'all that just came in here. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Listen to what this lady is saying. She has lost it. This is how desperate this party is.
Now, I recognize that there are a lot of angry, disillusioned people out there, upset with the slow pace of change. And I get it. It is reasonable to be frustrated. We all know we have a lot more work to do in this country. But to anyone out there thinking about sitting out this election or voting for Donald Trump or a third-party candidate in protest because you're fed up, let me warn you, your rage does not exist in a vacuum. If we don't get this election right, your wife, your daughter, your mother, we as women will become collateral damage to your rage. So, are you as men prepared to look into the eyes of the women and children you love and tell them that you supported this assault on our safety? And to the women,
what safety is she talking about? Theory 23 said 100K before the election. Like and subscribe. Shout out to you, bro. But you know how it is, man. Like some people, they don't, you know what I mean? Like want to subscribe, whatever reason. I don't know why. But hopefully we do get 100,000.
We have every right to demand that the men in our lives do better by us. We have to use our voices to make these choices clear to the men that we love. Our lives are worth more than their anger and disappointment. And we are more than...
I cannot believe her, bro. What else did she say crazy? Women. Like, what about everybody be included in what y'all doing?
Who is ready to elect the next president of the United States? Kamala Harris. Yes. Leadership, we have got to do something. If we want to elect someone with a character that is worthy of the Oval Office, someone with the strength of heart to guide our country to a better day.
It's Trump. It's literally Trump.
Got to what? And that someone, of course, is my dear friend Kamala Harris. She's not ducking interviews or cowering in safe spaces.
Yes, she is! She's literally doing that. The Democrats be capping.
Only with fawning audiences. No, she's showing us what a sane, stable leader looks like.
No, she's not. She's showing us word salad and that she grew up in a small, middle-class family. What did you say, Michelle, bruh? Come on, bruh. Michelle. Nah, Michelle. Come on.
She's not losing her train of thought or stumbling over her words. And she's doing it all with vigor and with grace. That's because Kamala Harris is a grown-up.
You want us to vote for her because she's a grown-up? This lady has lost her... I see why. Like, nah, bruh. This lady is not real, bro.
And Lord knows, we need a grown-up in the White House. Someone with the maturity and fresh ideas to keep moving our country forward. Kamala is the only candidate in this race who has outlined a clear set of policies.
No, she's not. Trump literally just did that in his last, like he's been doing this the whole time. That's why she got into an argument, like she's been arguing with people like Anderson Cooper. Could not get a clear answer from her what she's going to do about the border. She's running from people. Like when she's talking to Brett Baer, she's going around the questions blaming Trump. Saying, well, if Trump wasn't running for president 9 months ago, what does 9 months ago have to do with you being in office for 4 years? Because he's running for president. What does that have to do with anything? That was her time to say, okay, this is our policy on this. This is what we want to do with this and that and this. She didn't do it. So I think a lot of people in general, I'm not just going to say men, I'm going to say people because I see girls on TikTok that don't want to vote for her just because she's a girl. They feel like she's playing with their intelligence. Michelle? We're not 3 years old. This is not the golden days of, you know what I mean? Like the campaigning to where people didn't have access to social media. To where you could just say the same sound bites over and over again. And then you got all these ABC, CNN, all these different, you know what I mean? Media companies blasting it out. And it's the same things over and over again. This is a new era. Everybody watching you. If you want my vote, you got to give me some substance. Just because you got whatever skin color ain't going to cut it. Just because you think y'all supposed to own me because I'm black, that ain't going to cut it. And y'all literally have done nothing for us in all this time. And then Escape the Prison Colony 1499 said, at this point, Big Mike just needs to flop it out at the stage for Camel to even have a prayer. Big shout out from Australia. America, choose wisely. Shout out to you for watching and seeing what's going on in America, bro.
Including focusing on lowering costs and reducing drug prices for all Americans. Giving tax credits to first-time home buyers, folks starting small businesses, and working families.
Bro, we already got like tax credits. I mean, first-time home buyer, whatever. But like, so all right, so this is how I'm looking at it, and y'all can tell me like how y'all feel, right? they're not going to do this. But if they did $25,000 down payment assistance for a house, right? So you get like $25,000 towards a house. I'm raising my house $25,000 over asking. Because I know you about to get $25,000 from the government to buy the house. So it's going to raise property. You see what I'm saying? Like the selling of the house. This is an American economy. You know what I mean? Like this ain't like a nice, you know what I mean? It's just, you got to get as much money as you can. Oh, you got $25,000 extra. Oh, well, $25,000 is, I'm raising the cost of the house. That's what they're going to do. Y'all already cannot control price inflation. Where y'all are saying, and we went through and we read Kamala Harris's, like what she wants to do. You know what I mean? Like her plans and everything on the website. We literally read her plans on the website. We literally did it. Right? Where she doesn't and her plan, she don't even like details on how she's gonna even get the money to pay for any of this. But she's saying that food companies are charging extra money and price gouging in times of emergencies. She's saying like they charging like different type of companies are charging exorbitant fees, you know, and taking advantage of consumers. She's saying this in her plans. So if $25,000 is introduced, you know what I mean, on top of everything, with how people are, I'm raising the cost of my house $25,000. That's going to further, like, I think, make the housing, like, more expensive. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said you can look at comps and other factors of home values. So I'd walk away from any seller deliberately raising costs by $25,000. They're already like sellers already be raising costs like that. Like, all right. So like in Nashville, Tennessee, they're raising costs because they understand like companies now are coming in and buying up all the houses. Cause remember when the whole pandemic was going on, you know, people didn't want to go back to the offices. So the companies that own buildings and things like that, we're losing a lot of money. So they said, okay, well, what we're about to do, instead of investing in more buildings and more like strip malls and doing all of that, what we're going to do is we're going to buy up property and make Americans renters. You know, it's like even my house, I've been like, bro, they've been on my heels trying to get me to sell this house. Whatever amount of money I want to sell it for, they're going to tear it down and build 2 houses on it. It's been happening like crazy here. And so people have been just raising the prices of their house, something ridiculous, and they've been buying them. So then you introduce this as well? Like, oh, nah, bruh. Nah. It's crazy.
Raising our kids. Let me tell you.
But then, like, even like the tax credit, what Kamala was saying in her plan, like, I think she said like $6,000 of the first year of life for the child to help to pay for baby formula, a crib, all of that. That's expensive. That's an expensive crib, and you know what I mean? But you know, it could aid with like childcare and stuff like that. But that's just the first year. Like having a kid, like people don't understand. I got 2 kids. Like having a kid is crazy expensive. Like you wouldn't believe how expensive having a kid is. Shout out to 96,000 subscribers. Shout out to y'all. We almost at 100,000. I appreciate everybody. So, like, that might help a little bit, but I don't know. And then Joker with the $2 said, she going on Club Shay Shay, you doing a watch along. Hey, I got to wait to Shannon Sharp post it. But yeah, hey, Shannon Sharp is kind of cool with letting people use the content, but I don't know what he's going to do with that one. That one he might want to control. You know what I'm saying? But I might end up reacting to it anyway. Like, because he normally cool with people using this content. Corey Jenkins with the $199. So we never, he said, so we getting that student loan forgiven. Yo, they ended up extending the, what was it? You got like an extension. You know what I mean? But yeah, like you got to understand, they not going to step in the way of banks. Like these are establishment people. These are you know what I mean? They're not like Trump is more like reckless. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't doing this. This ain't good for America. You know what I'm saying? He wanted them and would really stand on it. These people are not him. Even Robert Kennedy didn't he already know what they're about. This is more of the same. The reason why Trump won before is because people got so tired of the establishment, they wanted anti-establishment, and Trump was that. But now you got a party, their administration has moved America into the wrong direction. Brett Baer did an interview with Kamala Harris, and 79% of the people felt like the country was moving in the wrong direction from their poll that they had. So why would you vote for a party that's more of the same when you just had a more radical president that put you in a better living position, which was Trump? Why do y'all feel like, all right, it's time to get comfortable and depend on the government now to help us? Like these type of government people. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Like Gen Z, like, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people now, people are graduating college and got to consider still getting a roommate. You know what I'm saying? Or people are living with people they don't want to live with, but they can't leave because they can't afford to live on their own. I'll be seeing people be talking on TikTok, be going off on I wish I could leave them. But they can't afford it. Or even couples now sometimes are getting roommates. That's what they not tell. They don't be like a lot of people, pride. They don't want to say that. Some people like they renting out their room. You know what I'm saying? They living on one side of the house and renting out the other space and trying to do the Airbnb, this part of the house and that part. Like, bruh, it's getting hard out here for people. And these people are the reason. So she can't tell me that they're going to do better than Trump when Trump then already showed me what he can do. And you can't black shame me or man shame me. And then y'all are flooding the border or allowing people to flood in here. The little jobs that are here are being taken. And I'm going to tell you this, if I got like a manufacturing job or something, you know what I mean? And like Walmart or Walmart be hiring illegal people. Thug life, I feel like they do. When you go into Walmart, they don't speak English. Thug life. I don't know if they do or they don't. I'm saying that it's not reckless endangerment of the truth or nothing. It's nothing like that. I'm just saying, I went to a Walmart before and they did not speak English. That's what they ain't gonna tell. Hillary Clinton was a Walmart lawyer. Like, they not gonna tell you this. Escape from the prison colony with the $7.99 said, come on, she gonna fix the problem she caused with the dementia patient president as it's trickled down economy. America does well, does too. Like,
It is a
I don't know, bro. I think they got people confused. I don't know why.
remarkable plan. And these remarkable last few months mirror
like bro, we literally just watched, and I don't know why y'all are doing this. Like the Sheriff Judd from Florida that, arrested like the 157 people in like the Disney's thing, and it found out it was trafficking going on. You know what I'm saying? I done said that word, you know what I mean? But that was going on, and then he got people like rolling on the other traffickers and like saying like they were getting money from the government. Like what is this? Then like people that live around the border because they probably can't afford to like move, Like, the hospitals are being overran. And we sat there and we heard Lord Trump talk to Charlemagne the God and tell him that when those people have to, like the people that are Americans have to give birth, they got to drive 2 hours away to a hospital that's not overrun by illegals. And she said, like, people around the border, like that live around there are being R-word. I can't even say it on here. They taking stuff from them. And they're like, I'm not saying they're allowing that, but they're allowing people to flood in. That causes issues. Bro, let me show you this, bro.
The way.
Hold on. Let me show you this real quick. Let me show you this.
Madam Vice President.
It was a part, right?
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brad.
You know, vote.
Let me see if I can fast forward it through this. Like, he made her sit there and look at, like, the victims. Like, I can't remember which part it was. But they were, like, he made her face the like, look at the pictures of the victims of the people, the immigrants that came over here.
This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full...
Before a negotiated...
These people have lost their life. Because of their policies that they ended up, you know what I mean? Oh, let me close it out. Like, their policies. That's crazy. And then Kamala Harris, like, she wants to blame Trump. Like, this lady.
Bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday, campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying to hold it all together.
Madam Vice President.
They've been in office for 4 years. What is not, like, this lady, bro?
Ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
This is what y'all are doing, Kamala Harris. When you're a puppet and you just letting people control you, like, for money, like, this is what y'all are doing. Those are human beings.
It's the early days. So do you owe them an apology, is what I'm saying.
I will tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss, sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
But do you want to answer
in all fairness,
you guys were in office for 4 years. Why are you? She's trying to derail the conversation. She's trying to talk about Trump. To not face this. And you want us to vote for her again?
Fighting for working people and the vulnerable, first as a prosecutor, then as an attorney general, then as a U.S. senator, and now as our vice president of the United States. Taking on the big banks, the transnational gangs and predatory for-profit colleges, and always doing it, holding her head high with warmth and dignity and class. So Michigan, do not buy into the lie that we do not know who Kamala is or what she stands for. This is someone who understands you, all of you, someone from a middle-class family raised mostly by her mom, like so many of us, leaning on her neighbors like we all do. And that's what you want in a president, someone who gets you and will have your back. Take it from me. And I know good people. Kamala Harris is an extraordinary human being. She is an extraordinary candidate, and she will be an extraordinary president of the United States of America. Mark my words, because I don't lie. So Michigan, with all that
What y'all think?
being said, I got to ask myself, well, why on earth is this race even close? I lay awake at night wondering what in the world is going on.
I know you wondering that. You got all the Diddycrats up there, right? You got Usher, you know what I mean? You got, what's her name? Beyonce. You got all these people that are suspected of going to the white, you know what I mean? The white party. You got even like Leonardo DiCaprio allegedly is like in support of them. Like all these like Diddycrats. You even got Lizzo. You got like, bro, and it's still not working. You got Jennifer Lopez. That's a Diddycrat too. So you got Jennifer Lopez. She's coming out yesterday in support of Kamala Harris. Y'all got all of these celebrities that I'm pretty sure, allegedly, Thug Life. It's alleged. I'm not sure. Y'all probably paying them. So y'all putting all this money into celebrities and it's not working. Donald Trump has got a grassroots campaign and everybody just want to help him win. And he's one of the most popular GOP candidates I've ever seen. And y'all have done everything that y'all can do in y'all administration to ensure he gets a felony. And that didn't even stop him. So I'm sure you don't know why this vote, why it's close. Hit the like, subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 100,000. We're keeping it real over here. Shout out to y'all. Yeah, you don't know why it's closed.
Going on. And it's clear to me that the question isn't whether Kamala is ready for this moment, because by every measure, she has demonstrated that she's ready. The real question is, as a country, are we ready for this moment? Are we willing?
You hear all women.
To do what it takes to get her across the finish line, or are we going to let ourselves get distracted and fall for the scam? Are we going to lose sight of the dire consequences if we come up short? And right now, folks, I have to be honest, I'm not completely sure of the answers to those questions. Y'all give me great comfort in this arena. But this is a big country, and that's why all of my hope about Kamala is also accompanied by some genuine fear.
I cannot believe this lady. I cannot believe this lady, y'all. Yo, they had Beyonce, another Diddycrat, bro. People are suspecting her going to the white party. Like, what? Come on, bro. I want to see what my girl got to say about this, bro. See if she even talking about this. Oh, shit. And then she exposed her whole family tree. I don't know. Let's see what Piers Morgan talking about. Shout out to Piers Morgan, bro. See if he got a live or some of this. Hey, Piers Morgan, your news been kind of slow lately. You be having some fire content, but you gotta step it up, bro. Lefty's losing it out here, man. We need you. So I don't know, y'all, but I'm about to get off here. Shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel. You know what I'm saying? We're going to continue to move forward. I'm going to do some more blogs, but I got to get some sleep. I've been up like for a long time. And we're gonna kind of just assess some things that's going on. I do want to before I leave, I want to say, hey, if you're blue, you're blue. If you're red, you red. You know what I'm saying? We try to let everybody have their, you know, their freedom of thought. Like in the chat, not everybody believes what everybody else believes. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I feel like Trump is the person that needs to run the country. That's my personal opinion. But if you feel differently, you know what I mean? I'm not going to, you know what I mean, shame you or nothing like that. It's just, I don't like this lady, like, I don't think she should be running. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't think I'm not going to say she's not smart. I just don't think she's presidential. And those are my thoughts on her. But we're going to end up getting back into it and doing more politics. Shout out to y'all. I think we got like 200-some thousand views on this video. You know, so we got like mad subscribers when we was live. Shout out to everybody. But I'm out. We try to get this channel to 100,000 subscribers. If y'all do want to ask me something, you know what I mean, comment, like watch the video back and comment in the comment section, and that's where I always like answer questions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to be one of these like YouTubers that have a lot of views and don't talk to people. Like I talk to y'all, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to y'all. I'm out. Kamalaharris.